fundamental problem that when you build transmission, for example, in our case, Grain Belt Express, it's $11 billion project. We have to have revenues in order to finance this. And if nobody wants to pay for anything, it's really hard. So I think it should be a priority for the government to really establish revenue streams for transmission.
Well, it was really great to get this perspective. I love this conversation. Please come back. Michael Polsky is founder and CEO of Invenergy, joining us on the issues of power here in the United States. Coming up, we're going to get more information on this Xi and Trump call for you. This is Bloomberg.
Hører man ikke heller. Jeg vet ikke hva som skjer, jeg.
Det kommer noen bilder tilbake i hvert fall. Men ikke lyd på det. Kom lyd akkurat når jeg gikk ut og stengte ned. Men ikke når jeg er oppe igjen.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here on the Bloomberg studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Here's an interesting story out on the Bloomberg terminal. Talking about Bill Ackman, the Wall Street billionaire remade himself into a very online, Trump-loving culture warrior. Now he wants to be the next Warren Buffett. The author of the story, Annie Massett, joins us, Wall Street reporter for Bloomberg News. We have seen a kind of a metamorphosis for Mr. Ackman from, kind of your run-of-the-mill, mega hedge fund, mega rich hedge fund folk to now he's all over social media, taking strong political positions. What's he trying to do?
Yeah, so I mean, those on Wall Street probably have known a lot about Bill Ackman and his trials and tribulations and successes for many years now. But I think he really kind of exploded into public view last year in what was really the first tremors and what became a huge war with Harvard. And he was a big voice, of course, in kind of attacking Harvard for its handling of campus protests and the
Stig, har du peiling på hvorfor Nasdaq dro på, eller?
then
Det
President
så Amazon
Claudine
gikk
Gay.
opp 2%.
So he waged a lot of that
Det
kind of
på grunn av Trump og Kina.
activist-like
Det var piss.
battle out in public on
Maken
Twitter
har fortsatt
and got
dritt,
and
og-
gained this really large following that's kept growing
Ja,
over
ikke
time.
så treg
So
Nasdaq,
that was
sånn
the
som
beginning of it, and
Red Bull.
then he kind of transformed over the past year plus into a vocal critic for or a vocal advocate of Donald Trump.
Is it affecting his investors at all?
Ja, gull.
That's a great
Han klarer
question.
ikke
So
kødde
he
med det.
has this, while he's been undergoing this transformation, he has this big goal that he's working towards, and as he'll tell you, his investing idol, really, or investing hero, is Warren Buffett. Not he's not alone in that, perhaps, but he sits apart because he's really trying to almost emulate in some ways what Warren Buffett built in Berkshire Hathaway. So in the past year, he had this big fund that he tried to launch last year that didn't get off the ground, and now this year he's come back with an idea to kind of a step toward his goal, another step towards his goal of becoming more like Warren Buffett and having an entity that's more like Berkshire Hathaway. He's really after permanent capital that's insulated from the whims of investors putting money in or pulling it out as they would in a hedge fund. And he's kind of pursuing this like Berkshire-like format for his own business, Pershing Square, by taking a big stake in this company called Howard Hughes, and he's trying to build a similar vehicle for taking over other companies as Warren Buffett did.
Does Mr. Ackman have any political aspirations himself?
That's a great question. I mean, as with anyone who has a very large public platform, it's hard to say, but he's certainly weighing in on a lot of the big political and economic hot button topics of the day. One of the most visible was in Liberation Day, when he was one of the first to come out really strongly and say, President Trump, you should put these big reciprocal tariffs on pause, which wound up happening. So he's definitely not shy about weighing in on those types of topics.
That's what's so interesting, because Warren Buffett was exactly the opposite. Like, he was investing in companies that we all relate to and stuff that we eat, use, and buy every day. This is not Ackman's MO. So it's just so interesting that he also wants to think about the way that Buffett invested, yet nothing he kind of operates or does is Buffett-like.
Right. His public persona is probably very, very different than Buffett's. Buffett, especially on the political front, pretty much has been dark for the past decade or so. Whereas Ackman has seemed to relish becoming much more overtly political, especially in the past year.
Yeah, remember that Herbalife thing?
Yes. Yeah,
oh my gosh.
He's had some big winners, but also some big losers here. Do we know what his, relationship is with President Trump at this time?
We asked him. We asked him something along the lines of, "Have you, shared any of your thoughts directly with the administration?" And his response was basically, "If I have a thought on something, I'm going to put it out there." But in the case, for example, of tariffs, what ended up happening, the 90-day pause, was remarkably similar to the idea that he had.
Just a few days earlier, I remember.
That's
and
right.
then Jamie Dimon sort of underscored it that morning.
Yes.
And then we kind of saw.
So it's hard to say for sure, but we didn't get a direct answer on that.
So what's next? Like, where does kind of Bill Ackman go from here over the next, say, decade? Like, what do you think he's going to do?
So you mentioned Herbalife. He underwent this other transformation, which was he stepped back from shorting companies, doing these big public shorts, and how he kind of refers to it now when he's against a company but not like putting money on the line. He'll say that he has these like psychological shorts. So I mean, what it looks like is that he's going to pursue this new path for Pershing Square and try to follow in Buffett's footsteps that way. But, I mean, based on the past, past year and a half, it seems like he's really stepping into this more. He was always out there, and he was always kind of in your face in the financial news media, and I think that he's really brought that to another audience as well in the past year and a half.
Yeah, interesting. It's fascinating to watch him because he has very strong opinions. I would say informed opinions on the most part, and he's not afraid to share them these days, which is different for somebody in that position. Annie Massa, thank you so much for joining us. Annie Massa, wealth reporter for Bloomberg News. Again, talking about Bill Ackman and now how he has remade himself into a very online, Trump-loving culture warrior. So there you go, Bill Ackman.
For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned, the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Thursday, Friday Eve. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great show lined up for you. We're going to get the latest from D.C. on what's happening, and after that phone call between President Trump and President Xi, President Trump putting a post on Truth Social. So is it like truth socializing? Like, what's the verb for that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're not sure. Okay, anyway, concluded a very good phone call with President Xi. We'll get the latest from you. From that, we'll also go to D.C. with Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior Washington analyst, and just take down kind of where the policy is, where the big, beautiful bill is as well. Anne Maletti will then join us from Allspring Global Investments for her take on the market. And then Teresa Condor, Aspire Global CEO, going to break down how AI and satellite data are helping us understand weather forecasting. Huge.
Yep.
So fun, so huge. Really excited to kick that off. But let's get you a business flash here with Charlie Pellet.
All right. Hi, thank you very much, Alex and Paul. Here's what's going on. We have got stocks advancing now. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. An update right now for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. You run the GIP screen on the S&P 500 index. You can see the turnaround. All about trade, all about the headlines. We got a bounce in stocks after that confirmation of a conversation between President Trump and Xi Jinping. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on any and all trade headlines. Right to the numbers with the S&P 500 index up 14, now 59.85 where we stand. That is a gain right there of 0.2%. The Dow up 62, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 89, higher by 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index up now by 0.2% with the 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.90%. Gold now down 0.1%, 33.68 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 63.76 for a barrel of WTI. Patrick Fruzetti is portfolio manager at Rose Advisors, and on surveillance this morning he told us you cannot overlook the market gains in recent weeks.
Do you know in the last 40 trading days we're now up around 18% off the lows? If you look at the top returns of the best, closed 40 days after lows, this is one of the top 10 in modern times.
Patrick Fruzetti of Rose Advisors interviewed this morning on surveillance. Procter & Gamble plans to slash as many as 7,000 office jobs over the next 2 years. Procter & Gamble down 1.3%. Citigroup cutting its tech employee workforce in China by about 3,500. Citigroup up now by 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel, what do you got?
Looking at Chewy, ticker CHWY. So shares are flat now, around 0.9%. It was down pre-market, but I guess that they paired some of those losses. So we have Jefferies cutting the recommendation to hold. Jefferies said that valuation appears prime for a first quarter beat and that a raise is unlikely to happen. They also said that the pet macro looks relatively stable and Chewy's performing well, but the CFO change underway is a little concerning. So in May, recall that Chewy announced that its CFO, David Reeder, will depart in several months, and as he really comes to lead a semiconductor company called Entegris. So some in Wall
Vi
Street
gikk
were
opp
really
200
disappointed
poeng
that
på
he
at
left.
Donald
So this is one
Trump
of
sa
those
at han hadde en
examples that, you're sad
fantastisk
to see a
samtale
leader go.
med Gikk
True, but aren't we
Spring.
like this whole invest in your
Altså,
face
det
and
blir jo
invest in your
bare-
pets?
det-
Like, aren't those the two things?
That's
I'm about to learn that.
Jeg orker
Getting a
ikke mer.
puppy. Oh my
First
god.
pet in my entire life.
What breed?
Australian Labradoodle.
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
the pictures of the
Very
puppy
cute.
is like to die for. Okay, Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. So ticker is DLTR. Shares are rising more than 7%, and that's after JP Morgan upgraded the stock to overweight. So the move comes again in the wake of the company's results when it warned about the impacts of tariffs. We have JP Morgan analysts saying it sees a lot of positives in the results. So Dollar Tree shouldn't be confused with Dollar General. We have Dollar Tree warning investors that its second quarter profit could be down as much as 50% this year. And that's in contrast to Dollar General, which reported really good earnings. So Dollar General generates around 80% of its sales from food and consumer goods, but Dollar Tree gets just half of its revenue from those categories. Anyway, it was just interesting to me that these two dollar stores really have this huge disparity, and it just makes you realize that there's really a lot under the hood when it
Da
comes to
du
these
mål,
companies.
da. Det er basically,
And
da
round
du
it
mål,
out,
da du mål,
Planet
da,
Labs.
Hilde.
This one, the ticker is PL. I had to take a double
What
look.
is Planet Labs again?
It's
Det
an
var bare det.
Earth imaging company. And I had to take a double look because shares are up almost 60%. That's a record jump. So company's first revenue quarter topped expectations. We have Citizens analysts saying that the company had a stellar quarter and the stock remains an opportunity for long-term capital appreciation. So it's interesting because this comes as Europe hikes defense spending in response to a pullback from the US. And we have the CEO, Will Marshall, saying that European demand for satellite data is higher now than it was during the onset of the Ukraine war. So with the change dynamics in the US, the CEO said that they're trying to pick up more of that capability themselves. So good for them because they're going to be producing probably a lot of imaging. Their earnings including some items were 1.2 million this quarter. And that's after analysts were expecting a $3 million loss. So,
all right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Isabel Lee joining us from Bloomberg News. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen. And also Deep Tease, the Spire Global CEO, will be joining us. They provide space-based data analytics and space services, and they also take a look at Earth and oceans and atmosphere to help companies make data-driven decisions. So we'll kind of stay within that realm. We also want to figure out what's happening in D.C. You had a social media post from President Trump talking about his readout from the President Xi and President Trump's call. Maybe I didn't say that right, but anyway, he talked about the call that they had together. Tyler Kendall's joining us outside the White House. What did he say? What do we know?
Yeah, hey Alex. Well, President Trump said that the call lasted a little over an hour and a half and said that it resulted in a, quote, positive conclusion for both countries. Importantly, he said that moving forward, he doesn't think there's going to be any questions around rare earth products. As you all know, the U.S. had been accusing China of slow-walking these export licenses when it comes to critical and rare earth minerals that really are essential to U.S. supply chains, alleging that China had violated the terms reached when they had negotiated in Geneva. In fact, I actually caught up with the Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Faulkender earlier this week, who told me that this was the issue that he thought would ultimately mean that these leaders were eventually going to have to get on the phone and talk about. President Trump also said that there would be another round of in-person talks like we saw in Geneva. He said that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and USTR Jamieson Greer would lead them, as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. That would be a new addition to the team. He was not there at the talks in Geneva. But a pretty remarkable development to think about how our reporting has really indicated, Paul and Alex, that China would really much prefer for key advisors to iron out the issues before putting Xi Jinping on the phone call. There were definitely some key issues that they needed to talk about today.
But as it relates to those rare earths, the U.S. president did not specify whether Beijing had agreed to speed export licenses, did he? Is that something that's just too complex at this point?
So we're still awaiting further details. We have to put into context that Truth Social post was rather vague, but President Trump himself said that he doesn't think that there are going to be questions moving forward here. Of course, it's a very complex process and has been something that has been top of mind for the United States during these talks and really has become sort of a pressure point moving forward, since we know our analysts at Bloomberg Economics tell us that 30 out of 50 minerals that are deemed critical to the U.S. come primarily from China, so they really do have such a big market share when it comes to these critical minerals that the U.S. ends up relying on.
All right, very good. We appreciate that. We're just getting some more reporting
Altså, folkens,
Washington DC is
USA kom med helt katastrofemakro, og nå går vi opp på grunn av Donald Trump har pratet med Kina. Og da betyr det fundamentale ingenting, fordi Donald Trump har pratet med Kina. Og så hører vi hvor teit det her er. Ja, det hadde ikke gått i et annet land. Det hadde ikke fungert i et annet land. Vi skal opp på alt, fordi jeg prater med en kineser. Hvor dumt er det ikke, liksom? Det betyr ingenting. Det betyr ikke en dritt. Tariffen er fortsatt alt for høy. Tallene som kommer i dag er fortsatt helt bedritende. Jeg er så glad i tredje gullene. Jeg sitter jo ballefær fortsatt på den Nasdaqen da. Det blir bare dummere og dummere og dummere. Og nå er Tesla ned 8% på 2 dager. Hvorfor i helvete gikk den opp nesten 30% de siste 5 ukene? Fordi han var kompis med Trump. Den leverte katastrofetall i forrige kvartal, og så gikk den opp 30%. Det gir null mening. Den skal aldri gått opp.
As it relates to some of those talks, which I guess are inconclusive, but I guess it's just good news that
I think just the fact that they literally are talking.
Yes.
It's probably a good thing. Yeah. All right, Tyler, thanks a lot. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television, Washington correspondent, joining us on that call. Well, House Speaker Mike Johnson earlier joined Bloomberg to discuss key issues such as Elon Musk's vocal disagreement with the big beautiful bill and the Speaker Johnson's fight to keep the $40,000 SALT cap and more. Bloomberg asked about the SALT cap that he's fighting to maintain. Here's part of that conversation.
I am crossing the Grand Canyon on a piece of dental floss, okay? The equilibrium that we reached here took quite a bit of time to get to where we are. And you can't load me up on either side. And if you go and slash the SALT cap that we negotiated carefully for over a year, it's going to make it very difficult for me to deliver the necessary number of votes.
All right, that was House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking with Bloomberg earlier. We're going to get the latest on this big, beautiful tax bill that, again, passed in the House, is now being negotiated in the Senate. A couple of sticking points, including that SALT thing. I thought that was just a Matt Miller issue, but apparently it's a big deal for a lot of senators and a lot of representatives. Nathan Dean joins us, senior policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Nathan, what are the outstanding issues that you believe the Senate is grappling with now, and do you expect them to be resolved?
So, I think the two big issues that are actually going on at the moment in the Senate is on the deficit reduction side, this idea of, is it going to increase the deficit? And as a result, are the Elon Musks and for those members in the Senate, Senator Mike Lee and Senator Rand Paul and Senator Ron Johnson, are they going to continue to push for a bill that ultimately tries to decrease the deficit, aka, probably not put out as much in terms of permanent tax cuts? The other thing going on is, on the how to pay for it is the Medicaid work requirements, because those moderates in the Senate, think of Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski, are essentially trying to push back some of what the House has already done. Now we have two polarizing forces trying to push the bill in a different direction, sort of challenging for Senator John Thune here. So I think what happens is you will see these negotiations continue to play out over the next week, maybe the next week and a half or 2 weeks, and then you'll get a clearer picture of where the Senate's going to go. But this bill does have to change in order to get enough senators to pass over it and support it in approval.
Okay, so what does SALT really look like? What, is it going to be 40,000? Is it going to be lower? Or what we think?
So I think it's going to be either 40,000 or slightly lower than that, because I think what's going to happen here is, look, if I'm Representative Lawler, I really enjoyed that interview this morning with Speaker Johnson, because he defended the cap and said, look, we negotiated this and it took a year. And the SALT caucus in the House does have a lot of power. They can say, look, we're just not going to vote for it. If you want to throw it back down to 10,000, Senate, feel free. I'm not going to vote for it and it's not going to pass. But this idea of it's either going to be 40,000 or maybe slightly lower, because then the Salt Caucus is in slightly a more difficult position because they did get something out of it. So for those of you in New York and New Jersey, I think you're going to get something. It's going to be around 40,000 or maybe just slightly under that.
Nathan, you mentioned Elon Musk. He has come out really harshly against this bill and on other topics. How much influence does he have now that he's no longer technically part of the Washington story?
So this is one of those things where it's starting to brew into an issue. I don't think it's an issue just yet. I mean, if you looked at Speaker Johnson's interview, he defended what they have been doing, and there's a lot of criticism on the congressional, the CBO at the moment in terms of that $2.4 trillion estimate of increasing the deficit. So if you ask the politicians up on Capitol Hill, I wouldn't say that there's really much there yet, but it could be coming, because like Elon Musk said on X yesterday, he's calling for individuals to call their senator and call their congressman and say, let's not support this. And there is a little bit of a group coming together. Senator Rand Paul, Mike Lee, Ron Johnson. You know, that's enough votes that potentially could derail this bill. So if I'm Senator John Thune, I have to figure out how to get some of those individuals on board. And the answer is, well, maybe these tax cuts are permanent. Maybe they're just extended a certain amount of time. Or maybe this bill shrinks. Or maybe the debt ceiling goes from a $5 trillion increase to a $2 trillion increase. There's areas of flexibility here for leadership. And I think we're going to see that play out over the next few weeks. So we still think this bill is going to increase the deficit, but stay tuned, because it may not be what the CBO just scored yesterday.
I think I asked you this before, but this is obviously what I'm interested in, and that's what happens to a lot of the energy tax credits, the ITC, from the IRA. And all the companies are kind of waiting on tenterhooks for what is going to happen. What's the indication that Republican senators are going to step up and try and fight for these tax credits?
So we've heard through the grapevine that there are a lot of lobbyists on Capitol Hill right now really pushing for this, and there are some receptive ears. Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina is one of those individuals who's really focused on this. Now, I think you're going to start seeing snippets of what the Senate is thinking towards the end of this week, maybe the beginning of next week, in terms of those tax credits. And we're telling our clients that, look, the House tax credits were somewhat positive and then initially negative on the solar industry in particular. And I think you are going to see some moderate voices coming through when it comes to the Inflation Reduction Act. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be very difficult for some of these Republicans, say Senator Tom Tillis, for example, that will vote to gut the Inflation Reduction Act when the Inflation Reduction Act is bringing jobs and plants and other types of economic growth to their states. So I do think you're going to see a moderation of what the House did. And I think we'll see some of those details coming out early next week.
Got a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. NATO adopts military buildup plans as part of new spending goals. So we'll have some more reporting on that. So some movement there across the pond. Nathan, President Trump quite successfely kind of worked the phones in the House to get passage of the deal. It's a little bit different in the Senate, where these folks have 6-year terms here. What's the expectation of what kind of influence President Trump can play in this negotiation?
You hit it right on the head. I mean, obviously with the House of Representatives, they run every 2 years, and so the idea of a primary threat is much more serious to them. But when it comes to the Senate, I will say is that their primary goal is to make sure that the the tax increases don't happen by the end of the year. Senators know they have to pass something. The question on the Senate side is that what else are we going to do with this? So I think that President Trump will have to take a different type of approach in working with the Senate. One of those things like, look, this is America First policy. And even though only 1/3 of the Senate will be running approximately next year, the Republicans do want to remain in control of both the House and the Senate. And failure to adopt something like that could put that at risk. So I do think President Trump will have a little bit more hands-on approach with the Senate. Obviously, he's going to have to manage both those who want to see the deficit decreased, along with the moderates who want to see how these pay-fors decreased. And I think they will be able to come up with a solution. It's just going to take a lot more work, and he's going to have to roll up his sleeves to do it.
All right, Nathan, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Nathan Dean joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers all of policy there for Bloomberg Intelligence, that senior policy analyst.
When we were down in D.C., I did have a little free time. You were working.
I was working.
We went to Lincoln Memorial and the Vietnam Memorial, all the cool stuff. I had no even thought of coming. I'm going to go with Capitol Hill and see my representatives.
Oh, God, no.
So I got much more inspiration
from
going to the Lincoln Memorial. Well, you go to Lincoln Memorial, you read the Gettysburg Address, and then you read his speech for the second inauguration. It just takes your breath away.
It really does.
It's just amazing.
You get that feeling in your stomach in like a good way. Yeah, I totally remember that as well. All right, coming up, we're going to break down the markets with Anne Maletti, Head of Equity Investments and Chief Diversity Officer at Allspring Global Investments. And then Teresa Condor, Aspire Global CEO, will be joining us how AI and satellite data can help redefine weather forecasting. This is sort of the new area. Low orbit Earth is where sort of the real build out and growth is for that satellite technology. As we take a look at a market that is a little bit higher, up 0.6% for the NASDAQ. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, men det her har jeg kjøpt opp det. Så ta selv Arthur. Jeg ringer opp den. Prøv å kjøpe litt gull her nede. Nei, jeg prater med Espen, det går fint det. Jeg kjøpte gull her nå. Hva tenker du om det, Robert?
Jeg har kjøpt rett for det. Litt lenger ned.
Men Nasdaq, den gir null mening nå.
Den har ikke jeg gluttet på.
Ja, den skal ikke trene med.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets.
Here at
Bloomberg, we have got stocks trading at the best level of the day right now, with the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all advancing. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping have agreed to further trade talks. They also cleared up disputes surrounding rare earth exports. The two leaders discussed trade in a phone conversation. President Trump saying, quote, "It was very good," and Xi urging Trump to remove negative measures others that have roiled trade. So right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P, as I mentioned, best level of the day. Right now, the S&P, by the way, at 59.95. A gain now of 0.4%, up 24 points. The Dow up 123, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index up now by 0.5%. 10-year.
Ikke enda sterkt, men jeg skal nå bygge opp den der rådisken, så skal jeg begynne hardt på high-risk når jeg har tatt inn det tapet på Nasdaq. Jeg gjør det ganske fort nå, altså.
West Texas Intermediate crude up 1% now, 63.49 a barrel on WTI. We'll have a whole lot more on the markets coming up in just a moment with Ann Maletti of Allspring Global. Kimberly Clark is forming a joint venture with Suzano that it will see sell a majority stake in its global Kleenex and tissue businesses outside of North America to the Brazilian supplier. Kimberly Clark shares down right now.
Til makrotallene faktisk slår alle trinene og bare oi,
24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you
get your
podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. You can also catch us on your smart TV. Search Bloomberg Originals, and that's where you'll find us. I mean, S&P 500, it's pretty much unchanged. It's actually up a little bit on the year. If you just kind of fall asleep over the last few months, you're like, what happened? I mean, but the question is, where do you go from here? Ann Maletti, Head of Equity Investments and Chief Diversity Officer for Allspring Global Investments, joined us. She was here in studio yesterday when I wasn't here. Matt Miller sent me a picture.
She doesn't like you as much, I think.
Matt Miller just sent me a picture and says, jealous? I said, yes. So anyway, Ann joins us today. We appreciate that. Hey, Ann, what do you tell your clients here? I mean, again, they've been whipsawed this year. I guess if you just stayed steady, you'd be okay.
Yeah, you know, Paul, the way you introed was so important. If you would have just been napping on the Jersey Shore, you wouldn't have missed a thing. But living through this, there's been a lot of uncertainty. We've gone from extreme
pessimism about 6 weeks ago to pretty much optimism
up until yesterday. And so it's interesting. One of the things that we always tell investors is it's important to stay invested. History shows that equity returns can drive a lot of returns over a cycle. But what you do during downturns is also really important. So I'm looking at where investors can really find diversification and how can you stay active in an equity market that has a lot of uncertainty.
Right. And that's a great question. So how do you do that? It's like, and we were talking about this all over the last 2 days when we were at the BNY Insight 2025, right? It's like you have your long-term goals and you want that return, but then you also have to deal with headlines, but they're just headlines, yet they also could be structural. Like what if we have a structurally higher end 30-year, 10-year yield? What if we have a structurally weaker dollar? That does change how you allocate.
It does, Alex. And I think, you know, you hit the nail on the head. We are in a different environment than we had been over the last several years. Interest rates are different. There's a lot of policy uncertainty. The tax policy is also top of mind right now. We have higher inflation, higher rates. All of those things are different. And I think what that leads me to believe is that the equity markets and what works in the equity markets likely will change too. So we've had this, we've had this period of time where large cap worked very well. And not just large cap, but a very concentrated group of large cap names. And while we still see that working to a certain extent, if you go back to July, you have seen a broadening out of the market. And underneath those top 10 names, there's other things working in the market. And so what we're focused on is how you diversify. And so we're doing that both in market cap, really going down into that mid cap space and a little bit into small, although looking at companies in the small cap space that are well managed, have good cash flow, good balance sheets, all of that, can control their own destiny through uncertain times. But that mid cap space is really a sweet space now. I would also say there's certain sectors that have really underperformed, like healthcare. Yes, there's a lot of disruption, but there's a lot of innovation going on, and that also means new winners ahead. Also, M&A is starting to heat up there. I think we'll see more of that as well. And then lastly, a space that I'm not necessarily an expert at, but I work with some really great experts in the international and EM space. And with the weakness in the dollar, which is also a big shift that we've seen, it has created a tailwind for that EM and international space. So much more diversification is what we're telling investors than what they've seen over the last few years.
So, Ann, what's that mean for, kind of the big tech cap, which has just been driving this market higher for many, many years?
Yeah, it's a great question, Paul. And like, look, we're not negative on technology. We believe innovation is going to only speed up. You all talk a lot about AI and technology every day. It's not going away. But I think what happens in the first kind of cycle of any new innovation is technology leads, and then it kind of bleeds down into other companies who are going to use that innovation to become more productive. And so we believe in technology. We believe it's going to work. It's just that we want to move away from, actually diversify away from just those kind of concentrated group of names that have worked so good. And really fundamentally, it's because we also believe we're going to see earnings deceleration. Still good growth, but deceleration in earnings of some of those larger companies versus earnings acceleration as we move down cap.
Head of Equity Investment and Chief Diversity Officer at Allspring Global Investments. Thank you very much. We were mentioning earlier that one of the big movers in the equity market right now is Planet Labs. The stock up 55%. It had a quote-unquote stellar quarter. It's a satellite data provider, and the stock, according to analysts,
a whole host of other applications, including defense-related applications.
Who do you guys compete with?
So that's always a difficult question because we're present in multiple different markets. Whether you think of weather and climate, you think of aviation, you think of space reconnaissance. And so we'll have certain different competitors in each of those spaces. Since you mentioned Planet Labs earlier, I'll have to say that Planet is not usually a company that is considered a competitor because they're taking pictures. They're doing imaging versus what we do is this collection of electronic information and radio frequency data.
So you both send data to customers from your satellites, but the type of data and how you collect the data is then different.
Exactly, and the type of use cases and the relevance of it. So you'll have customers that want both types of data that are complementary.
What kind of stuff are you noticing right now? Like, what is some themes, some broad stuff that you're telling your customers?
So I think there's a lot of interest in defense and intelligence applications of satellites, and in particular the type of RF type of technology that we have. Naturally, this comes out of the current geopolitical situation. You have a lot of stuff going on in the United States right now, and at the same time, really since February, you've had rest of world governments looking at increasing their defense budgets, having less expectation of reliance on the United States to defend them in terms of crisis. So there's a lot of interest in how the rest of world can develop their capabilities.
Do you have customers around the world, or is it domestic U.S.?
We do. We have customers around the world.
Is the U.S. government a customer?
The U.S. government is also a customer.
Are they the big one, the lion's share, or are you guys pretty diversified?
We're actually quite diversified, both between commercial company customers as well as a government, and that can be civil agencies who buy our weather atmospheric data sets, and it can also be defense and intelligence, and that's U.S. and rest of world. So it's pretty well diversified.
Well, we've had companies ranging from McDonald's to, I don't know what, say AI is revolutionizing their business. How is AI impacting the satellite business?
So AI is also an important term and topic in the satellite sector. There's a couple of areas where we find it interesting. The first is in weather forecasting, where we're doing AI-based weather forecasting, specifically when we talk about sub-seasonal forecasts, so going 30, 45 days in the future, where normal forecasting models aren't usually very good. The other areas, or when it comes to satellites, are the processing of data and the ability to use AI to process them automatically and on orbit, so you don't have to download all the data sets, as well as in the operations of the constellation overall, because if you have many, many satellites in orbit in various orbital planes with lots of different sensors on them, having AI ability to manage that network is something quite interesting.
Sorry. I was going to say, you also had a contract with Space Force, right? Did I read that right?
Yeah, there is one that was just recently announced.
Space
which was,
Force contract. How cool is that?
I know.
How easy is it to come to deals with contracts? I would think that your services are highly needed right now as companies are trying to figure out where to build stuff, for example, or how to allocate their supply chains.
So I think demand is very strong right now for both satellite data sets as it relates to climate or to better understanding increased weather variability. And there is also increasing demand, what I mentioned, on the defense and then intelligence side, and in particular, as more and more countries look to how they build out their own sovereign capabilities.
Yep.
And this is where we have the strength in building, both in Europe as well as in the United States.
Teresa, thank you for coming in. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Teresa Condor, CEO of Spire Global. It is a publicly traded company, SPIR. We appreciate Teresa coming into our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Looking at the markets here, we got the S&P up 25 points, the Dow up 133, NASDAQ up 136. That's 0.7%. We're starting to build a little momentum in the markets. 10-year Treasury yields up a little bit as well, 4.38%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Jeg har sett med en gammel Alien RXPS fra jobbet til Nexans en gang I tida. Jeg har ikke engang batteri på PC-en. Og riktig rekkefølge der, Alex. Det blir etterpå.
Hallo, jeg var på telefon. Jeg driver og kjøper litt gull her nede. Det er litt vanskelig å time helt hvordan. For targeten min var på 59, nå er det på 53. Oi, nå rammer han enda mer.
Nå ser jeg jo bevegelsen, da. Snart så er det 7 minutter, men det kommer med da. Skjønte faen så mye minutter med 7.
Har du 0,7? Var det mer enn meg, da?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing right now, reversing earlier losses as President Trump said he concluded a, quote, very good call with China's Xi Jinping. The Dow right now higher by 134 points, up 0.3%.
Jeg kommer til å kjøpe mer gull hvis det faller, så pass på marginene deres. Det vil si dere trenger ikke være med på alternelsene mine.
S&P, by the way, just below 6,000 at 59.95.
Jeg holdt igjen i går. Nå skal jeg ikke holde igjen.
0.7%. 10-year at 4.39%, the 2-year 3.90%. Gold is down $22 the ounce to $33.50, a drop there of 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%. 63.49 a barrel, and Bitcoin just about flat on the day, under 0.1%, 104,740. Anne Maletti is with Allspring Global. Moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, she offered up this advice for investors.
One of the things that we always tell investors is it's important to stay invested. History shows that equity returns can drive a lot of returns over a cycle. But what you do during downturns is also really important. So I'm looking at where investors can really find diversification and how can you stay active in an equity market that has a lot of uncertainty.
Anne Maletti of Allspring Global. The communications equipment company Ciena is plunging after reporting adjusted EPS for the second quarter that came up shy of the average analyst estimate. Ciena right now down by 12.3%. Speaking of earnings, coming up after the close of trading today, we hear from Broadcom up now by 1.3%. We'll also hear from Lululemon and Samsara. Lululemon up 0.7%. Samsara, ticker IoT, is an Internet of Things. That stock up now by 3.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so that's a cool thing, of course. Right now, I think literally any minute, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz will meet with U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington amid looming tariffs on German exports and tensions over Ukraine. Let's get some latest reporting there. Ben Stills, managing editor for European economy and government for Bloomberg News. He is in Frankfurt, Germany right now. Ben, what's the expectations for this meeting of the German and U.S. leader today?
That's a good question. I'm not sure there's an awful lot of upside for Merz in this meeting. And yet there is an awful lot of potential for things to go wrong. You've seen some of the recent encounters in the Oval Office. I think Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky was the most conspicuous example, where he was effectively ambushed by Trump and particularly J.D. Vance. So I think the main ambition for Merz and his advisors is to get through this unscathed, effectively.
Jeez. I mean, I just picture these European leaders or world leaders.
You're laughing.
Kind of exchanging notes on kind of, how to get through a meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office. But the reality is, I mean, Germany's a huge...
That's true. It's actually true. Like, we had a story out yesterday that Merz has literally been exchanging notes with some of his European colleagues on how to get through this meeting. So yeah, they are like on whatever it is, like the world leaders WhatsApp group.
Yep.
They're exchanging experiences.
Hvor mange kan du også
telling
kjøpe
each other,
gull
you
på?
know, how to
Jeg vet ikke, jeg tar det ut som det kommer. Jeg har I hvert fall truffet på gull hver dag. Jeg har hatt
Germany
alt
has
for
some
små
issues,
kontrakter,
some
for det
trade
skal bli
issues. They're
skikkelig
obviously a
sving
big
på det.
exporter with China and the rest of the world. What, from the German perspective, what are some of the key issues here as it relates to global trade?
Well, yeah, you're dead right. Germany had a record trade surplus with the US at the start of this year.
Jeg skal ikke ta for mange, men jeg må ha noe, for den Nasdaqen biter meg ræva hele veien her.
Trump and his tariff hawks are concerned.
Nei, ikke mer enn I går.
The burning issue for them will be what happens to these punitive tariffs that Trump has imposed but suspended until July 9th. The trade negotiators on both sides from the EU and the US are trying to kind of find that you know, to avoid those tariffs and what we would expect to be retaliatory measures from the EU kicking in on July 9th. That's not really a German competency, but what Merz can do is really help the mood music and help to create a more benevolent attitude in the White House towards EU negotiators.
So
Ukraine
is obviously a key issue, although it appears that the U.S. is trying to step back to a pretty meaningful degree. We've seen NATO step up their defense spending. Is the expectation that Germany is going to shoulder most of that, and are they prepared to do that?
Yeah, that's the basic idea. Merz's most dramatic policy move so far since his election victory in February has been to remove the constitutional limits on borrowing with everything related to defense and the military. That is part of his plan to get Germany's defense spending up towards 3.5% of GDP, with another 1.5% on related issues like infrastructure, perhaps cybersecurity. So Merz is really responding to Trump's demands to dramatically increase military spending. The issue for the Europeans is how quickly can they actually turn those policy commitments into tanks and air defense systems and fighter jets, and importantly boots that are deployable on the ground, potentially in Ukraine and across the eastern frontier of NATO.
Ben, are the German people by and large behind such a policy here, that Germany will in fact be making significant investments in infrastructure and the military, and will very likely play a larger military role? Is the U.S. populace behind that? Is the German populace? Sorry,
I'm not sure that. I'm not sure that they are. I think that Merz has got a lot of work to do still to convince people on that score. He came in at the head of a very weak coalition. His signature policies on defence and on borrowing run counter to the instincts of lots of his own conservative lawmakers, and his initial confidence vote in the Bundestag, he actually lost, and they had the whips running around, rustling. Got through in a second.
We're going to go to the president right now. Thank you very much, Ben Sills, managing editor for Bloomberg News in Frankfurt. Right now, let's go to Washington, D.C. Presidents Trump and President Merz from Germany are speaking.
So I'm very happy to be here again.
Also, that breaking news with Trump.
We are having so much in common. We owe the Americans a lot. We will never forget about that. And so with your German provenance, I think this is a very good basis for close cooperation between America and Germany. So again, thank you. Thank you for the hospitality, and thank you for having your guest house for a night. This is a great place. Great place. Many thanks for that. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's a wonderful place. It's a landmark also. And Blair House is it's a nice place to stay. Good. Thank you very much for saying that. Would you have any questions, please?
Mr. President. On your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one, and we're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the chancellor. Of course, you have a little problem too with some of the people that were allowed into your country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened what she did, but you have your own difficulty with that, and we do, and we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly. But it can't come fast enough. We want to get them out. We want to get them out now. We don't want to have other bad people coming into our country. By using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay,
The Democrats
question?
as a distraction.
Please.
You put out on Truth Social a post regarding your conversation with President Xi. Can you talk about whether or not you feel that trade talks, trade relations are back on track after appearing to be a little bit off track last week?
A little bit off track. It was only the complexity. It's pretty complex stuff. We had a very good conversation with President Xi a little while ago, just before your arrival. In fact, we just hung up, and they said, "You're here." I said, "That's pretty good. Two great leaders of the world in a very short period of time." We had a very good talk, and we've straightened out any complexity. It's very complex stuff, and we straightened it out. The agreement was we're going to have Scott and Howard and Jameson will be going and meeting with their top people and continue it forward. But no, I think we have everything. I think we're in very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know, but we were straightening out some of the points, having to do mostly with rare earth, magnets, and some other things.
Those reduced trade tariff rates, they remain in effect?
Yeah, we have the deal. I mean, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even say finalizing it up, Scott. I would say we have a deal, and we're going to just make sure that everybody understands what the deal is. Okay? We had a really good conversation. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China.
Mr. President, what do you expect from Germany? Did you talk about the Chinese students? Are you allowing them to come to the U.S.?
No, Chinese students are coming. No problem. No problem.
Okay,
It's our honor to have them, frankly. Look, we want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. You know, in the case of Harvard and Columbia and others, all we want to do is see their list. There's no problem with that. This is anybody outside of our country, international students, because when we see some of the people that we've been watching, we say, where do these people come from? How is that possible? No, we want to have foreign students come. We're very honored by it, but we want to see their list. Harvard didn't want to give us the list. They're going to be giving us the list now. I think they're starting to behave, actually, if you want to know the truth.
On Russia, are you willing to put more pressure on Putin to end the war by imposing new sanctions on Russia and also on China?
Well, remember, I'm the one that ended Nord Stream 2, going to a place called Germany, come to think of it. I'm sorry I did that. I don't know. But I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody else did. And then when Biden came in, he immediately approved it. That's the largest, essentially the largest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and other countries. And by the way, we have so much oil and gas, you will not be able to buy it all. I mean, you literally, we have so much, and I hope we're going to make that a part of our trade deal because we have more than anybody else. We have actually the most by far in the world, probably double what anyone else has. So we'll work on that. I'm sure that's something we'll discuss today.
Mr. President,
what do you expect from Germany and what do you expect from the Chancellor?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor and he's very A very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right?
No.
Yeah, he's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal, or we'll do something. You know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Mr. President.
Back there, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President? Okay.
Fy faen, du ramla mye, ass.
Mr. President, is Germany doing enough on defense? Defense spending.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
The Chancellor wants to.
Is Germany doing enough on
wants to
defense?
spend 3.5.
Well, I don't know.
Kan jo hende at den skal ned til 32 år.
I know that you're spending more
33.
money on defense now, and quite a bit more money, and that's a positive thing. I'm not sure that General MacArthur would have said it's positive, you know. He wouldn't like it, but I sort of think it's good. You understand what I mean by that? He made a statement, never let Germany rearm. And I said, I always think about that when he says, sir, we're spending more money on defense. I say, oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing. But, you know, at least to a certain point. There'll be a point when I'll say, please don't arm anymore, if you don't mind. We'll be watching him. I'll get it.
Mr. President. Mr. President Biden, Mr. President.
Yeah, Biden, you said Biden.
Your predecessor dismissed your auto pen investigation. He said he made all the decisions during his presidency. I'm curious your reaction to his dismissal.
Well, look, the auto pen, I think, is the big scandal outside of the rigged election of 2020. I think the biggest scandal of the last many years is the auto pen. And who's using it? I happen to think I know, okay, because I'm here. And I'm not a big auto pen person, fortunately. I'm glad. I'm very glad. It's an easy way out. But it's a very bad thing, very dangerous. You know, I sign important documents. Usually when they put documents in front of you, they're important. Even if you're signing ambassadorships, and I consider that important. I think it's inappropriate. You have somebody that's devoting 4 years of their life or more to being an ambassador. I think you really deserve, that person deserves to get a real signature, not an auto pen signature. And I can tell auto pen easily. I can look at it. Like two little pinholes from pulling the paper, right? You always see the pinholes. It's real easy to tell about auto pen. I think it's very disrespectful to people when they get an auto pen signature. Outside, auto pen to me are used when thousands of letters come in from young people all over the country and you want to get them back. And you know, people use auto pens for that, to send a little signature at the bottom of a letter. We have thousands of letters a week, and it's not possible to, you know, do. I'd like to do it myself, but you can't do it. To me, that's where auto pens start and stop. But I don't think, I'm sure that he didn't know many of the things. Look, he was never for open borders. He was never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. I mean, he changed, I mean, all of these things that changed so radically. I don't think he had any idea that what was, frankly, I said it during the debate and I say it now, he didn't have much of an idea what was going on.
Mr. President.
He shouldn't be, I mean, essentially whoever used the auto pen was the president. And that is wrong, it's illegal, it's so bad, and it's so disrespectful to our country.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, will you lead your troops in Germany? And if I may ask a question to the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience, how is your first encounter been?
The answer is yes. We'll talk about that. But if they'd like to have them there, yeah, we have a lot of them, about 45,000. It's a lot of troops. It's a city.
Go, good.
That's good economic development. Highly paid troops, and they spend a lot of money in Germany. But the relationship with Germany is very important. Yeah, we'll be doing that. No problem.
May I say a few words in German to
Yes,
the German
please.
public? So, danke für die Frage. Wir sind hier im Weißen Haus und ich bedanke mich beim Präsidenten für den sehr freundlichen Empfang im Oval Office in diesem weltweit bekannten Raum. Ich freue mich sehr, hier zu sein. und wir bereiten eine Vertiefung unserer
Zusammenarbeit.
This is live sound coming from the Oval Office on Bloomberg Radio. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, meeting with President Trump today at the White House with a series of events, including lunch, a working lunch, and a bilateral meeting here in the Oval. Let's listen live on Bloomberg.
I understand almost everything and to speak as good as I can.
Very good. You know, it's,
Mr. President, you've made
it's an achievement, actually.
Mr. President,
can I follow up on that I've seen
Yes.
regarding? Thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say, people's taxes will go way down. But it's the biggest tax cut in history. It's we are doing things in that
Trump
bill
wants
that
to
are
make
unbelievable.
oil and gas a part of
when you look at what
trade
we're
deals.
doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people, all of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And you know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and you know, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and you know, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And you know, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning, Mr. Secretary. That hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, you know, he recommended somebody from that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, you know, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges, we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our, we'll be checking him out, seeing, but he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And, you know, I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk, and even with the black eye, I said, you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it. Business is spurred. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but the numbers came out. Even the CBO, which is run by Democrats, said that we're going to be doing, you know, I'd like you to discuss it, the 2.8 trillion, that CBO. This is a group of people that are Democrats. They're very hostile to us. They just came out with phenomenal numbers, what it does. You want to mention that, Scott?
Yes, sir. So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
It gives you a tremendous surplus, but we're not allowed to use that. For some reason, they say scoring. Nobody knows what scoring means. Maybe a couple of people, but nobody. Somebody sits in the background, they say, well, we're not going to allow that. They're not allowing other things that we have that are tremendously profitable for our country. But if you saw the other day, CNBC, they came out with numbers, and the people on the show, very good people, I've watched them for a long time, they couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible, and that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now, and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say I think it's worse than that. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country under the Biden administration. Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than 0 is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1, and 1% is like perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to have 0 for certain reasons that nobody is very interested to listen to. But we have almost perfect inflation. Grocery prices are down. Everything. Remember eggs? Eggs, we weren't going to buy another egg for the next 20 years. They were so expensive, right? Remember? You guys all hit me about eggs. Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs now. They're having eggs for breakfast again. But if you look at gasoline, very important. I think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states where you're at $1.98 a gallon for gasoline. So the costs have come way down, and one of the things I ran on was that. I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country, 99.99%. It was last week, 3 people came in, 2 of them for medical reasons. We let them in because one of them had a heart attack. I think it was a nice thing to do, and one of them had something else. So we've never had, I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Homan. They've done a fantastic job. But nobody mentions that anymore. Remember, a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were coming in by the hundreds of thousands of people a day, a week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in 1 month. The border was being overrun, and a lot of bad people, criminals, murderers, drug dealers. We had some of the worst people in the world coming in from all over the world. It's totally closed. And you know what? People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have we want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next.
Donald.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns privately before he made it? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office. And he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room. And I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly. And some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars in this room, you were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing from your perspective? What are his...
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it. But he got hit hard, and I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he wanted the whole thing. I thought he wanted the entire, everything having to do with Ukraine. That's something that would have never happened if I were president. The election was rigged. I didn't get to be president, but I got to be president now. And I think it's a much more important presidency. Other than a couple of things like that, the war would have never happened. The war with Ukraine, with Putin, would have never happened, ever, not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. And it wasn't thought of. I used to talk to him about Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but he would have never done what he did. And I think mistakes were made by him, but I think mistakes were made by other people. The president should have never allowed that war. Biden should have never allowed that war to happen. If you had the right guy in here, that war would have never happened. Israel would have never happened with Hamas. That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. And all of that would have never happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. It was caused mostly by energy. And the Biden administration messed up my great energy policy. We were down into the 190 a gallon, and it would have never happened. It was caused by energy and their bad spending on the Green New Scam and other things that they spent on. But all of those things would have never happened. But maybe most importantly, the war, Chancellor, with Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. It was something that would have, you know, I dealt with Putin a lot. There was no chance, zero. And you know, a lot of people say, how do you know? For 4 years it didn't happen. There was never a chance of it happening. And he understood the consequences. Now, it's a shame. And when you see all of those people, they came out with a report today that millions of people have died, much more than people thought. And I've been saying that for a long time. The amount of death in that war is far greater than the news has been reporting, or than, frankly, that either side has been reporting. It's a very sad thing. And I can tell you, just speaking for the Chancellor, because we speak about it, he feels the same way. He wants to see it ended. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. And I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on how we could contribute to that goal. And we all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war to an end. And may I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in
day.
the long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
And we know what we owe you, but this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war.
Slutt å sleike ræv, Tyskland. Dere mange nok. Bare bom Russland til helvete blir ferdig.
Support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia.
Gull går rett
The
opp.
European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. And
Yep.
you know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof. The economic numbers, because of the election and because of tariffs and other things, a lot of things. But we've had some of the best numbers we've ever had. They were reported yesterday, the day before, and even today. Country's doing really well. I think that one of the things you'll be most interested in is that 6 months ago, we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean, they just couldn't do it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join the military. It wasn't me. This was before I got there, the past administration. But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were record low. You couldn't get them to join. That included the police. And you couldn't get them to join. Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country, we think, but very close, but the highest in the history of our country, recruitment, joining the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, police forces all over the country.
What did you do for that? What was the reason?
Spirit. They love our country again. You know? You're going to do the same thing. Spirit. We have great spirit is back in our country, and it's very simple. You know, it was only, Susie, 6 months ago, right, that you got reports, you're the one that released them, that you couldn't get anybody to join the military, and now we're stocked. Every service now is packed, and we have waiting lists of people trying to get in, as good as we've ever had in the history of our country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor. Yeah.
Mr. President, on the war.
You've asked. You've had enough. Go ahead.
Mr. President, so would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
yeah, when I see the moment when we're not going to make a deal, when this thing won't stop, at that moment, yeah, it's in my brain, the deadline. When I see the moment where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing, that will be very, very, very tough. And it could be on both countries, to be honest. You know, it takes two to tango. But we're going to be very tough. Whether it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very tough. That's a bloodbath that's going on over there. And
that's a bloodbath going on over there. We're so beautiful, we're so magnificent. We are getting the spirits back. We're the best country in the whole world. We are so hot. We're so hot. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
Sometimes, this is me speaking, maybe
me and Putin watch porn together.
But sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. And you try and pull them apart, they don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot, because both sides are suffering, before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey. You see it in sports. The referees let them go for a couple of seconds. Let them go for a little while before you pull them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the Chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of, there's a great hatred between those two men, but between the warring parties, great hatred.
Mr. President, you say and believe apparently that there is no immediate peace.
What?
That there is no immediate peace. There will be no.
Well, I can't. I'd love to have immediate if I could. If I could, but we don't have immediate. You know, it's like I'd love to have that. I'd like it to start. Right now, we would leave a room if we knew the war could end. We'd say, forget about you guys. Forget about trade. Right? We'd say, let's go settle it. There's some additional fighting that's going to go on. You know, he attacked, and they attacked pretty harshly. They went deep into Russia, and he actually told me, I mean, I made it very clear. He said we have no choice but to attack based on that. It's probably not going to be pretty. I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. You should stop it. But again, there's a lot of hatred. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that with India and Pakistan, I was able to stop that. And those are nuclear powers, and that was getting close to being out of hand. And I spoke to some very talented people on both sides, very good people.
Han tar kred for å stoppe Pakistan og India.
And I said, we're dealing with you on trade, Pakistan and India right now. I said, we're not going to deal with you on trade if you're going to go shooting each other and whipping
er
out
så
nuclear
full av skitt, han
weapons
er inne.
that maybe even affect us.
Han stopper jo ikke.
Because you know that nuclear dust
Ja,
goes
nei.
across oceans very quickly. It affects us. And I said, if you're going to do that, we're not going to do any trade deals. And you know what? I got that war stopped. Now, I hope we don't go back and we find out that they started, but I don't think they will. They were both good. They were well represented. I want to congratulate both countries because, as you know, the leader of India, who's a great guy, was here a few weeks ago. We had some great talks. We're doing a trade deal. And Pakistan, likewise, they have very strong leadership. Some people won't like when I say that, but, you know, it is what it is. And they stopped that war. Now, am I going to get credit? I'll never get credit for anything. They don't give me credit for anything, but nobody else could have done it. I stopped it. I was very proud of that. I wish we could do the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. And at some point it'll happen. I believe that. And if it doesn't happen, or if I see somebody's out of line, if Russia's out of line, you'll be amazed how tough. Remember this. They like to say that I'm friends with Russia. I'm not friends with anybody. I'm friends with you. I'm not friends with that. I want the right thing to happen for our country, for everybody, for humanity. But I'm the one that stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Until I came along, nobody ever heard, not one person in this room ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You probably did, yes, because it went to Germany. He's the only one
knowing that this was a mistake.
But I stopped him. I stopped it. Yeah, and you've said that openly.
Yeah.
It was a mistake because, and I used to go with Angela. I'd say, well, wait a minute. We're spending all this money to defend you against Russia, and then you're giving Russia billions of dollars a month. What kind of a deal is that? You know, but you said it better than anybody else. I appreciate it. But I'm the one that stopped it. And that was the biggest economic development job, if you want to call it that, in the history, think of it, in the history of Russia. That was a massive, it's the biggest pipeline in the world. Going to go all over Europe, not only to Germany. You know, there was Germany, but then they were branching off all over to Europe. Nobody ever heard of, not one person of you heard of it. And I stopped it. It was dead. And then they say, I'm friends with Putin. I got along with him. He respected me, I respected him. It would have never happened. But I stopped Nord Stream 2. When Biden came in, almost the first week, he approved it. He let it be built. And then they say that I wasn't tough on Russia. Putin said to me, you know, you're not tough on Russia. You stopped the biggest, most important job we've ever done. You stopped it. And Biden came in and he let it be built. And I'll tell you what, I'll never forget the day. I had it totally stopped. They weren't building. They gave up on it. They weren't able to. And then Biden came in and he let him build. I couldn't believe it. Okay, one or two questions more, please. Any questions? Any question for the Chancellor? Go ahead, for the Chancellor. I like his answers much better. Yeah, I'm with Ukraine. We just signed a big deal on rare earth with Ukraine. And we want to, you know what, I'm for stopping killing, really. That's what I'm for. Again, a war that would have never started, should have never started. I want to see the killing stop. We spent $350 billion, much more than Europe, but Europe spent a lot also. And they spent way over $100 billion.
Yeah.
So you're talking about close to $500 billion went into that whole thing. And it's not even the money, and I know with you too, it's a lot of money, but it's the death that's being caused. We went to the Middle East. I went last week to the Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. That's many, many times. That's 30, 40 times, 50 times more than what we're talking about. It's think of that, $5.1 trillion of investment with one trip that lasted 4 days. So it's not the money. It's a little bit of money, but not the money, the big thing. The big thing is the death. The death of, and really the decimation. You've lost a whole culture. You know, Ukraine had the most beautiful turrets. They call them turrets, little towers, beautiful towers, the most beautiful in the world. They're all now laying on their side, blown to smithereens. It'll never happen again. They've taken away the culture of a country. They've taken away the heritage of a country. It's a terrible thing. But most importantly, again, is the death. 5,000 plus people a week, soldiers, are being killed. He doesn't want that, and I don't want that. And one more. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support the Graham bill on putting high tariffs on China?
I haven't looked at it, but they'll be guided by me. That's the way it's supposed to be. They're going to be guided by me. No, I haven't looked at it. It's a bill on sanctions, etc. I'm a very quick study. At the right time, I'll do what I want to do. But it could very well be okay. I'll have to see. But they're waiting for me to decide on what to do, and I'll know maybe very soon. It's a harsh bill. Yeah, very harsh.
We'll take one more on the auto pen.
I would like to have a question to the Chancellor as well, because do you agree with the analogy the President made on the war between Russia and Ukraine as being a fight between two kids? Is that how you view that as well? And what do you actually want the US President to do in this?
Well, I think we both agree on this war and how terrible this war is going on, and we are both looking for ways to stop it very soon. And I told the President before we came in that he is the key person in the world who can really do that now by putting pressure on Russia. And we will have this debate later on again, how we can proceed jointly between the Europeans and the Americans. And I think we are all we are having the duty to do something on that now to stop it after 3.5 years, which is really terrible. Look at the kids, the kids which were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. This is all terrible. And so we are talking about instruments, measures, what we can do, and my personal view is clear on that. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we are trying to get them stronger and stronger just to make Putin stop this war. And this is our approach.
We get satellite pictures of the war field, and you don't even like to look at them, right?
It's terrible.
So, bodies, arms, heads, legs all over the place. You've never seen anything like it. It's so ridiculous.
And this is only by Russian weapons against Ukraine. This had never happened with Ukraine weapons against Russia. Never. Ukraine is only targeting military targets, not civilians, not private, not energy infrastructure. So this is the difference, and that's the reason why we are trying to do more on Russia, how to stop this war.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the battlefield, the soldiers on soldiers. But you could also say that too with the cities. The cities are being hit also. So it's a terrible, terrible thing. Somebody said autopen. Did I hear the word autopen?
I'm just curious.
Because I think it's the biggest scandal maybe in the last 100 years in this country. So when I hear that word, I think it has to be discussed, because the fake news will try and hide it, and we can't do that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Have you uncovered any evidence that anything specific was signed without President Biden's knowledge or by other people in the administration acting illegally?
Well, I don't think Biden would know whether or not he signed it.
I'm asking if you've uncovered that.
No, but I've uncovered, the human mind. I was in a debate with the human mind, and I didn't think he knew what the hell he was doing. So, it's just one of those things, one of those problems. We can't ever allow that to happen to our country. The danger our country was in, and I know some of the people that worked with him, radical left, horrible people. And I could give you the name of some of the people that use the autopen, because I'm here, and I ask questions about people that were here also. There are a lot of people that were here when that happened, and they're here right now, and they'll answer your question very accurately. But I know some of the people that use that autopen, and those are not the people that had the same ideology as Joe Biden. These were radical
Elon Musk
lunatics.
er jo autist.
They didn't get
Han
elected.
gidder jo ikke ljuge.
He
Han
didn't
bare
get
sier det
elected
som det
either,
er.
actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Han er ikke sånn strategisk.
Roughly 45 minutes in the Oval Office with President Trump and the Chancellor of Germany. This is live from Washington on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121. Of course, you're always able to watch us on YouTube, live from Washington by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Quite the romp there. We covered a lot of ground. To quickly, if you're just joining us, just stop down on some of what we heard. Big questions about whether the president would speak to the objections, passionate objections from Elon Musk when it comes to the reconciliation bill. One of the first things that came up, President Trump saying, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. I was surprised. He said that Elon was upset about the EV mandate, something that we've heard quite a bit about here. In fact, a story on the terminal that we've crunched numbers on this, as a matter of fact, with Tesla, according to JP Morgan, facing $1.2 billion of risk in this Trump tax bill. President Trump saying that Elon hasn't said a bad thing about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. I'm very disappointed in Elon. Only moments later, Elon Musk takes to Twitter writing, whatever. Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. He goes on to say, either you get a big and ugly bill or a slim and beautiful bill. Slim and beautiful is the way. Ukraine, of course, looming large in this conversation with the Chancellor of Germany. On Vladimir Putin, President Trump saying he got hit, referring to Ukraine's mission to go deep into Russia last weekend. He says he's been doing hitting, so I understand it, but he got hit hard. I don't think he's playing games, knowing that a retaliation is coming, as President Trump wrote on Truth Social yesterday. He likened them to kids in a schoolyard, Ukraine and Russia, knowing, of course, that Ukraine was invaded by Russia, saying sometimes you see the two kids fighting like crazy. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while. He got into the CBO, Congressional Budget Office scoring of the reconciliation bill, saying everyone says scoring. No one knows what scoring means. When it came to gas prices, he said we have states where gas is $1.98 a gallon. We have no evidence that that is the case in any of the 50 states. And then, of course, a deep dive on the auto pen, saying it's the big scandal of the last many years, remembering that Donald Trump last evening announced an investigation from the office into what happened in the prior administration, the use of the auto pen, and what he describes as a cover-up of Joe Biden's mental decline. That's what we have for you today at the White House. That meeting in the Oval will now move into a lunch with the Chancellor of Germany, and we'll keep tabs on any other headlines that we get from the White House. We want to bring you into an important conversation right now on Bloomberg with the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, sitting down with Bloomberg Business Week editor Brad Stone. Let's put an ear on this conversation live on Bloomberg.
Yeah, so those are two good examples. Private-public partnership is always needed. Every city does this. This is not something new. It just hasn't been done to great effect in San Francisco for a while. And it's not about being sustainable. It's about giving us test cases. We had Chris Larson of Ripple just announce a major investment in a real-time intelligence center in San Francisco to make sure that we're using technology to keep San Franciscans safe.
But is that the proper use for private funds?
Yeah, so he gets something up and running, and then the government takes it over. We are trying to build more drug treatment beds, more mental health beds. So we have the private sector contributing close to $40 million to help us with the capital projects, but then government, which it is our responsibility to pay for the ongoing services to keep people treated. But we are facing $1 billion budget deficit here in San Francisco. And so those funds help kickstart something that we're able to continue to pay for in the out years.
I mean, do you think the business community, in particular the tech community, has a responsibility toward the city that was previously unmet?
I think any company, any individual that's had success or is doing business in the city has a responsibility to be part of the community. Much has been made of my background coming from Levi Strauss. That company has been around for 160, 170 years, always part of the community. We have great companies like Gap, Salesforce, OpenAI is getting involved in the company. So yes, companies have a responsibility, but government has a responsibility as well, and there needs to be partnership. And what we did as a city was we took business for granted. And we thought, we can just continue to increase taxes, not deliver clean and safe streets, and they'll stay. Well, guess what? They left. We can't take it for granted anymore. We're not. We're seeing businesses, we're seeing jobs coming back to San Francisco. Coinbase famously left.
They paid to leave.
They paid to leave, and now they're 150,000 square foot lease just a few blocks from here in Mission Rock, which is taking off. Visa, another example of a company that really gets their responsibility to investing back in the community. They're doing a lot around youth homelessness. And so really, those executives over there, Ryan and Oliver Jenkins, they get it. And we need more companies like that that will lift all boats.
At the same time, you have to balance the demands or the needs of these companies. You recently allowed Waymos to drive on Market Street, and if any of you are visiting and you haven't taken a Waymo, you should.
It hasn't happened yet.
Okay,
yep.
so it will.
We're in talks with them.
But you know, there are companies like Uber that cannot access Market Street. They're quite upset about that. So how do you make sure that you don't end up prioritizing the needs of one company versus another?
Well, here's what I'd say. I'm prioritizing the residents of San Francisco. 840,000 people that's who my customers are. And I want business here because I want them bringing their jobs here. I want them bringing their tax revenue here. And we're going to have conversations. They'll be transparent. They'll be open. We're talking to the leaders of all of these companies. We have talked to Waymo about Market Street, and we're in discussions with them about it. That has not happened yet. And we'll continue to have discussions. I want us to be open for business. I want everybody in the city to know who we're talking to. And we'll be completely transparent about it.
Do you have a plan to get tech workers out of their cloistered office cafeterias and doing their dry cleaning in the city versus, in the workplace?
Well, listen, my job is to create the conditions so people come back to work downtown. We have 35, 36% empty office space downtown. That number is slowly going down. We need it to go more rapidly down. So I'm not focused on the cafeterias. I'm focused on public safety, clean streets, getting people that are struggling with addiction off the streets so that workers want to be back downtown. And when you have workers coming back downtown, and part of creating the conditions, we've created these things called entertainment zones. On 2nd Street, just a couple blocks from here, there is a night called First Thursdays, where we close down the street on Thursday night, obviously, and 22,000 people were listening to music on the streets the other night. We have 21 entertainment zones across the city in great neighborhoods, and I'm telling you, it's happening. So that's my job. My job is not to dictate to private enterprise how they do their business. I want them doing their business here in San Francisco.
I know former Mayor Ed Lee was a mentor of yours. His Twitter tax breaks, as they were colloquially called, drew Twitter and Uber and Block to mid-market, which now, frankly, is they've all left, and it's back to kind of being a disaster. What did the city learn? What did you learn from those tax breaks?
Back to what we said earlier, that it can't be a one-way street, and it won't be. And I am building relationships with nonprofit leaders, with labor leaders, with business leaders. I'm building relationships, fortunately or unfortunately, with people on the street. And it is a two-way street. There's no more that we're just going to hand things out and just let people do whatever they want. I want to have people coming in. I want to welcome them with open arms. And then, like I said, I want them part of San Francisco, part of the fabric of this city. Because your employees, if you're a CEO, you want your employees liking where they work. I just had one of the executives, the CEOs that I talked about earlier, tell me that they did a survey of their employees about where they wanted to be in the Bay Area. San Francisco was where they wanted to be because of our arts and culture, because of the restaurants, because of nightlife, because of these entertainment zones. And so what we learned is you can't just do a handout without any obligation and responsibility.
So you mentioned the budget and the $1 billion shortfall. Your proposed budget eliminates about 1,400 positions, most of them sort of vacant. You talk about perhaps 100 or so layoffs. And yet you've been criticized for not taking a bigger swing. You've got a sympathetic board, maybe that's a strong word, but a moderate board of supervisors, a lot of political capital. Why haven't you taken a bigger cut at San Francisco's budget problems?
I mean, we actually did quite a lot of right sizing in this budget. It took us a long time to get in this mess. It's going to take us some time to get out. What I am really proud of is that this budget sets us up on the path, focusing on core services, for an economic recovery in years 2, 3, 4, because I do think it's happening, businesses coming back. There hasn't been this type of cuts in 17 years. And so people can argue what they want. You know, people say I did too much yesterday. We had people saying, how dare you? And so we've made nobody happy, which I think might be my job. Listen, I took no joy in any of these job losses. It was a really difficult budget, but we had to set ourselves up. We have so much uncertainty, not only at the federal level, but at the state level. We're seeing cuts that pass through to us from both state and federal sources. And so we set aside $400 million in our budget reserves for the uncertainty heading our way. We had to balance this nearly $1 billion budget by law, and we had to make difficult choices, and we did, and we're standing by that.
Well, since you brought it up, let's talk about that $400 million that you've set aside, perhaps for the eventuality that the Trump administration targets San Francisco. We get $2 billion from the federal government. So, you know, what is the risk there? And do you see the administration coming after San Francisco, which is a sanctuary city like others that Trump has targeted, such as Chicago?
It's all real. It's all possible. And how I answer that question is that I'm focused on San Francisco. I can only control what I can control. And that's why the budget, that's why we really focused and prioritized core service around public safety, clean streets, where we really believe if we do that well, we're off to the races. And then revenue comes in directly into city coffers. And that's what I'm focused on. If I worried about what was coming from Washington or from Sacramento, I wouldn't be able to do my job because it seems to change every hour. And so I'm staying focused on San Francisco.
There is an argument advanced by organized labor and some other political allies that the budget shortfall is largely the problem or the fault of tech companies like Uber and Airbnb that are suing over taxes that they believe the city unfairly levied. Tell us what you make of that argument.
So just to be clear, all those companies have paid the taxes.
Right.
They just feel like they overpaid, and so there's a lawsuit
and
happening.
Then you have to keep those funds.
And you have to keep it in reserve for if you lose the lawsuit. So I'm not allowed to talk about ongoing litigation. The big thing that I want people to understand, and you all understand this in this audience, is what we were doing as a city was we were using one-time funding from the feds and from the state to pay for ongoing salaries and support, and that's where the 1,400 positions comes in. We're putting an end to that. We are no longer using one-time funding to pay for salaries and pay for positions, whether they're empty or not, and most of them were vacant positions. But those vacant positions actually do cost us money, especially in years 2, 3, 4. And so we're ending that practice. And that's an important thing for everybody to understand. This is not about a one-time litigation. And so once again, I want business back in San Francisco. I want them paying taxes here. I want them growing their employee base here. And I'm telling you, it's happening.
2 more questions before I lose you. Okay. Maybe people aren't familiar. Your Instagram game is strong, like multiple times a day. It's very well done. Did you realize when you started campaigning for the job that it is essentially indistinguishable from the role of Instagram influencer?
Well, you all be the judge of that. My kids, I think they acknowledge some of the reporting that's been done, that that I'm awkward, that I'm a dorky dad, so my kids are getting a kick out of it. I'm having fun with it because my team and I, we know that we have to get the message out. We want to be selling our city. We think it's important to show off all the small businesses that are driving our economy, that are driving our city, that people around the country need to know that San Francisco is on the rise, and this has given us an avenue to do that on a daily basis, and it's been fun.
You enjoy doing it?
People ask me what the biggest surprise is of the job, and I say, I love it. Like, I love my job every single day. I honestly, I think I have the best job in the country, not just in politics, and I definitely have the best job in politics. You can talk to people that have been mayors around this. You go to D.C., you go to Sacramento, I don't think they have as much fun as I do.
Okay, last thing. You can really measure the health of a city by the number of construction cranes. And I think we haven't really had that many in San Francisco.
That's fair.
If over the course of your term, you could build one thing, and maybe your name's on it, maybe it isn't, but you could leave one construction legacy in San Francisco, what would it be?
That's a great question. For me, it's getting more housing built at all income levels. So that's a great question on the cranes. I want cranes all over the place. And
we have a long way to go.
We have a long way to go, but I'm telling you, it's going to happen. San Francisco, we are on the rise. We're on our way back. I hope you'll be part of building it. I appreciate you having me, and I end everything with, let's go San Francisco. We got this.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Live from the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco, the mayor of that city, Daniel Lurie, speaking in conversation with Brad Stone, Bloomberg Business Week editor, at a conversation that we wanted to make sure you got to hear on Bloomberg Radio. We're covering the waterfront today, and I guess I should say crossing the country to bring you the best content in politics. We spent the first chunk of this hour, of course, in the Oval Office with President Trump making a lot of headlines about everything from Elon Musk to Ukraine. We're going to dive into that coming up with our political panel. We do need to watch Wall Street, though, as always. It's been a minute, and for that, we turn to our friend Charlie Pellet in New York for an update on the markets today. How's it look, Charlie?
Right now, higher across the board, a lot of green on the screen. Want to be the best content in the business, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher right now. S&P up 8, well off session highs, still a gain there of 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 53 right now, up 0.1%. We got NASDAQ also higher now by 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, though, in the red, down 0.5%. Should point out Microsoft climbing to a record today, up by 0.8%. We've got the 10-year 4.38%, the 2-year 3.90%. Gold down 0.6%, 33.50 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 63.39 a barrel. Briefly, Circle Internet, the IPO shares trading now up by 186%. We do see another trading halt there because of volatility. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
It's like the good old days are here again, Charlie. How about that for the big IPO? We'll get back with Charlie a little bit later on here in the program to see how the Thursday trade is going. Yeah, you made it to Little Friday. I'm glad you're spending time with us here on Balance of Power. Thursday edition on the radio, satellite radio 2, channel 121, and YouTube, where you can find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. I want to point you to something good we've got coming up at the top of the hour. We're a variety show here of sorts today at the intersection of politics and business. We'll bring you back to San Francisco, the Bloomberg Tech Summit, for a conversation with the CEO of Uber. Dara Khosrowshahi is going to be talking in conversation coming up in our second hour. We're also going to spend some time with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, in studio here on Balance of Power. A lot of talk about Elon, of course. That's been the case ever since he left town and started getting upset about the reconciliation bill, which, of course, he's called disgusting and a lot of other things. The president had his first chance to weigh in on this fit of Twitter posts and vitriol coming with the former head of the Doge, of course, now back to work at Tesla and SpaceX, even today taking issue with this idea that he doesn't like the bill because of EV tax credits. Listen to Donald Trump talk about his relationship with Elon Musk and his feelings about this pushback.
I've always liked Elon, and so I was very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts.
Elon Musk was watching, and he never misses Balance of Power. Remember yesterday, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social about Elizabeth Warren while we were talking with her? Well, just like that, Elon Musk posting to Twitter. This is going to take me a minute here. We've got a lot going on. Whatever, says Elon Musk, Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. But ditch, he says, the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill. Slim and beautiful is the way, says Elon Musk. But it's getting worse now. He's been up all night or something, and he's on Twitter again. The president said it's going to get bad, right? He said he's going to start talking about me. That was the quote. He hasn't said anything bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. And here we are. Elon Musk on Twitter. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude, says Elon Musk. Boy, people at the beginning of this whole Doge experiment were talking about when the falling out was going to happen. We were all told we were asking the wrong questions, but now we're watching it in real time with the help of our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us. Senior fellow
Trump bare, Elon Musk bare, without me, Donald Trump would have won the election. Det var bare trynere, vet du. Og gull går i taket. Har så vidt begynt å røre på seg. Jeg tipper vi får gull oppe på 3,370-ish. Bare folk må skjønne hva som skjer, for folk skjønner jo ikke det. Jeg litt tidlig ute igjen, som alltid.
Det er 3,70 da, det er på 61,80 på Fibonacci. Det er perfekt.
Så vi ser det samme, men du ser gjennom grafene. Det er rart det der.
Matematikk.
Ja, det er veldig rart.
Du ser det, han
Matematikk.
Han mister følelsen helt.
Whatever, Joe and Lester, whatever. It's bringing me all back to my Valley Girl days. I am just with Lester. I am loving this.
Tesla er ned 8%.
One of the representatives said the other day, it's like watching mommy and daddy fighting, and I think there's some truth to that. You know, the reality is of this is that this is what it is like in all of the reservation that is the Trump administration.
Ja, men den Nasdaq kan du ikke trede mer. Det går ikke an å trede Nasdaq, for det er 4-5 aksjer. Nasdaq er 4 aksjer. Det er ikke en indeks.
Så går den rett ned igjen, ikke sant?
Nå går den ned nå. Men Nasdaq er ikke en indeks lenger. Det er bare dritt.
Han vil ikke falle ut av den stolen her.
Se gull da. Skal jeg tjene masse penger til de som følger meg. Masse penger. Se for gull da.
What do you think is going on here? Lester, is it about the EV mandates? Is it as simple as that? Because they were both asked about that. In the first 100 days, Donald Trump says Elon never asked him about it, never made a point about it. Elon Musk said he didn't need him. Tesla was beating everybody else. Now it's all about EV mandates. But there have been hit jobs on his drug use recently, his personal issues. Is this some sort of personal meltdown? How do you chalk this up?
I don't think it has anything to do with the EV policy. I suspect this is more about Musk realizing that his budget-cutting efforts at Doge were really just a tool for the president to keep the Freedom Caucus in the House on side during this budget reconciliation process. I think Elon Musk somehow missed the joke that was a distraction from the main effort, which is to get this fairly large spending and tax cut bill through Congress in a way that kept the Republican Party together. Elon Musk was a tool in that. Doge was a tool in that. And I think he must not have realized that until just recently.
Jeg sier Nasdaq skal til 16,000, så det er greit.
I'll tell you what, look, Lester, if that turns out to be right, that is brilliant analysis, Jeannie. Did Donald Trump have this plan that way the whole time? Put Elon Musk, of all people, in front of Doge, give him a chainsaw, and get the Freedom Caucus off my back.
No, I don't believe this is some kind of 3D chess that's being played. I think the reality for Elon Musk is, like many people, he can do the math. This is not what Donald Trump needs or wants. So if that was the strategy, it was a very poor one and very much unlike Donald Trump. For Elon Musk, this is problematic and unsustainable fiscally, and he is right about that. He is upset about the EV mandate, sure, but I don't think that's the bulk of it either. And I think the reality is they should have kept him in the fold, whether that allowed him to be a special employee going forward or whatever it was, because Elon Musk outside of the administration is a huge challenge for them. So I can't imagine this is what Donald Trump wanted or needed. And if it ends up really destroying this bill, they are going to look back at some of the big mistakes they made about not keeping him in place. If there's one person you had to keep there, it was Elon Musk.
You think Trump blocks him? Maybe Elon blocks Trump? That's what the kids do now, right?
That's what the kids do.
The thing is, JP Morgan crunched numbers on this,
That's
Lester.
what the kids do now.
Trump's massive tax bill, it says, would largely eliminate a credit worth as much as $7,500 for buyers of some Tesla models. That would translate to $1.2 billion in a hit to Tesla's full-year profit. That sounds meaningful, doesn't it?
Deilig.
Yeah, but I also think Elon saw this coming, and he also made, this is a rare disagreement between Jeannie and me. I think Elon misread this politically. He thought it would be better to be insinuated with President Trump as closely as possible, not necessarily for the EV mandate, but maybe for some of his other business operations. He's got a lot of dependency on governmental policy decision-making. So it wasn't a bad idea for him to be involved. I think he got a little carried away with the Doge mandate, and that's kind of what caused this schism more than anything else.
You do wonder what happens to the golden key. That was less than what? It was just on Friday. It's been less than a week since he got the key. I also think both of these men know how much a reunion would sell. Just imagine the ticket prices down National Harbor, the chainsaw, Trump and Elon back together again. Always leave room for the reunion tour. Our panel will stay with us in our second hour. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Lester Munson with much more ahead, including our conversation with the CEO at Uber on Bloomberg.
Faen, den hoppa over feil.
Ikke si du tok tap.
Jo, trykket på feil.
Kan du gjerne kommunisere med meg, så skulle jeg også tatt den ut, kanskje?
Kjøpte det tilbake. Jeg skulle rydde opp så jeg ikke hadde så mange.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The feud gets real between President Trump and Elon Musk. Welcome to the Thursday edition. As the president tells reporters he is very disappointed in Musk as the former Doge head keeps criticizing Trump's big, beautiful bill. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where it's already been a day. Kaylee, he's back on Twitter right now saying Donald Trump would have lost the election without him.
Yes, specifically, not just Trump would have lost the election, but Dems would control the House and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate, is the contention of Elon Musk, who went on to say, such ingratitude, as he also claims, whatever, don't reinstitute EV credits that are being rolled back in this one big beautiful bill, which, by the way, he says can't be both big and beautiful, and you either get big and ugly or slim and beautiful.
Yeah, it's been quite the romp here. As President Trump was talking with the Chancellor of Germany, Elon Musk is live tweeting about that with the whatever remark that you can see on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. We've had a couple dozen posts since yesterday from Elon Musk upset about adding to the deficit. The president says he's very disappointed in Elon Musk and he doesn't understand how the bill works.
Yeah, and of course that bill is still being worked on in the United States Senate as we speak after a meeting at the White House yesterday between the Majority Leader and Senate Finance Committee members and the President. So there's a lot we're following here in Washington, keeping in mind that that Merz-Trump meeting also had plenty in regard to geopolitics too after President Trump's phone conversation yesterday with Vladimir Putin and today with China's Xi Jinping. So we'll get into all of that this hour, but we begin as always with the check on the markets, and Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Indeed, quite a romp for the U.S. stock market right now. Last update, we told you stocks were higher. Right now, we are in the red, very much in the red. Do want to begin, however, with that Circle IPO. Circle Internet started trading. We are seeing a trading halt right now. But the stablecoin issuer opened up 123% above the $31 IPO price. Right now, we've got shares just resuming right now. CRCL on the ticker, and I'm looking at the last quote going by, up by 170%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red right now. Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of tomorrow morning's jobs report, which may provide key clues as to whether the Fed will be able to meet market expectations for 2 rate cuts this year. The S&P now lower by 15, down 0.3%, just about the lows of the day. The Dow down 32, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ down 77. For NASDAQ, the composite index down 0.4%. 10-year 4.37%, the 2-year 3.90%. Gold is down $40 the ounce, down 0.6%, and Bitcoin right now down 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude 63.22 a barrel, up by about 0.6%. After earnings, shares of Ciena down now by 14.1%. We will be hearing from Broadcom and Lululemon after the close of trading. Broadcom right now up by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, we are all transfixed by what appears to be the makings of a very big bromance breakup between President Trump and Elon Musk as they continue to publicly trade barbs over each other and, of course, the president's one big beautiful bill, which Elon Musk has been railing against for days, specifically noting the price tag of the bill, the impact it could have on the deficit, while Republicans say, including President Trump, that this is all about Elon Musk not liking the EV credits being rolled back as part of this legislation. But of course, Joe, that's not all this legislation does. This also holds a great number of changes to tax policy, including things like no tax on tips and overtime that the president campaigned on, which actually the next guest coming up at the Bloomberg Tech Summit, the CEO of Uber, Dara Khosrowshahi, has been advocating for. Gig workers like the idea of no tax on tips.
Yeah, Kaylee reminds us we have a couple of really great conversations coming your way. The CEO of Uber, live from the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco, up first. And later this hour, we're going to sit down with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, who is watching what's happening at the White House very closely for a couple of different reasons about fulfilling the D.C. budget with steep cuts that were initiated that the mayor is trying to correct, but also this looming parade. Donald Trump's birthday coinciding with the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. This is a big military parade we've been talking about.
June 14th?
June 14th. It's Saturday here in Washington. They're bringing in tens of thousands of troops to march in this parade. The mayor of D.C., though, has to keep the streets from crumbling under the weight of tanks and so forth.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear from her a little bit more about that.
Relations with this White House and so forth. That's all coming up later this hour. Right now, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, sitting down with Tom Giles in conversation live on Bloomberg. Let's listen.
It came out of Uber earlier this week. Thank you, Natalie Lung, for breaking that story about some changes, upper management. You promoted Andrew McDonald to Chief Operating Officer. You were quick to say you're not going anywhere anytime soon. You also said in your note something that was a little bit of a little enigmatic to those of us on the outside, that with Max stepping up, I intend to put focus on our 6 strategic shifts, spending more time with our tech teams. Tell us about what are the 6 strategic shifts? And why do you need to spend more time with the tech teams?
Well, I think if I talked about all 6, we'd be here the whole time. But for example, one that we talk about for us is becoming much more of a company in terms of the lifetime relationship with our customers. And one of the reasons why actually I wanted to bring Mac in as president COO, he's been at Uber longer than I have, for 13 years. He's an incredible veteran, incredible operator, is that the power we see in the Uber platform continues to increase. Now, what I mean by that is we have a relationship with you on the ride side. A lot of you using Uber to come here, thank you very much. And then our Uber Eats business is almost as large as our Uber Rides business, and growing very, very quickly and accelerating, if anything. And looking at a customer right now, the way the business was built, we essentially had a mobility business that Mac ran, a delivery business that Pierre Dimitri ran, did a terrific job. And it was almost like 2 businesses interacting with you as a customer. And now the focus for us is really moving to lifetime interaction with a customer, looking at you not just as an Uber customer, Uber Eats customer, but overall as an Uber customer, and how do we continue to build that relationship? For example, the membership program that we've got, Uber One, gives you no delivery fees and discounts on rides. We've got 30 million members, and people who use multiple products on Uber tend to have, transact with us much more, tend to have much more satisfaction with the product. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to get an experienced operating executive to really focus on the overall relationship with the customer rather than, separate P&Ls.
I think you said 1 in 5 of your customers are using both mobility and delivery.
It's about, now it's closer to a third now, so it's increasing steadily.
So it's moving in the right direction, right? Mm-hmm. What do you do to get that number higher, and where do you want it to be in, say, 3 years?
Well, listen, we want to get to 50%, and once we get to 50%, I want to go higher than that. And it's about the little interactions every day. For example, when I got a ride to the office the other day, and along the way, I was offered a coffee from Phil's to be ready for me along the way to the office, right? And so it's those little interactions that are value add to the consumer. It's like, great, of course I want my morning coffee, and if it can be ready for me right on the way to work, that's awesome. That is also a way to kind of get me to use Uber Eats, for example, if I didn't use it. Now I use Eats all the time. But it's these little interactions powered by AI, powered by personalization, understanding the context of where you're going, and there's a coffee shop close by to give you that opportunity. It's those experiences that we have to build more and more, which is one of the reasons now I'm going to work more with the tech teams, because they're the ones building these experiences.
I want to spend a little bit of time talking about your relationship with autonomous vehicles. It's up and down for Uber over the years, even preceding your tenure. You have stakes in a lot of AV companies. You talked recently about wanting to monetize some of those. Can you tell us a little bit, or your stakes in your equity stakes generally? You didn't specify AVs, but I am curious. Have you identified where you want to focus, and what do you want to free the cash up? Is it about developing deeper relationships with a select number of AV partners? What's the strategy?
So we want to essentially support the AV ecosystem and continue to help that ecosystem develop, and then AVs penetrate into the marketplace. AV, we think, represents a safer way of transportation. Ultimately, we think it'll expand the marketplace as it makes kind of safe transportation in cities available to everybody. So we're big fans of AV. And generally, we're working with multiple partners in the ecosystem. Waymo, for example, in Austin and Atlanta coming up. Wave, Avride, there are probably 18 partnerships that we have in the AV ecosystem. And we want to help these players develop by investing in them in some cases, but really by working with them to bring their product to market. These are technologies that are unbelievably promising, but they've taken billions of dollars to develop, and 10 plus years. And it's one of those overnight successes that's kind of taken 20 years of development, but is finally ready to hit market, and we want to help the ecosystem get there. Separately, we have large stakes in many companies, well over $5 billion, that we think we can take some of those stakes and essentially recycle them into additional investments in the AV ecosystem. So over a period of time, we'll get it right. We've got a ton of free cash flow of the company. So one way or the other, the goal is to build up the AV ecosystem around our network.
Build up the AV ecosystem. You guys have the UI, for example, that works really well. You have that customer relationship that maybe some of them don't. So is the idea you really want to kind of concentrate on a fewer number, or is it just keep the broad number of AV partners?
I mean, obviously, we want to make sure that we partner with the right players, and I'd say safety is the most important area. We want to make sure that they pass with flying colors through our safety case, which is actually pretty tough. But to the extent that the tech is there, the team is there, safety is part of the culture, we want to work with them. So there's right now, there are a number of promising partners, and you'll probably see the number of partners increase for us.
Okay. You mentioned your relationship with Waymo. We had Sundar last night. Asked him about when he's going to be able to take a Waymo from Mountain View all the way up to San Francisco. We're not quite there yet, but there are genuine concerns about the ways that you are both a partner and a competitor to Waymo. What is the conversation like internally and with your board over how you continue to deepen that, what is a valuable relationship as far as I can tell, but also keep it from becoming something that starts to undermine your business?
Well, the relationship with Waymo, I think the press and to some extent investors love to create drama because what the hell? But the type of relationship that we have with Waymo is very similar, for example, to the type of relationship we'll have with the Starbucks coffee. They're a great partner with Uber Eats, and at the same time, Starbucks wants to have its own app and wants to have interactions directly with the customer. And it isn't an either or, it's an and. So we offer Starbucks and Eats, and they compete with us in some ways with the Starbucks app and with their loyalty program. And that's fine. That's the way business goes. Same thing with Domino's. Domino's 3 years ago wasn't going to work with the platforms. Now works with the platforms. And in the same way, in San Francisco, yes, we compete with Waymo to get rides here. But in Austin, Atlanta, we absolutely work with them. And what we're seeing in Austin is, frankly, the launch is going better than we expected. Number one is safety, and obviously Waymo's the best at it. And number two is customer love. And our customers are loving kind of the delight and surprise of getting a Waymo, and they're coming back. So I do think that this is going to be, it's not an either or. We're going to be working together. Waymo is developing its own channels, and at the same time, we can work together very constructively.
As we head toward an increasingly AV future, I know you've been asked about this before, but what are some of the new ways that you're seeking to overcome that challenge of reassuring drivers who are still an incredibly important part of your ecosystem,
Very much
that
so.
you have their backs, but we also love these Waymos that have no driver in them?
Very much so. So one is growth helps a lot, right? So our business is growing almost 20% a year. And on average, we're going to need more drivers on the platform for the next couple of years. And I see that continuing for some period of time. So I think drivers generally on our platform are going to be more busy, are going to have more to do, and the number of drivers on our platform and couriers on our platform is going to grow. That's one. The second, though, is we're putting significant efforts in creating more work and earnings opportunities for drivers and couriers, right? We started with driving, we went to delivery. Now you can actually shop, and there's a subsegment of couriers, et cetera, who, will love their local Walmart, for example, or Albertsons, and, shop in those stores. Or for Walmart, we deliver those packages. And now we're actually going further, where we're developing now what we call Uber AI solutions, where drivers are actually now labeling maps, translating language, looking at AI answers and grading AI answers. So, one way to look at Uber is that we are essentially a transportation platform. We'll help you go anywhere, get anything. Another way to look at Uber is that we are the largest on-demand work platform on Earth. And the first use case for us is actually transportation. And now we're expanding use cases into other use cases, and knowledge work is one of them. So I think as long as we grow, as long as we are honest with our drivers and couriers in terms of their expectations, and now expand the number of opportunities to them, I think we'll be more than fine.
You're actually getting your drivers, you're encouraging your drivers to help the AI and make it smarter, the AI that's going to ultimately put them out of a job.
It's going to be a part of our life going forward, and it's good work, and certainly our drivers are qualified to do it.
How much of their time do you find they're spending doing that? I assume this is like in the course of a day's drive.
It's very small compared to the overall workload, right? We're doing over 33 million trips a day now in terms of our mainline segments. But Uber AI Solutions is a very, very promising growth segment for us. And I think in 5-10 years, it will be a significant part of the overall opportunities that we're giving to our drivers and couriers.
I want to talk about Bill Ackman.
Sure.
His relationship with Uber. It's nice to have an activist who's friendly, as far as I can tell. Tell us about the ways that you are interacting with Bill and how he is encouraging Uber to be better.
Yeah, so Bill is one of the legendary investors out there. So I was very happy. Like, I'm a fan of his kind of investing, fundamentals, long-term, making big bets. So I've always admired Bill. So when we found out that he was a shareholder, it was like right on. And the cool thing about Bill as a shareholder is he uses the product. He is intensely interested in the product, he's talking to his drivers. So he gives me a lot of feedback, and actually a couple of features, for example, he was leaving dinner one night and he wanted to order Ubers for his kids and his parents. And for some technical reasons, we couldn't do that at the time. And we built that feature based on that idea, and it's proving to be a really cool feature. So you want the kind of long-term investor that Bill is, but what's cool about it is that he's actually, he's brilliant, but he uses a product and he uses it in a constructive way, and we've got a great relationship.
Speaking of relationships with folks on the East Coast, Silicon Valley has this really interesting relationship with the Trump administration right now, this need to engage, but also recognizing that there are policies that the Trump administration, like any administration, is pursuing that may not work so well for the tech industry. No taxes on tips, something that's part of the legislation,
yes.
Something that you would say you support. Can you talk about kind of the dialogue that you have with the president, and what kind of feedback are you giving him on that? what kind of feedback are you giving him on the tax bill more generally?
Yeah, so one is no taxes on tips is, we think, a terrific piece of legislation. It will, if passed, save our drivers and couriers hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes that they would have otherwise paid. So we are big supporters of that.
Have you put a specific number on that over a time period?
It's in the hundreds of millions. I don't know the specifics, but it's significant. And we think it's a appropriately targeted, to a segment of the population that we all want to succeed. And I've been very supportive of that directly with the president and our folks with the staff. And I see generally, we engage with every administration out there, both on a federal level and on a state level. We certainly engage with the Trump administration. And what I like in terms of what I'm seeing is that it is a pro-growth, pro-business in terms of kind of common business interest administration, and we'll continue to engage with them constructively going forward.
There's a lot of rhetoric around immigration and a lot of policies around immigration that have a mixed effect. What's your message to the Trump administration when it comes to limitations on immigration? You rely on immigrants for both drivers, for your engineers, across the board.
Yeah, so I think, and I'm an immigrant. I came here when I was 9 years old, so I am absolutely pro-immigration generally for the U.S., but I think there's no question that we should secure our borders. And so I think from that standpoint, we're very supportive. Our drivers and couriers have been quite supportive of President Trump as well for similar reasons. And I think with immigration, there is a dialogue for us to be had, which is what is the right level of immigration in this country, how we select, how we qualify, et cetera. That I'm hoping that we get to have that dialogue as a country. And I think that dialogue suffers from kind of the two sides shooting at each other. But I think that if we can just come together and recognize that this is a largely immigrant nation, and immigration done right can benefit society, done wrong, it can go the other way. So let's just focus on doing it right.
Well, for example, and it's not necessarily that we're building a wall on the northern border, but you on your earnings call talked about the ways that some of this sort of unwillingness to come to the United States because of some of its political stances toward foreign countries starting to affect your business.
We've definitely seen
Canadian immigration into the travel to the U.S. come down from historical levels. The good news for Uber is that we're a global company, so to the extent that Canadians are traveling to Europe, they use Uber in Canada, and they'll be able to use Uber in Europe as well. So for us, the effect on the business is changing business mix.
Okay.
But as long as people travel and the global economies are doing well, which they are, we're going to interact with consumers one way or the other.
Have you seen any shifts since you last weighed in on this topic?
The biggest one is a Canadian shift, and that has, there was I'd say, initial significant effect, and we're seeing some of that continue, not all of it continue.
You talked about the consumer sentiment holding up. What have you seen since you last talked to the public about that?
Well, I'm not going to update. Obviously, we're in the middle of a quarter. But generally, we have seen for the past 2 years, and that has continued into last quarter, the consumer remains strong. We're not seeing any effects in terms of lack of confidence, et cetera. We look to see if consumers are trading down, for example, the kinds of restaurants that they're eating at, or are reducing the size of, let's say, their shopping baskets. We don't see any signal whatsoever. The U.S. consumer and generally the global consumer has remained resilient, and obviously I'm hoping that continues.
I want to take just a couple seconds before I get kicked off. I get kicked off.
I get kicked off, I think. You're staying.
I understand that you are considering stablecoin as a vehicle for Uber. Talk about where your considerations are and how that might benefit your business.
Yeah, we're still in the study phase, I'd say, but I think stablecoin is one of the, for me, more interesting instantiations of crypto that has a practical benefit other than crypto as a store of value. Obviously, you can have your opinions on Bitcoin, but it's a proven commodity. And people have different opinions on where it's going. But I do think that stablecoin is quite promising, especially for global companies that are moving money around globally to create a mechanism for us to essentially reduce costs in terms of moving money internationally. So that's super interesting to us, and we're definitely going to take a look.
Taking a look at it closely. Dara, thank you so much for joining us today at Bloomberg Tech. It was great to have you here. Please, thank you. Giving you a round of applause.
That was Bloomberg Senior Executive Editor for Global Technology, Tom Giles, sitting down with the CEO of Uber, Dara Khosrowshahi, at the Bloomberg Tech Summit out in San Francisco. Seen and heard live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew live in Washington. And interesting to hear their conversation ending on stablecoin specifically, as the stablecoin firm Circle made its public debut today, and it has been quite a debut. At one point, up 230%. For a check on that and more on these financial markets, we turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, Circle right now up by 181%. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now, looking in an advance of 4 points on the S&P, overcoming earlier losses, 59.75 where we stand right now, up by under 0.1%. The Dow up 83, up by 0.2%. Has been a volatile day with the NASDAQ Composite Index up 15 right now, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 Index up 0.1%. The Russell 2000 outperforming, up by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.38% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.92%. Gold is down $19 the ounce, down 0.6%, 33.53. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 63.32 for a barrel of WTI. Brown-Forman Corp, the owner of the Jack Daniels brand, is plunging the most in more than 15 years after reporting results that trailed expectations. Brown-Forman shares, they're down now by 17.6%. Again, checking Circle Internet Group, first day out, stock surging now by 200%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Good to see you, Charlie Pellet. Thank you, as always. Charlie updating Wall Street for us as we follow the beat here in Washington. And it's been quite the beat today at the White House. Remembering at the beginning of this administration, everybody was asking, when DOGE was the conversation every day, how long will this last? What would the falling out look like between Trump and Musk? We were told it would never happen, and of course we're watching it take place today. President Trump in the Oval Office with the Chancellor of Germany, saying that he's surprised and disappointed with Elon Musk, who was tweeting in real time back at the president. We update this story now with the help of Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. She's been watching it all unfold live at the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, it's really starting to get personal between President Trump and Elon Musk as they exchange these barbs. As you mentioned, it was pretty evident that Elon Musk was watching in real time. And this really all started with his criticism of that one big, beautiful bill and how it will contribute to deficit spending. And as you're about to hear, President Trump said that those claims took him by surprise.
I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw
Bare stikker og kjøper på noe mat, og så kommer vi tilbake om en halvtime. Jeg lån gull til helvete. Jeg short Nasdaq. Det kommer å brenne. Det kommer ikke til å falle av sekk, for den rigga. Men jeg lån gull. Gull klarer ikke han kødde med.
Now, the CBO says that the House plan that the Senate is currently working off of would add $2.4 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. And President Trump also went on to say that this wasn't necessarily about Musk's ultimate view when it comes to how much is in this bill, but also his view on how the bill ultimately rolls back those clean energy tax credits. It's something that Elon Musk kind of played down and did dispute, even though our own reporting does indicate that Elon Musk personally appealed to Mike Johnson, asking him to save some of those clean energy tax credits that would impact electric vehicles such as Tesla. Also, one other thing to point out as this does continue to escalate, which is that Elon Musk is saying that President Trump isn't showing gratitude, alleging that he wouldn't have won the election without his help. At Bloomberg News, we have calculated the numbers, and Elon Musk contributed more than $290 million to the 2024 election cycle. That's, of course, based off of FEC commission records. About $255 million of that, Joe and Kayleigh, went towards President Trump's campaign, and likely the number is even higher because that doesn't include super PAC funding.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us. Thank you so much. And we want to get more into this fallout and turn to our political panel. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, alongside Lester Munson, principal of the international practice at BGR Group, our Republican strategist today. Lester, we don't need to debate whether or not President Trump would have won this election without Elon Musk's financial assistance, but there is a question about whether that financial assistance will continue for Republicans in the cycles moving forward. Do they need his money? Do they have reason for concern in 2026 and 2028 if Elon Musk isn't going to be there?
Well, it certainly would help to have his money. I guess the question is going to be, can the Republicans find other donors to kind of replace those resources? It'll be tough. Elon was no doubt a factor in the election last year, both at the presidential level and in other ways. However, he also showed in the Supreme Court election in Wisconsin just a few weeks ago that spending is not dispositive. He can spend a lot of money. He himself can be a divisive figure. There's a little bit of a double-edged sword here. So perhaps President Trump and the Republicans might see some advantage to having Elon Musk outside of the tent. Although, honestly, it's hard to imagine. I think on net, it's better for them to have him on the team.
Jeannie, we've heard a lot from both of these men today, the president and Elon Musk, and we should note that Elon Musk is taking issue with the idea that he missed his opportunity to say something in the White House. The president said Elon knew the inner workings of the bill better than almost anyone. Immediately responding on Twitter, Musk says, "False. This bill was never shown to me once and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could read it." You heard Donald Trump last hour. We listened to this together, Jeannie, as he talked about what people experience emotionally when they leave his administration. He said at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them become hostile. I don't know what it is. He said, I guess it's Trump derangement syndrome. They become hostile. What's he talking himself into here?
He is diagnosing Joe Biden. He is diagnosing Elon Musk now with Trump derangement syndrome. He is playing doctor. The reality is, for Donald Trump, this fight is not one he needs or should have. And, you know, I think he tried to put it off with that lovely goodbye ceremony we all watched in the White House, but obviously it did not work. And you look at what has happened in just the last few days, including allowing his staff to replace the NASA administrator. So much of it seemed focused on Elon Musk and some of the frustration that seemed to be there. So I think he is feeling that. And for the Trump administration, even if they get this bill passed, if history is any guide, they're going to have to sell it. And selling it is going to be much harder with Elon Musk off the reservation. So this is not just an issue of the astounding money that Tyler was just talking about. It's also an issue of the narrative. They've got to sell this thing. Difficult to do with somebody with a megaphone as big as Elon Musk on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and when we consider the selling of this, Lester, Republicans, as part of their pitch for this one big beautiful bill, have basically said it's going to avoid a tax hike, what they describe as what would be the largest tax hike in American history. But how much is that message effective against messages of how much actually realistically could be cut, the potential implications for Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP programs, the impact it could be felt in rural areas? Is avoiding a hike the same as feeling a cut?
Well, I mean, that's going to be the question, right? At the end of the day, the Republican Party is the party that cuts taxes. It's a little bit hypocritical. It always has been on spending. The Republican Party has never cut spending in the federal government. Reagan didn't. The Bushes didn't. Trump certainly hasn't, as much as their rhetoric would have you indicate. That's why this DOGE Act and Elon Musk's kind of presence in the administration was a little bit of a sideshow to the real thing, which is at the end of the day, Republicans want to get government out of people's lives, lower taxes, fewer regulations. So to that extent, this bill is going to be very sellable. If the Democrats can effectively use the fearmonger button on budget deficits and the debt question, and maybe even some of these Medicare cuts, maybe they'll have a chance next year. But right now, I actually think that even with the departure of Musk, President Trump and the Republicans are on fairly strong ground here. It's certainly not a perfect bill, but it does a lot of the things that the party has always advocated for.
Jeannie, I want to ask you about something that would normally be a pretty big story, but was obscured by this back and forth with Elon Musk, and that was President Trump's announcement last night to investigate the prior administration. And in fact, look into allegations that there was a cover-up of Joe Biden's mental acuity, and specifically, he talked about it today in the Oval, the use of the auto pen, which he describes as the big scandal of the last many years. He said, "Who is using it? I think I know. I'm not a big auto pen person. It's very dangerous. Usually when they put documents in front of me," he said, "they're important. I sign important documents," suggesting the auto pen should be reserved to sign letters from children, which he says they receive thousands at the White House every month. We only have a minute left. What's going to happen with this investigation?
Well, he's handed it off to the DOJ. I no question that they will look into it. But for Donald Trump, this is very much of a distraction. Everything from the Joe Biden investigation to the travel ban to the ban on international students on a Wednesday night at 9 p.m., an effort to distract from what has burst out. Nonetheless, despite all his efforts, is this rift with Elon Musk over this bill. Donald Trump needs to have a strong economy, and this bill is not going to get him there, and the fight with Elon Musk is problematic for him.
Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Lester Munson, great conversation. Thanks to both of our panelists today. And stay with us straight ahead on Bloomberg. Our conversation with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, joins us in studio on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got Circle Internet shares, first day of trading, surging now by 198%. They were up as much as 235% after the company and some of its shareholders raised nearly $1.1 billion in an IPO that was upsized twice amid strong demand. Again, CRCL on the ticker, up now by 198%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ have seen a volatile trading session so far, but right now advancing by 6 points. Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of tomorrow morning's jobs report. Right now we have got the S&P up 7, a gain there of 0.1%. The Dow up 110, up 0.3. NASDAQ up 22 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of 0.1%. 10-year 4.39%. The 2-year yield 3.92%. Gold is down $20 the ounce. Spot gold right now down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%, 63.29 a barrel on WTI. Tesla shares are sinking as Elon Musk and President Trump's simmering feud devolves into a public war of words between two of the world's most powerful people. Right now, Tesla is down by 8%. Mattel and Fisher-Price, the Fisher-Price unit, have settled lawsuits alleging that their recalled Rock and Play baby sleeper was so defectively designed that it led to deaths of infants. Mattel up now by 0.9%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyon.
All right, Charlie. We thank you, as always, Charlie Pellet, live in New York every day here on this program as we talk politics with a few plates to spin today. As we started this program inside the Oval Office in a meeting between President Trump and the Chancellor of Germany, the back and forth now between Trump and Elon Musk, sucking a lot of oxygen out of the room. But we try to keep focused on policy here. That's the point. That's why you listen to and watch Bloomberg. When we talk about this reconciliation bill, which Elon Musk is disparaging by the minute on Twitter, it's really boiled down to 3 sticking points here, 3 important issues, remembering that Republicans from the Senate Finance Committee went to the White House last evening. We talked to one of them, Roger Marshall, on the late edition of Balance of Power, just as he emerged from the White House. It's come down to 3 big ones. The idea of permanence, we talked about this yesterday, making permanent the business tax cuts. Also, some limits they're talking about on some pretty key Trump priorities, like no tax on overtime, as well, these new savings accounts, the Trump accounts, as they've called them, for kids. Also, of course, the SALT deduction. And we've heard this time and again. Senate Republicans want to change it significantly. And that's a problem if your name is Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, talking early today on Bloomberg Surveillance, on Bloomberg TV and radio, about the delicate balance that he struck in the House, one that could be easily disrupted by a change like that. Let's listen to Mike Johnson.
Remember, it took us over a year to develop this piece of legislation. We have 11 different committees in the House, all their areas of jurisdiction, that worked on the reconciliation effort to reconcile the budget. And what we're going to deliver here, again, is historic tax relief and savings at the same time. If we do not get this bill done, the tax cuts of 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, will expire at the end of December. Every American will receive the largest tax increase in U.S. history all at once. It would be devastating for the economy. So we've addressed that here. We've made the tax cuts permanent, and we've infused it with a pro-growth series of policies that will get the economy going again. It will be jet fuel to the economy because we're going to reduce wasteful spending, we're going to reduce taxes, and we're going to reduce regulations as well. And that is what will allow job creators in the energy sector and everyone else to get going again.
And your version of the bill, of course, increases the SALT deduction cap, which yesterday Senate Majority Leader John Thune said, quote, there isn't a single Republican senator who cares much about the SALT issue. You and I both know you cannot pass this bill without increasing the SALT deduction cap. How do you envision, though, that deduction changing, given the fact that no senator, Republican senator, wants a vote for this?
Well, I appreciate that they don't. They all come from red states, right? As do I. And we have very different perspective on SALT than our colleagues in the blue states, for example, in California and in New York, in New Jersey. But that is the reality in the House, remembering, and they have to remember, my Senate friends and colleagues have to remember, I have to deliver 217 votes to get that thing across the line if they modify it. So I had lunch with my Senate friends Tuesday last, 2 weeks ago, before we passed the bill in the House on that Thursday. And I encouraged them to modify it as little as possible, right? Because I gave a metaphor. I said, my friends, I am crossing the Grand Canyon on a piece of dental floss, okay? The equilibrium that we reached here took quite a bit of time to get to where we are. And you can't load me up on either side. And if you go and slash the SALT cap that we negotiated carefully for over a year, it's going to make it very difficult for me to deliver the necessary number of votes. Remembering, I can only lose 3 in the House. They can only lose 3 in the Senate to get this done. So we're all working together. It's one team, House and Senate together, united in this effort.
Yeah.
They understand that, and I think they understand, certainly Leader Thune and the leaders over there understand the complexity of what we're having to deal with here.
Speaker Johnson, just to sort of put a bow on it, so 40,000 still likely to remain the cap?
That's what we negotiated here, and I'm certainly trying to hold to that number. And look, we've paid for it. I think we've got it worked out in all the math and the legislation, and I think it's something that I know they're not in love with it, but I certainly hope they'll tolerate it so we can maintain our vote tally.
That's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, earlier today on Bloomberg TV and radio, speaking with my colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance. Really interesting there when we consider the ability to tip this boat with one single change, never mind 3 major changes that could come out of the Senate as it goes back to the House. Now, of course, we talk about congressional matters every day here, and the budgeting process has been a big one, remembering that one major piece was left out of the budgeting process for this fiscal year, and that has to do with the District of Columbia. We talked about this, the potential for teachers and firefighters, police to be laid off with the federal city effectively defunded. It's a great pleasure to have the mayor of Washington, D.C. with us in studio today. Muriel Bowser is with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'd like to start with you on this idea
Sure.
because we were talking about extraordinary measures here just weeks ago.
Yes.
And you've managed to avoid layoffs. Can you give me a sense of the budget that you just dropped that makes up for this shortfall, and how did you manage to avoid a crisis so far?
Well, we spent a lot of time, and unfortunately, it's diverted attention that could be used for other things.
Yeah.
Our upcoming budget, growing our city, our kids in school. But the Congress in the most recent CR neglected to exclude the district from limiting agencies to their FY24 levels, which for us meant about $1.1 billion in reduced spending. And we worked very hard to use an authority that I have to expand our budget by 6% and use some other funds that we have that have automatic authority to reduce the impact to just over $300 million. But it still meant that our ability to provide services has been impacted, but we've been able to maintain our team, teachers, police officers, and summer programming.
Do you have assurances that this will be fixed on the Hill?
Well, I spoke to the Speaker himself, and he told me that it wasn't a question of will, but scheduling. And so now that they're back, we're going to hold them to that because the district has been impacted by federal changes. The changes by DOGE, removing people from jobs, shuttering offices, is having a real negative impact on the capital city. And so this $300 million, if we can put that to work, then it will help us shift with the economy.
You just mentioned the layoffs here. According to the count from your chief financial officer, 40,000 jobs were cut on the federal level by DOGE. That's like having the equivalent of multiple neighborhoods all losing their jobs at the same time.
Yes.
So you've got $1 billion shortfall in the short run and a very real issue for the long term. What does that mean for Washington, D.C.'s economy?
What it means is we have to shift and shift fast, but I think that the president and Congress can stop this. They can pause this. The courts continue to work on issues of fairness related to separations and making sure they're all legally done. But I think the American people expect their lawmakers and the president to say, what are these changes doing to our agencies? How is it affecting veterans? How is it affecting people who use Social Security? And certainly is having impacts on local governments all across the U.S. and especially us in this region, and not just D.C., but D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. We'll see changes to how we can run our cities because of the negative impact on our budgets.
What's the conversations you're having like now with the White House? The president talks about how dirty the city is, how it's time to clean it up and so forth. But we remember you learned a lot of lessons in the first Trump administration. A lot of ink has been spilled on the way that you've managed to manage this relationship with Donald Trump. How would you describe it?
Well, I think that President Trump left D.C. during COVID, which cities were ravaged by COVID.
Absolutely.
From homelessness to increases in crime to with lack of services because government agencies were shuttered. And we've worked very hard to get that image out of his mind because that's not the D.C. of today. In fact, we've driven down crime to a 30-year low. Our tourism recovered in 2024. Our kids were the fastest back to school, and our school population has rebounded. In investment in D.C., people are looking hard at us because of some of the changes we're making in our business environment. We are lowering taxes. We are cutting red tape, and we are incentivizing good businesses to start here, grow here, and hire D.C. residents.
So do you feel like you have a partner in the White House or an obstacle?
Well, it's a partnership we work on every day.
Yeah.
Certainly, the president has an outsized influence over the city of Washington because it's the nation's capital. So we like him to make some bigger investments like Union Station and continuing to be a partner in developing RFK, helping us retool and reskill our workers and asking him to pause on these separations and rehire qualified people.
I know you made an important hire on rehabbing Union Station, which is something that we all look forward to, those of us who use it all the time.
Good.
Does the president's staging a big parade, though, first? Is the city ready for it? This idea of tanks rolling down the street, that's not really going to happen, is it?
Well, they're going to have a lot of big equipment from the air and on the ground, and it's a celebration of the Army's 250th anniversary. The president has designated it a national special security event, so the Secret Service and the National Park Service are the lead agencies, and my agencies will be there to support it.
Is there going to be repaving that follows this thing, or can you actually keep this within the bounds of what the city can handle?
Our hopes are that the Army, they're a big logistical agency, that they know how to move the vehicles in the right way. I know that they have allocated funds if street repair is necessary.
Okay. This is going to be quite a day. It's the 14th, right?
It's June the 14th, Army 250.
All right. We'll be here for it, of course. You've got a big stadium deal to work on.
Yes.
$3.7 billion. The Washington Commanders back to Washington. This is a big deal for the city as well. When you talk about the post-COVID era chapter for Washington, the city council's got some issues on the amount of taxpayer funding, also the fact that the team wouldn't be paying rent to the city. How do you get around it?
Oh, we'll get around it. Having the Washington Commanders back home is a top priority for the residents of the district. We secured 180 acres from the National Park Service at the end of December. The team will bring $2.7 billion in private investment to kickstart that project. There will be housing, hotels, entertainment, recreation, activating a very important part of Washington, D.C. So we'll get it done. It's a big part of my budget proposal that the council is working on right now. And it will generate jobs and tax revenue for us to invest in all 8 wards of Washington, D.C.
Maybe that's part of an answer to some of the federal layoffs that we were just talking about.
Absolutely.
You friends with Daniel Lurie, the mayor of San Francisco?
I think I've met him.
He was on Bloomberg a little earlier today. Great conversation. He said he has more fun than other mayors, and specifically said he has more fun than the mayors of Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Can you have fun in Washington in this political environment?
Are you kidding? This is the best city in the world. We have the best restaurants, arts, entertainment, culture, museums that are free, the best metro system, and we have fun here. We have lots of fun. San Francisco's a great town, too. I have fun in San Francisco.
Absolutely.
You can have fun there.
I think people misunderstand Washington. I've been here for a lot of years of my life, and I wish that a lot more people would go beyond the mall
Yes.
and meet the people who live in Washington and who are from here, because it's a beautiful city, and I'm glad that you could be with us today.
Thank you. Thanks
Mayor,
for having
thank
us.
You so
thank
much.
you.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Live in Washington on Balance of Power. We covered a lot of ground today, from the White House here to the federal city itself, and I'm glad that you could spend some time with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Stay tuned, of course, for Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's up next, and we'll be joined starting 5 p.m. Eastern Time by Kaylee Lyons once again on the late edition of Balance of Power. More conversations and more politics from Washington as we debate reconciliation and try to get to the bottom of the bromance breakup. A lot of talk about Elon and Donald Trump today. It's not over yet, so stay with us for a lot more here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
everybody. We are live in a sunny San Francisco. It was cloudy this morning. Sun's coming out.
Welcome to the Bay Area.
Welcome to
California. That's what I'm going to say.
Says the California man. Folks, this is one of our favorite events, I think, every year. It's Bloomberg Technology's annual summit. Everybody and anyone who is moving and shaking within the technology world. It's this great combination of tech trends, right, that are affecting business overall.
Yeah, that's really what the theme is here, with a lot of AI sprinkled in. We heard on the stage from a great group of folks a little earlier. San Francisco Mayor Daniel Lurie wrapped things up earlier in the morning. Also, just now hearing a few moments ago from Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. We had a great lineup, too, on our program on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Yeah, Tim just mentioned the Uber CEO up on stage. Soon to go up on stage is the CEO of Peloton Interactive. A lot going on at that company. Our own Mark Gurman is going to talk to him, so we're going to dip a little bit into that.
Looking forward to that here on our program and on our airwaves in just a few minutes. We're going to be speaking with the COO of the productivity platform, Asana. She's standing by. We got a lot to chat about with her.
Aravind Srinivas, also the co-founder and CEO of Perplexity AI, also going to be up on stage here, so we're going to touch upon what that panel is digging into. And we got a special guest sitting right next to us.
Yeah, we do. I want to bring in Anne Raimondi. She is COO of Asana, the productivity platform. She joins us here on set at the Bloomberg Technology Summit. Shares of Asana fell by 20% on Wednesday. The company's first quarter results prompted a downgrade by HSBC, despite the fact that revenue came in right on the average analyst estimate. The company also, Carol, raised its full-year non-GAAP operating margin guidance as it was, quote, reflecting our confidence in our ability to drive durable, profitable growth, even in the face of macroeconomic uncertainty.
There's a lot coming at companies. Anne Raimondi is COO and head of business at Asana. Company has a $3.5 billion market cap, and she's here on site. Nice to have you here with us. How are you?
Great to be here. Good. It's so great to see both of you, and excited to be here at the conference.
It's great to have you here. We love the energy. Tell us, though, about this macro environment and the macro uncertainty that's still out there.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just slowing down some of the bigger decisions that customers are making, whether that's like full-scale transformation or a lot of larger consolidation initiatives. But the bright spots we're seeing is companies are leaning really heavily into AI. And so that's where we are also really excited. We launched AI Studio, which is an add-on to the Asana platform. And that performed really well in Q1. And it didn't fully launch until sort of the second half of Q1. But that's where we're seeing a lot of customer excitement.
I'm glad you brought up AI because that's exactly where I want to go. I've been thinking a lot about what I heard from Dario Amodei over at Anthropic. I think it was just last week he told Axios that we could see some real workforce destruction in the next 1 to 5 years. AI could lead to 10 or 20% unemployment, and it could destroy about half of all entry-level white-collar jobs. If that happens, that would be really bad for companies that make productivity software like Asana.
Yeah, what we're seeing is, and you know, Anthropic is a very important partner of ours. Dustin, our founder and CEO, is quite involved there. There's the bigger concern of disruption of jobs. I think what we're seeing with our customers, though, is the ones that are kind of staying ahead, they see the opportunity right now is human and AI collaboration. Because as far as, you know, we're seeing, AI is not fully replacing entire jobs. I think what AI is really good at is automating a lot of tasks that right now could allow people to be more productive. So we're really focused on that. Yeah.
Do you see AI fully replacing jobs in the next 1 to 5 years, like Dario Amodei says?
I don't think I'm in the position to predict quite as well as Dario is, but I do think we see, you know, with our customers, what we see is they're very intentional of there are some jobs that are the most likely to go away. The ones that are tasks that can be, and in some ways you want to be replaced by AI so people can be doing things that are more creative and more productive. I think there are some jobs that will be changed with AI, where AI is going to be an integral part of how people do their jobs. And then what we're hopeful for is that there's a whole set of new jobs that are created that only people can do. So I do think we're right in the midst of transformation at a rate that we probably haven't seen before. But what we're really focused on is like helping companies manage through that transition by enabling their existing employees to embrace AI in their workflows.
And one thing I want to ask you about is, I think all of a sudden, Tim and I feel it in terms of the use of AI, where it was kind of like, oh yeah, everybody else is using it, and all of a sudden we're really leaning in big time and finding it super productive.
Yes.
But that innovation or innovative cycle is moving really quickly.
Yep.
And I do wonder what it means for a company like you, where you are kind of facing that speed and then hoping to continue to differentiate yourself from everybody else who's also moving really fast.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we're seeing is, like, at least for our business, why we're investing so heavily in AI is that we do see a shift ultimately from seat-based in SaaS to consumption-based.
Yeah.
And so wanting to, be ahead of that. I think the other thing that we're really seeing that's important to sort of focus on is, like, how can companies enable employees to understand how the LLMs work, be proactive in where they're applying and deploying
There's
AI.
a huge education cycle
there
that
really,
needs to happen.
There really is. The other thing that we're seeing is, you were mentioning, like, now everyone's using it, but what we're also finding is that when it is very bottoms up and in every single tool and everybody's got a chatbot, companies actually aren't realizing either the productivity gains or the acceleration. The companies that are moving ahead are doing it in a very tops-down, coordinated way, which isn't always how technology's been adopted in the past.
Right.
But with AI, I think that strategic view on where you're going to deploy AI is really critical to actually realize the gains.
Let's talk a little bit about the macroeconomic environment. You've got a great view of the global economy. Where are you seeing strength? Where are you seeing weakness geographically?
Yeah, geographically for us, we're actually seeing quite a bit of strength internationally, in EMEA, in Japan.
Does that surprise you?
That does a bit, given all the things in the macro, but I think for us in particular, the segments and the verticals that we're in outside of tech, a lot of companies are continuing to, invest in technology, invest intentionally in AI. We see that in manufacturing, energy, financial services, healthcare.
But is this a function of actual strength in those economies, or is it a function of these are the sectors that are finally adopting this technology? So the tech sector was the first sector to do that.
Yep.
Obviously, your core customer base. But now you're seeing your tools being adopted by other types of companies.
It's really the latter. Yeah, that they're really embracing, hey, how can they be intentional and proactive in not only adopting collaborative work management, but AI on top of that.
Okay.
I got to ask you, just because today, the press conference from the White House, there's a lot said about Elon.
So 45 minutes at the Oval Office.
It was a long one. And it does feel like the bromance, the big tech bromance between President Trump and Elon Musk is over. Is that a good or bad thing for the tech community?
Oh, that's a big. I do not know if I am the expert to answer that question.
I do wonder. He's on there, right? And he's. I think Elon is going out on social and being a little aggressive at this point after being like this. It seems like.
I think underlying what we should all be focusing on is, hey, with uncertainty in the global macro, what can we do to make sure the most important businesses and companies and innovations are being invested in and accelerating, right? Or a different way to say it for me is, like, we're trying to figure out, like, how do we control the controllables? And know that we're in a relatively volatile and political environment.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah.
Tim asked you about growth geographically, and I feel like we talked a lot about what's going on overseas. How do you describe the U.S. market right now and the willing to do the capital spend, whether it's on software, whether it's, that's your world, hardware, but what is kind of your take on that?
The sentiment we're hearing, especially from our larger customers, is a lot more intentionality, I would say. And
so they're aware, there's a budget.
There is. And then I think there's, again, depends on the sector.
Right.
They're trying to figure out from a priority standpoint, one, how much do you invest in AI and where? And then everything else technology-wise, I do think we're seeing a lot more movement towards consolidation, which really was sort of the after effects of, like, the technology bloat during the pandemic. Yeah.
Speaking of the tech, we're seeing inference and costs actually come down. Agentic workflow is making inroads. Job growth, particularly in tech, has been slow or is trending down. What does all this mean to your seat-based revenue model, and where really are we in that transition?
Yeah, I mean, we're actively looking to, sort of balance from a fully seat-based to a hybrid of seat-based and consumption-based. And we also think there's a subsegment of customers ultimately that may be spending more on consumption. And we're already seeing early signs of that probably in more like our mid-market customers who are now spending as much on seat as they are on AI and the credits. So I think that's like good, positive news in terms of a transition. And so we're, continuing to invest in how we might help customers sort of shift in that direction.
One last question is, I think something we talked about, all of these programs and AI will make us more productive, no doubt about it. But going back to that idea of like, what jobs does it take, that headcount, like ultimately, does it make us more productive? We don't need so many people. And then coming back to you guys, we're not going to need as much in terms of demand and product from everybody.
Yeah.
Is that cycle going to play out? Possibly?
One of the things, Dustin, our CEO and founder, often talks about is like, hey, what this evolution may look like, again, depending on the kind of company, what problems they solve, what products they bring to market, is that they will start to see a shift from payroll spend to sort of AI consumption spend. And Tim, you mentioned, hey, we're seeing costs come down. One of the things we really provide is choice for customers to actually transparently pick the models depending on the workflow, how complex
so there's a menu of pricing.
So there's and they can choose that. And so I think that's going to be really critical too, is like, it's not all models against, sort of like all problems, really being able to pick judiciously.
Listen, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh,
so
it's such a pleasure.
So
thank you. It's great to see both of you, and I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you. Good to have you here. Anne Raimondi, she's COO and Head of Business at Asana, joining us right here at the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. We have something special going on, though, on stage right now.
Yeah, let's head on over to the main stage because we've got Peter Stern, the president and CEO of Peloton Interactive, in conversation. It's happening right now with Bloomberg Technologies' Mark Gurman.
A typical day for me is like this morning, getting up and doing a little bit of cardio. Ran to the gym, actually, and then did also some strength training. And then I'm mostly spending my time working on those 25 initiatives with our team members, trying to define how we can serve our members better. And if I can spend my time on that kind of substance, that's a really great day.
What are the top 3 of your 25?
So not going to announce all of the details of these sorts of things, but I'll tell you a little bit about the top 1. And that is that we have reignited the innovation engine for us as a company. And so focusing on the products and the experiences that we're going to offer over the next few months is absolutely my number 1. Another one that I think is really important that we're focused on is how we use AI to deliver personal experiences for our members. That is another one that I'm spending an enormous amount of time on, so huge priority for us.
Talk to us a little bit more about that, about AI, and what does the future of fitness look like with AI at its core?
Yeah, so every member is different. They all have different intents for why they choose to become a member of Peloton. That can change over time, so we need to not just get to know you, but we need to evolve along with you. Every member is different in terms of their baseline level of fitness, their level of commitment, their level of confidence. And so one of the things that I really value is the human coaching that our amazing instructors provide at Peloton. But I want to find ways to scale them by creating individualized programs for each of our members so that they can get the right class from the right instructor that's personalized for them. A really simple example of how we're doing it right now is that we do something called power zones on bike, or we do pace targets on tread, where we actually set individualized speeds or levels of effort for each of our members. But then we've introduced a new set of features called personalized plans. And we've had, at this point, I think over 600,000 of our members have started a personalized plan. And the system basically understands your goals and then builds a plan out for you. And we deliver real results with these sorts of things. So just to give you an example of how this stuff really does make a difference, for example, when one of our members buys a treadmill, within the first 4 weeks of using the treadmill, we're on average reducing their mile time by 30 seconds. Right? So we can make real differences in somebody's conditioning. And that translates not just into more confidence and better performance as an athlete, it translates into a longer life.
What about data collection so you can get some more information about the user and then use AI to optimize their workouts? Do you need a wearable? Do you need a new heart rate strap? Do you need more sensors on the treads and bikes themselves?
Yeah, we're very lucky in this regard in that our members are doing a lot of that hard work for us. So we have a great partnership with Google Fitbit, for example. We have done integration with Garmin smartwatches because a lot of top athletes choose that. And we also are working with the Apple Health app to make sure that we can import data from there. A very large fraction of our members have an Apple Watch. And that Apple Health app basically can act for many, many members as basically a Rosetta Stone for us, allowing us to get access to the data that we need with the permission of the member. Once we have that data, now we can use the third-party information that our members are providing us. But we have such rich first-party information on our members as well, based on the workouts that they're doing on our machines and how much they're pushing themselves. If they have a watch, we can look at their heart rate and we can impute then how much effort they're expending. And if they don't have a watch, we can basically compare them with members who do have one. And so we can basically determine how hard you're working. And we can, for example, calculate things like a cardio fitness score. So I'm really excited about how we'll be able to use data to deliver ever more personalized experiences for our members.
So you said you did a workout this morning. Obviously, Peloton's based in New York, so you're here, probably stayed in a hotel.
Yeah.
How important is the hotel business and the gym business to Peloton under Peter Stern, and compare it to someone buys one for their home business?
Yeah, so the nice thing about this is these are not either-or situations. I think it might have been perceived that way in the past, but it's absolutely not. Let's take travelers in hotels as an example. If you're the type of person who is in a hotel, then you're a person who is investing in yourself. You have some ability to pay for a service, and you're going to a hotel gym. You are really committed to taking care of yourself. That is a situation where we should have Peloton equipment everywhere. I'm really happy with the partnerships we have right now with Hilton and with Hyatt, where we have Peloton equipment in most of their gyms. I do think in hotel gyms, basically, Peloton equipment should be a must-have amenity. It's the sort of thing where you shouldn't even you wouldn't even want to stay in the hotel if it doesn't have the Peloton equipment that you count on having at home. And then that's a great way for us to meet new members because some people might not have had a chance to try our equipment out, but while you're traveling at a hotel gym where you've got a little time on your hands, that's a great way to do it. Now, with regard to commercial gyms, there's also tremendous opportunities there. We have a number of pilots taking place with all sorts of gyms, including the Y, so we can try to make Peloton equipment as accessible as possible. But one of the things that I'm really excited about, and this is not something that we've really talked about publicly before. Not a lot of people know that we own Precor, which is one of the leading providers of equipment to gyms everywhere. We are bringing Precor in to basically be the lead partner in a commercial operating division for Peloton. And the Precor business has the skills to be able to install and service equipment to the exacting standards of gym operators who have a very heavy duty cycle on that type of equipment. And so we're going to be able to bring Peloton equipment into more gyms with the capabilities of Precor. At the same time, we're now bringing Peloton workouts onto Precor equipment, which will really differentiate that Precor equipment in the minds of gym operators and hopefully open up even more new audiences for them. So, I would basically say this is a long overdue post-merger integration that we're doing with Precor and making it the foundation for our commercial business.
How do most people buy a Peloton, right? Are they subscribing to it with your rental program? Are they doing installments? Are they buying it outright? And then earlier this week, you launched a new program, sort of a resale website, like a Craigslist for Peloton, I guess you can call it. Talk to us about that.
I would say actually the two largest channels are people buying Peloton equipment from our website. Go to onepeloton.com and it's all there, and it's a really great way to buy it. But one of the largest ways for us to acquire new members is in the secondhand market. So you raised, Mark, this announcement that we had a couple days ago about something called Repowered. And the idea here is that there are lots of Peloton bikes in particular that are out there in the world that are being used. And that does no one any good. I'd love for people to get back on the bike. It's the right thing for them. It certainly is great for us as a company. But if you're not going to use a Peloton bike, we want to make it really easy for you to get that into the hands of someone who will love it. And historically, that's taking place, for example, on Facebook Marketplace. And that's absolutely fine for people who want to do that, but it means that you need to transact with a stranger on both ends and potentially have that stranger come into your home. And so what we're trying to do is streamline that, deliver a more premium experience for those second-hand customers. What this does is it allows us to get our bikes that are built to last into the hands of people who will love it at a price that's a fraction of a new bike. And there's no capital expenditure for us as a company. There's no environmental impact associated with producing those bikes because they're already out there. So it's a great way to help somebody get fit and grow our business.
Last question for you. Peloton, standalone business for years to come? Is it potentially an acquisition target for a larger company? What do you see as the...
I mean, I was not hired to sell this company. I was hired to bring this company back to growth, to reinvigorate it, and it is happening. So we are a standalone company for years to come.
Great. Thank you, Peter Stern.
Thanks for having me, Mark.
All right, everyone. You've been listening to a live conversation between our Mark Gurman and, of course, Peter Stern, who is the president and CEO of Peloton Interactive. Standalone company, not looking to be sold.
Yeah, he said I was not brought in here to sell this company. So the question that everybody's been having as over the past couple of years, Peloton's value has just shrunk. I mean, even a couple of years ago, people were like, is this a company that Apple would buy? Is this a company that Amazon would buy? We talk a lot about
It was such a COVID story, right?
Yes.
It's trying to figure out its way forward. Anyway, if you missed any of the conversation, just head to Bloomberg and you can check it out. Hey, coming up next, we're going to check into a drone maker that has been laser focused on providing drones to Ukraine. We've got the CEO of Quantum Systems right here. We're going to talk to him in just a moment.
Meantime, let's get a check on the trading day and top business stories. Here he is, back in New York, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Peloton shares, by the way, down 7.3% right now in the year-to-date column. We're looking at Peloton down 20.3%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. Been that kind of a day, swinging between gains and losses. Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of the jobs report tomorrow morning, which may provide more clues about whether the Fed will be able to meet market expectations for 2 rate cuts this year. The S&P now lower by 16, slight bounce off the bottom. We've got the S&P down 0.3. The Dow is down 0.1%, now down 22 points. NASDAQ down by 0.4%. 10-year yield at 4.39% with a 2-year 3.92%. Gold down 0.6%, 33.52 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude 63.34 a barrel, up 0.8%. Elon Musk and Donald Trump's alliance has ended in a public feud, with Musk criticizing Trump's tax and spending bill and Trump accusing Musk of trying to tank the bill because it hurts Tesla's bottom line. Right now, we have got President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping agreeing to further trade talks to resolve disputes over tariffs and rare earth minerals. Again, stocks lower. S&P down 13, drop there of 0.2%. By the way, Broadcom reports after the close of trading. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, by now, we've all seen the dramatic footage from Sunday's drone attack. Ukraine going after different assets of Russia's military deep inside Russian territory. In fact, Carol, by early 2025, this was remarkable when I was preparing for this, drones were accounting to 60 to 70% of the damage and destruction caused to Russian equipment in the war. This is according to data from the UK-based think tank, the Royal United Services Institute.
I got to say, the way we think about warfare has definitely changed dramatically. And this is where Florian Seibel comes in. He's a former German Army helicopter pilot, an aeronautical engineer who a decade ago founded a company called Quantum Systems. It makes multi-sensor drones. Now, 90% of its sales go to the military sector, and it's provided thousands of drones to Ukraine specifically. And so we're kind of dying to talk to him.
Florian Seibel joins us from Italy. Florian, good to have you with us. I know there's a little bit of delay. We appreciate you taking the time and staying up a little late in Europe for us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First big question that I have for you is, given what you know about Sunday's drone attack, were any of your drones actually used in that attack?
So what we know, not as in a way that they would act as being the ultimate weapon. All of the drones that we are building are used for ISR missions, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So that means we are spotting potential targets. So our drones have wings. We have flight time of several hours, and we fly deep into enemy territory. So we spot, and then other type of drones come in.
Do your drones ultimately replace the capabilities of aircraft such as the U-2 spy plane?
Well, you know, there's a reason for every asset to have.
Så tredje morgen er det
Mostly,
jeg aner ikke hva som
war
holder
times
Nasdaq
are
oppe,
times of
gullfisken.
change
Det er bare
and new
merkelig.
doctrines are happening, and every war that is coming up will not start as the last one ended. So, you know, I'm not really sure if the next war will be all about drones, but what I can say now, definitely it's a vehicle for Ukraine to fight off Russia, because they did not have enough conventional weapons to take them to the battlefield the way Russia would have expected. So, I mean, they were just very curious and using what they have, and that's where we are. You know, this is technology changing the way things happen. Huh?
Well, that's where, Florian, I kind of want to go. I think after that drone strike by Ukraine and Russia, we had so many conversations in the newsroom about, oh my gosh, like warfare just continuing to change very dramatically. My dad and his three brothers all fought in World War II, excuse me. A lot of man-to-man combat. It was just a very different type of warfare. You know, we've seen the gamification of warfare. How does drones kind of make it safer on one level in terms of not putting people at the kind of right at the top, you know, the front line, if you will, but at the same time make it easier for someone to flip a switch and send drones into combat?
You know, you used a word that describes it quite well, which is gamification. You know, it's using a lot of technology that was spilling over from adjacent industries like cell phone technology. You know, a lot of the small stuff, chips, batteries, cameras that they weren't just not available a few years ago to companies like us. And you know, the cell phone industry basically allowed us all to disrupt classical defense military companies, because now you know it's available to everybody, and China is very strong in that regard. And I think what has to happen now is we need to rebuild, specifically in the US, but also in Germany and Europe. We need to rebuild the industrial base to be capable of producing thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s of these units. It's not about like a few multi-$100 million aircraft anymore. It's about large numbers, attritable platforms. You know, you want to saturate your adversary, and there's companies like Quantum and Anduril in the US that are changing the rules how we play.
Florian, I am curious though, is there somebody, an entity, a country that you will not sell to?
Well, you know, in Germany, all of what we do is very regulated. And so we have a German export control authority, which is called BAFA, which is very much in line with NATO and German governmental official position. And so we have to fulfill these guidelines and guard, and so it's basically impossible for us, you know, from a legal perspective, for example, to sell into countries like Iran and Russia and China, but also, you know, then that's the legal perspective on it. And then we as the founders and we together with our investors have made it very clear that even though if we could sell to certain countries, you know, we have to feel comfortable with that as a company. So, for example, Saudi Arabia is probably one of those countries that would be quite obvious that we could sell to, but we would probably have a discussion.
You mentioned investors. The company is backed by.
Jeg shortet til helvetes da, han var lang som et vondt år.
Outside of Europe, because for much of the past 3 years you have been selling your drones to Ukraine, but you
Deilig.
did just
Kan
open
Trump gjøre hva faen han vil? Fuck Trump. Vi har gull. Bryr oss ikke.
California, what is the opportunity in the U.S. market?
I think that was a very smart decision, you know.
Hvor er det nå, Trump?
Because the largest Department of Defense in the world, and obviously Europe as a total is up. It's about the same size, but it's very fragmented in 26 member state countries. So going to the US and doing that single biggest
eggs is down. You buy eggs. I'm Trump. Beautiful eggs.
Saying it's going to be hard for a non-US company to do well, but I think we managed to do so. You know, I've spent 2 years of my life in the US. 1 year in high school, 1 year when I was trained as a professional helicopter pilot in Fort Rucker, Alabama. I picked a little bit of the way of how America works and what's the life over there and how the people do business. And so I was very lucky to hire an excellent CEO coming from the drone defense industry, and he was setting up a quantum incredibly well. And so I think, you know, it's not the US or Europe. I think part of our mission is also to, in these uncertain times of what we see at the moment, where the US is trying to break away from Europe, that economic companies that are on the free market, act as a glue maybe to get us through these times, because you know the US has been always the biggest ally to Europe, especially what is coming up tomorrow, D-Day. You know, we want to pay back a little bit here, and so for me it was a natural thing to go to the US.
Yeah. Okay, so we are Bloomberg, and we are always curious about interesting startups and as they are growing. And as Tim mentioned, you are backed by Peter Thiel. You just raised about $181 million, a financing round, valuing you at more than $1 billion. So kind of going into that unicorn status. When is the IPO? If there is one, will it be Europe? Will it be the United States? What will you guys do?
So, you know, it's unclear at the moment. Right now we're doing very well. We're you know, being on the capital market also means you're very transparent in what you do, and you know, these big government contracts we are after, they're either 0 or 1. And you know, we don't want to end up being the goal of, you know, speculative betting on us or against us on Wall Street. So I think we'll take like 1 or 2 more years, 1 or 2 more financing rounds, and then probably, as we are a German company, we could look into doing a European IPO, or as you said, you know, New York Stock Exchange. Probably depends a little bit also on how well we do with our US facility. As you said, we have heavily invested in a 135,000 square foot. We need to fill that with business. We expect the US government to give us more contracts to pay back that we invest so heavily into the US now. And then it's an open decision, I would say, as of today.
Well, it's always, you know, interesting. We talk so much about, here we are in San Francisco, you know, the heart of Silicon Valley, you know, just nearby. Innovation, though, happens around the world. You are based in Munich. How does that startup environment differ there, over in Europe, in Munich specifically, versus maybe elsewhere, versus the United States, for example?
Yeah, so, you know, having lived in the United States and having met a lot of US investors in the last 6, 8, 10 years, you can definitely say that the spirit of go big or go home or think big is definitely a part of Silicon Valley culture. Whereas in Germany, we have excellent engineering, I would say, at very decent price and cost of living. So I think there's an advantage for both locations to be. Obviously, especially in the beginning, I was always a little bit jealous looking at the amount and the number of companies that are still being founded in the US. So it's so much more and bigger than Europe. But I think we're catching up. You know, what has happened in the last 2 or 3 years, it's clear for us now in Europe that we are on our own. We need to reinvent ourselves. We need to define who we are, who we want to be in that world. You know, and Germany always has been the place of great world-leading tech companies. I think we have just not had that in the last 1 or 2 decades, and I think it's time to change that again, and we are ready to do that.
Hey, Florian, before we let you go, I know you're focused on these UAVs that are really about reconnaissance, but I want to pick your brain a little bit about the areas of innovation, especially here in the U.S., because back in March, the U.S. government awarded Boeing the new Air Force F-47 stealth fighter jet. There's sort of a lot of controversy around this because it's still going to be crew-based, though the president did say we'll be able to fly remotely. Should the U.S. right now, or should countries be investing in any crewed aircraft right now, or is the future 100%, in your view, UAV?
I think the future is unmanned. It's definitely about robotics and unmanned systems. The question is, how fast will that happen? I think the UK has just brought up a new defense policy. They call it 20-40-40, saying 20% will be or should be assets, classical assets like there used to be, so manned fighter jets, 40% ISR and intelligence, and 40% unmanned strike capabilities. So I think it's not either or. I think it's a combination, both, but definitely more than we used to see. And you know, I don't know if the F-47 is going to be manned or unmanned. Probably these high-value assets will still be manned, but they will definitely not fly into enemy territory. I think they have a standoff capability, extreme long-range radar range, because they're so super expensive. But let's see. You know, it's changing. Maybe the next war will be not fought on drones. Maybe it's in space.
Or maybe we won't have a war, which would, sorry for you, but it would make me kind of happy.
They do agricultural drones too.
So
it's just
do that.
It's just the mix has been really military focused over the last few years.
Peace would be nice.
It would be. Now you're asking for a lot. Hey, Florian, thanks for joining us. That's Florian Scheibel, CEO of Quantum Systems, joining us from Italy just now. He's also featured in Business Week's One to Watch in Technology. It's a guide to the people you'll be hearing more about in the near future. So check that out in the current issue of Bloomberg Business.
It's always a great list. All right, folks, watching the trade action all over the place on Wall Street in terms of equities. Let's go back to Bloomberg headquarters in New York City and to Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much indeed. All over the place. Certainly sums it up, Carol and Tim. Right now we have got the S&P 500 index in the red. Stocks edging lower after earlier climbing on hopes tensions between the U.S. and China will cool down as Donald Trump and Xi Jinping agreed to further trade talks. Right now we have got the S&P still in the red, down 8 points right now, down 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 20, higher now by 0.1%. We've got NASDAQ down 40. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of just about 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, hard hit today, down 1.1%. 10-year 4.39% of the 2-year, 3.92%. Spot gold currently trading right now lower by 0.5%. Gold in the red by $18 the ounce, 33.54. West Texas Intermediate crude is higher, up 0.8%, 63.35 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now with a $103,000 handle, down by 1.4%. Some of the other stories that we are following for you at this hour: Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel Corp are on pace to finalize their $14.1 billion combination with President Trump's administration ahead of a deal deadline later this month, capping an 18-month saga to combine the steelmakers into the world's second largest producer. Circle Internet shares are surging right now. At one point, the stock was up 235% in the first day of trading after the company and its shareholders raised nearly $1.1 billion in their IPO. Circle Circle shares are pushing higher now by 175.9%. And President Trump is suggesting that he might let Ukraine and Russia, quote, fight for a little while before brokering a peace deal, and threatened to implement fresh sanctions on both countries if he determines the conflict isn't going to end. Recapping, S&P now down by 4, a drop there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here in San Francisco at the Bloomberg Tech Summit. It is a favorite event.
It's a favorite event. It's also a beautiful day. I looked out. We're on the 4th floor of the St. Regis right now.
What's on top?
I don't know. I have no idea what's on top. I'm looking straight out there.
Trees.
There are lemon trees. I'm sure they're like Meyer lemons or something. And
I might grab
it's
a
just
few.
like very, very California.
It's very California. Yeah. Hey, listen, very much to a part of our world today. We've got a podcast. Everybody's got a podcast. Great Chat, though, is a new one that debuted, I think, about 3 months ago. Episodes include conversations that can kind of go in a lot of places. LLMs, AI maybe taking our jobs, the best place to do a startup. That's as likely to be heard as are Hoarding Eggs, Forever 21's demise, and also views on the new code.
We've got with us here at the Bloomberg Tech 25, Ashley Mayer, co-host of the Great Chat podcast. Ashley, co-founder and general partner at the early venture firm Coalition Operators. Last night, she was joined by her co-host, Helen Min, who's a venture partner at True Ventures and also has done time, Carol, at Plaid Dropbox, and the company formerly known as Facebook.
Tell us about this podcast, because my understanding, I think it was a LinkedIn post that you guys talked about, I think you did, that it was like a feisty dinner, and all of a sudden, here we got to a podcast. Tell us about what you guys were thinking and the mission here.
Yeah, I mean, be careful before you go to a dinner with a group of friends, because you might end up starting a podcast. The 5 of us had a dinner last fall. It was a fun, feisty conversation about the tech industry, and we joked at that dinner, maybe we should have a podcast. There are so many podcasts that are, more news-driven, more informational, have guests, but we sort of thought that maybe a more conversational format was good, and so that podcast turned into a group chat. And that group chat turned into a podcast, and Great Chat was born.
Can I say, it almost felt like Sex and the City for the tech world, a little bit, because you guys will cover a lot of what's going on in the world more generally, but then you'll talk about, some executive moving to Meta or something, and you kind of get into the nitty-gritty of it.
Sex and the City for nerds, maybe. And I think what we try to do is demystify a lot of the headlines everyone's seeing. I mean, the 5 of us have worked in tech our whole careers, investors, operators, founders. My co-host Valley has been in media herself. And so we try to break down like the biggest headlines, the biggest topics in tech, and make them accessible, especially to a younger generation of people coming into this industry.
You guys are venture capitalists, so you understand that things need to make money eventually.
Yes.
We're in a world where anyone can do a podcast, so there's a big difference between sort of the Caller Daddies and Joe Rogans of the world, and then the newer entrants that don't necessarily have the traction. Is this right now making money? Is the goal for it to make money?
No, not currently, although, never say never. We're very much in scrappy mode. We're really doing this from a place that we saw a gap in the ecosystem, and if I'm going to be a little feisty here myself, we found one of the few areas of white space in tech commentary, which is that we're all women. And we felt like a lot of the biggest voices in the tech industry were very loud, very prominent, often billionaire men, and we thought maybe we could bring a different lens.
You're not saying any names, but I think I know who you're talking about.
There may be a podcast. It's a group of 4 men who are very loud. And
I did watch Mountainhead.
It sounds like Milan.
On HBO. I don't know if you watched Mountainhead on HBO. I'm just throwing it out there.
Fun fact, I worked for one of those podcast hosts back in the day.
What did you learn?
Well, I learned the power of narrative. And the stories we tell each other and ourselves about our industry determine who gets funded, who gets the benefit of the doubt, where top talent goes, and this stuff really matters.
But it's so indicative of how many conversations have we had about women in tech, and specifically female-founded companies just fighting for capital and to get recognized. Why is that still a problem? And how can you guys use your format and your platform to maybe help that?
Yeah.
And also as venture capitalists in your own right.
Totally. And I mean, I'm an emerging fund manager myself. I have to raise money for my fund. And so it's very much a thing. Listen, I think just having examples of people who are maybe underrepresented, who are visible, who are doing the thing and putting ourselves out there.
Right.
I mean, we're very much in this like anti-DEI era, which comes with both, I think, some negative implications for how people are focusing their time and efforts. But at the end of the day, we all get to put our chips on the table and build things ourselves and elevate other people who are doing it.
Ashley, this pushback against DEI, pushback against women, pushback against anyone who maybe isn't just a white male born in America. That's kind of how it feels right now.
Stig!
With your platform, are you afraid to speak out against that? I mean, because I think there is a lot of fear among leaders about, the White House either hearing something and not liking it. So tell me about that, and how does it make it also harder for you guys to raise money?
Yeah, I mean, I am at a small fund, and so I'm not too worried about President Trump watching this interview and coming at me. And listen, I think at the end of the day, my job as an investor is to fund the very best founders I can find. I do super early stage investing, so it really is a bet on the founder. I don't have a diversity mandate. We never have a coalition, but we have very diverse networks, diverse pipeline of deals, we have a diverse portfolio. And in an ideal world, that's how it works, in my opinion, right? Versus having to have dedicated programs, specific sleeves of dollars going to early stage founders. I think that, as the venture ecosystem diversifies, the pool of founders who get capital will diversify as well.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what's exciting you in the tech space right now. Before we do that, Carol, you did mention, and Ashley, you mentioned it too, that the president going after different folks. I should bring everyone an update.
Masse regner her, Buss.
Relationship
Regn.
Trump, the president, putting out on True Social, quote, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. So just a little bit of an update back and forth between
Trump skriver dritt
It is
nå.
so over. It does feel...
We're going to talk to Marcus Scarron from Rivian in just a minute, so we'll see if he has any commentary about that. Ashley, before we let you go, curious about what's exciting to you out here. We're not in an ecosystem of technology where venture capitalists are throwing money at app-based games or food delivery apps or that sort of thing right now. A lot of it's going into robotics, a lot of it's going into AI.
Yeah.
Where are you seeing the money go? What's exciting to you?
I mean, excited about a lot of the macro trends that other people are. I have a partner who is actively building a company in the AI space called Tribe AI. We see incredible AI deal flow from her, and she also sort of really has a real-time pulse on what the biggest AI platforms are doing, how enterprises are adopting. I have another partner who runs CityBlock Health, which is a massive healthcare startup. We're seeing incredible breakthroughs in the healthcare ecosystem, especially the intersection of health and AI. But at the highest level, I think there's never been a better time to be an emerging investor and an early stage investor.
AI foran firmaet ditt, så det liksom good to go.
Right? From a technological perspective, the AI platform shift is really changing everything. From a regulatory perspective, I mean, it's a little bit of a wild west, but change is generally good for early stage startups. Culturally and from a media perspective, the way startups build their brands, go to market, find their customers is changing. And so that for me is so exciting. These moments are where the most opportunity comes from.
So 10 seconds in a world where everything feels so uncertain, you feel pretty confident.
I feel good. I mean, I think if you built your career in the startup ecosystem, you're purpose-built for change, and there's never been a bigger period of change than the one we're in right now.
Ashley Mayer, she is co-founder and general partner of the early venture firm Coalition Operators, and she, along with Helen Min, are co-hosts at the Great Chat podcast.
Well, on the big stage right now here at the Bloomberg Tech Summit 2025, Shireen Ghaffari is sitting down with Arvon Srinivas, co-founder and CEO of Perplexity. Check it out.
Best infrastructure. They have their own hardware, data centers, everything. 3 billion, 4 billion users. So why not just change it? Why change Google.com? Like make it like Perplexity. If that anyway, AI mode is literally like even the font is like basically Perplexity now. That's the extent to which they've studied our product. Great. So why don't you go ahead and ship it? You cannot because you lose all the ad revenue. Like if you can go and ask like what are the best sneakers for you to buy or like what are the best jackets for you to buy or best airlines to pick for this something or best hotels to stay at a place. How are you going to charge all these people for money? Or if you literally, in fact, like leave the AI answers. These days, if you just go and ask for the NBA score, before even triggering the score widget, they put the Ticketmaster ads right at the top because they need the money. And if that's the money that's paying for all the R&D spend on Gemini.
Right. But what Google does have is reach, right? So they have, you know, billions of users who use it every day.
But they cannot ship it. So that's been consistent over the last 3 years.
And let's talk about, though, I mean, they do ship a lot. But let's talk about what you are going to do to try to get that same kind of reach and that same kind of integration that users have with Google in your everyday life, which, as I understand it, the browser is a big part of that strategy. So can you tell us that why do you think browsers are the next frontier for successful AI companies?
Yeah, often what's said, like why did Sundar become the CEO of Google is because like he focused on the Chrome project, right? He was the one running the Chrome project, and that ended up being one of the biggest weapons for them in this battle against Microsoft. And it took them many years, probably 10 years to become the leading browser. The browser is the front end to your internet. Like
Tesla ned 12% og Nasdaq så lite rødt.
The Omnibox, the search box, is where
Google
queries are going. That's why if you go to Google Trends and see the top most queries by volume, it's always weather or like Amazon or Reddit or Instagram.
Tesla ned 12%.
Using Google as a navigation tool.
But
if you can blend navigation, information, activity like transactions and like
Microsoft har bare opp 1%.
all in like one
Det
interface.
ingenting, det kun Broadcom som går.
You can actually like go for it all in like one single tool. So that's and if you really want to transition AI from answers
Kotsko ned 4%, Tesla ned 12%,
Answers are essentially like 4 or 5 searches in one. Actions are like an entire browsing session in like one prompt. You really need to actually have a browser and hybridize the compute on the client and the server side in the seamless way possible.
Det ingen av de store som på en måte mye opp.
That calls for rethinking the whole browser. We're not actually thinking about Comet as yet another browser. It'll be a cognitive operating system. It'll be there for you every time, anytime for work or life, as an assistant on the side. For you. And I think that will fundamentally make
Tesla ned 12%.
How we even think about the internet. Like earlier we would
Tesla opp 3%, så det opp flere hundre poeng.
Living on the internet, like a lot of our life actually exists there. And if you want to build a proactive, personalized AI, it needs to live together with you. And that's why we need to rethink the browser entirely.
All right, well, there you have it. Arvind Srinivas, co-founder and CEO of Perplexity, in conversation with Shireen Ghaffari, a Riot reporter at Bloomberg News.
All right, we've got a really great guest. We want to get right to him. RJ Scaringe is with us. He's, of course, head of the $16 billion market cap automaker. We're talking about Rivian. We talk about this company all the time with us at Bloomberg Tech Summit here in San Francisco. And we have Ed Ludlow, a member of our team, co-host of Bloomberg Technology, and who knows this company so well. Hey, one thing I want to start with, RJ, is there's a lot going on today. The bromance in the White House between Elon and Donald Trump. It seems like it's over. And it's not going well. So I'm just curious, have you been able to kind of win market share or anything as a result of kind of Elon's position at Doge? And I'm just curious how it will play out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd
the
just say...
anti-Tesla move.
Yeah, I think in general, it's, the thing that's been surprising is just how politicized a lot of things become. So electric vehicles become politicized, specific brands within the electric vehicle space are politicized. And so what we've tried to do as a brand really focused on is to focus on what we stand for, the products, their attributes.
Han er Donald Trump er et rasshøl mot Elon Musk.
We have Republicans.
The easiest way to save money in our budget bills is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts.
And yeah, it's such a beautiful mix of backgrounds, perspectives, cultures that are drawn to what we're building as a brand.
Right.
And we're about to launch what we call our R2, which is a lower priced vehicle. It starts at $45,000. And that product will even, broaden the aperture even more. And so
I think what Carol's asking is if there's net positive effect for you from this environment on sales.
That's what she was asking.
I think you're benefiting from this environment,
the anti-Tesla movement, have you benefited from it?
I think there are a lot of customers who are looking for a brand that they want to connect with. So that we're seeing that for sure.
Sort of on that, thinking about the politics of this, rare earths. I mean, you and the team have been really clear that you've been working to educate the Trump administration when it comes to the complexities around processing rare earths here in the U.S. We did hear from the president earlier today after a call with President Xi Jinping. He said there should no longer be any questions respecting the complexity of rare earths products. Are you still concerned about accessibility to rare earths?
Well, first I'd say I appreciate that the administration recognizes this as an issue. That's important, and I think that we've done a lot of work and spent a lot of time with the administration on this topic. I think this is perhaps one of the biggest topics surrounding, the trade tensions with China. It's well documented that a vast majority of the world's processing for these rare earth metals happens in China. So this is something that we're going to continue to be very focused on, continue to have concerns about until we start to see it really move.
What's your backup plan?
We have many backup plans.
If you can't get access to these rare earths for some reason over an extended period of time, which are essential in making EVs and batteries, what do you do?
So what we've done, what we've spent time on over the last several months, is to build alternative supply chains, but they're not elegant because they're not set up for scale, and a lot of people beyond us are also trying to build these alternative supply chains. So I think the hope is that in the short to medium term we see this open back up. Right. And I think in the long term we're probably going to see both investment into building rare earth capacity outside of China, and then innovation to remove rare earths from products. So if you take in an electric vehicle, the reason this is so important is the motors use permanent magnets, and the permanent magnets have rare earth metals, things like dysprosium, all those things on the periodic table that we forget they're on there. But those rare earth metals are needed in the magnets, but you can create an electromagnet to power the rotor. The rotor is the spinning part of the motor, but then you've got to get power to the rotor. So you can do it with a brush, you can do it with induction. So it's a more complex motor product, but it does remove the complexity of global trade around rare earths.
But is that a little time away?
Yeah, it's not you can't flip your design overnight, but I would say I think a lot of the auto industry is going to start finding innovative ways that are perhaps maybe a little more expensive that reduce the reliance on those.
People wonder how nimble you are, though. Like, do you remember when we first met 7 years ago? With respect, your suppliers really wouldn't engage with you because of scale.
Yeah.
So, if you have had to pivot a little bit because of policy, particularly for planning for R2, have you been able to A, get your suppliers to listen to you, and B, affect a change? What's changed?
We've talked about this a lot. I mean, our relationship with suppliers, the leverage we have with those suppliers is so much stronger today with R2 and what's to come than what we had, in 2019 or 2020, even 2018. But I'd say the thing that's really helpful for us in R2 is it's not as if this is a surprise. We saw, if you going into summer of last year, we saw some of these tensions already rising between the United States and China, and that was as we were planning for and sourcing R2. So we contemplated and in many ways anticipated a lot of these situations we're now dealing with in terms of tariffs, in terms of trade restrictions happening. So in the medium to long term, we're pretty well covered. In the short to medium term, if things get shut off, that's really challenging. And so that's where I think the rare earth challenge is, that if this happens where it's off, it just creates a lot of pressure on a very thin non-China supply chain.
I still think there's a lot of interest in Rivian. What I hear is there's also a lot of interest in Orso, your micromobility spin-off. Would you consider kind of de-risking yourselves a little bit by allowing outside investors to write you a check into that venture and get you some capital or de-risk your own balance sheet?
Jeg tror gull kan fort gå til 70 ganske fort.
This micromobility portion of Rivian out, and we actually raised outside capital. So we brought $105 million in at the start of the year.
Which was from Eclipse.
Which was from Eclipse, exactly.
Right.
And so it's now independently financed from Rivian. And it's it's a really exciting set of products. We're going to show those products in the fall.
But would the venture look at even further outside capital to get going a little bit?
We could, but we're really happy with where it is. It's exciting to build a new business with the strength of all the Rivian technologies is starting.
Right.
I saved 30 seconds at the end to wrap up our show. With everything that's going on from the administration, kind of pushback, it feels like, against alternative energy and EVs, do you think it's a real setback, or things will keep moving. And forgive me, it's just about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right.
Go.
Look, I think there's a lot of noise in the short term, but the end state is still really clear. The world's going to electrify. We're going to move towards sustainable carbon neutral transportation. And the countries and the businesses that focus on the future state are the ones that are going to be participants in the long term. And so, we talk about this often with the administration, which is the importance of U.S. companies having technical leadership, production capacity around these areas, and make sure we're there.
You did it. 30. Thank you so much. Great way for us to wrap up this hour. RJ Scaringe, thank you. Of course, Rivian, and of course, our Ed Ludlow. Do not go anywhere. The close coming your way on TV, and Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Technology.
Gull bør poppe nå, liksom. Popp da, for faen.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on Wall Street. A lot of volatility in the trade. There's a lot of back and forth between President Trump and Elon Musk. Shares of Tesla are plummeting. They're down about 11%.
Jeg tror det er stille, for folk er bare nervøse.
They are definitely in a different part of their relationship.
De makrotalene som kom i dag var helt katastrofe, og så pratet Trump det opp, og nå er han i krig med Elon, så er det liksom helt galmatese. Jeg har aldri sett for at Nasdaq er så lite ned, når Tesla er ned 12%, det har aldri skjedd for.
Contracts.
Exactly.
So we're talking SpaceX, obviously.
Right.
What I would say, I would just say, what are the other options that the U.S. government has when it comes to launching some of these satellites?
Well, it's getting personal. I mean, both the president and Elon trading some insults on social media. Trump saying he was disappointed. President Trump saying he was disappointed by Elon Musk's criticisms of the Republican tax policy bill. Was it a week ago, a week and a half ago?
It was last Friday. He was in the Oval Office with the president.
And he got the golden key.
Yeah.
Got the golden key, and they said they were going to work together. Anyway, this is playing out, and it makes us wonder kind of what are the implications of it. The implications for Tesla shares, though, they are diving.
Okay, so that's the latest on the back and forth. We'll bring you updates on that drama. Also, taking a look at the markets, Carol, things are a little bit all over the place. The S&P 500 down 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. Tesla dragging that one. The Dow up, though, 0.1%.
Let's not forget, the other really big market story, investor story, is U.S.-China relations. And it does look like there's some movement forward as the president of China, President Xi, and President Trump, of course, of the United States, seem to have had a conversation. And so maybe they're moving forward on figuring out some of the
The president also saying he's going to go to China.
He does. Both of them are going to maybe come to each other's countries. So that's also playing out in the markets. Coming up for us over the next couple of hours, Peggy Johnson, sitting down, CEO of Agility Robotics. We're going to talk about the company's humanoid robotic. It's called Digit. So I can't wait to talk about this stuff because we might be replaced.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. Maybe by AI. I don't know, by a humanoid robot. We'll talk to Peggy about it. Also, really exciting conversation coming up in the back half of the next 2 hours. We got the Nobel laureate in chemistry. She shared it back in 2020 for her pioneering work on the gene editing technology known as CRISPR. Jennifer Doudna is going to be joining us a little bit later.
Also, the CEO of Code with Glossier. We used to say everybody should learn how to code, but I'm not sure in the world of AI whether or not that's going to be so important. But we'll talk about all of this. First up, though, let's get you caught up to speed on the financial markets. Let's head things over to Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we got just about 57 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Got to begin with the end of the bromance. You guys touched on it. Tesla shares are now plunging by 13.4%. President President Trump has proposed ending Elon Musk's government contracts and subsidies, escalating the feud between the two former allies. Trump's threat strikes at a main source of the billionaire's wealth. Musk's Tesla and space exploration technologies have both benefited from federal contracts and subsidies. Again, Tesla shares, they're plunging right now, down by 13.45%, certainly weighing on the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, down 1.5%. S&P right now down 10, drop there of 0.2%. The Dow up 30, that is a gain of 0.1%. Nasdaq down 78, a decline of 0.4%. 10-year at 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.92%. Gold down $17 the ounce, $33.55 the ounce, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now up 0.9%, $63.40 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin down 1.6%, now falling below 102,928 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, the S&P trading lower. Lori Calvasine is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, and she told us she is waiting for the next catalyst. And again, right now,
we think the stock market is on. We need something else big to give us a jolt in terms of improving the macro outlook and getting that backdrop not just a little bit better, but a lot better. And I just don't see that coming right now. I need a little more proof.
Lori Calvasine of RBC Capital Markets. Microsoft hired today, climbing to a record. Software company is the first of the Mag 7 group to fully recover losses from earlier in the year and rally to a fresh high. Microsoft right now up by 1.1%. Recapping, S&P down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Robots in warehouses doing repetitive tasks that humans now do, but doing them better and not getting injured. Carol, it sounds like the stuff of the future, but Agility Robotics is one of the few companies that's doing this right now.
Yeah, they really are. Check this out. It's got 5'9" robots working at a warehouse containing products made by Spanx. It has technology and testing at Amazon.com facilities. And that really makes Agility really one of the few humanoid bot companies with machines currently performing useful tasks for customers. If you were wondering if it's happening, folks, it's happening.
Peggy is the former CEO of the augmented reality tech firm Magic Leap. She's held senior roles at Microsoft and Qualcomm. She joins us here in San Francisco at the Bloomberg Tech Summit. Welcome. It's been reported that companies are testing Digit, your humanoid robot. It's what we're talking about. When will it go beyond testing, though, to actually scale? Apparently, there are only about 100 of these that are out in the field right now.
Well, we have gone beyond testing. We are actually commercially deployed as of 1 year ago today, actually, in GXO facilities, which is a third-party logistics provider who sends Spanx out.
We know Mr. Jacobs well at this point.
We do.
So, how many are out there in the field?
Right now, there's a handful of them, but they're getting ready to scale.
More than 100?
Oh, total, we have about 100 out in the field that the company has made. But at GXO, we have a handful of those, but they're looking at next steps on how to scale that beyond that facility.
Peggy, is it all about logistics, at least for the beginning and for a long time? I'm just curious how this explodes.
Yeah, that was the right entry point for a couple of reasons. One is the robot is capable of doing that today. It was made for work. It can pick up heavy containers, even if things are rolling around in it, and still be stable and set it down. It can move things from A to B over and over and over again. Logistics happens to be an area where there's a huge labor gap. These are challenging jobs, very physically challenging. They have repetition, they're a little bit mind-numbing, they're just hard jobs, cause a lot of injuries and things. Hard to fill these jobs. So because of that demand, we are able to bring our robots in.
How expensive are they and how quickly? Do it kind of make sense on a financial basis?
You don't have to pay for their health care.
That's true.
You don't have to pay their salaries.
I'm
just throwing it out there.
There's no vacation time.
They never fight
with maintenance.
They don't fight with each other.
You haven't seen Terminator, right?
Nej, så vi tar gevinst nå.
Seriously, how much do they cost?
Nej.
Nå har du så vidt begynt å gå.
Yeah, right now we talk about the range, very low volume of, say, a luxury vehicle. That's coming down very, very quickly with volume. We believe we have line of sight to about 25K, 30K for these industrial robots. we'll be in that environment for a while now before, say, we get into the homes where I think the price is going to have to come down much.
The big risk that, by the way, we're speaking with Peggy Johnson, CEO of Agility Robotics. If it's getting a little loud for folks, it's just because it's lunchtime here, and we got a lot of folks lining up behind us. Peggy, the sort of golden goose with this stuff is working alongside humans in a way that's not at a risk to the health of the humans, where a robot's not going to like bump them and hurt them. How do you do that? Because that seems to be something that is really, really challenging.
It is super challenging.
These guys got to work
alone
humanoid right now.
Exactly. They have to today work inside of a work cell, which are these gates that go up about waist high. It keeps humans back. Because
it keeps humans back and not robots caged?
The robot, yeah, right, because they're very curious.
You know how I'm thinking about this.
They're very curious. Humans want to get in there and see them. So it keeps humans back. But the robots themselves are human-sized, and sometimes they fall. They trip or things just like humans do. And so you have to be able to handle those situations in a very controlled manner. Sometimes they're carrying 50 pounds of weight. That has to be something that you bring the robot down in a very controlled way so that no one gets hurt. You don't want an arm coming around. How do you do that? Super challenging. We figured it out at Agility, and we'll be demoing that before the end of the year. It's called cooperative safety. We can be around humans.
You know, one thing that I've learned over the last few months is that China is doing this really, really well. We have reports that there's a higher density of robots per human on Chinese factory floors than here in the US and then here in Japan. A source featured in a Bloomberg story just a couple weeks ago said there are 50 or 60 companies in China he thinks working on humanoid development now. Are we behind?
I would say yes and no. They do have a plethora of robots out there. Some of what is termed humanoids aren't actually. I mean, humanoids usually have 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. Some of them are simple robot arms and things like that. So if we separate those out and say, just what are the humanoids doing, there's very few that we see doing real heavy industrial work. Oftentimes, it's very lightweight. It's only a handful of skills. I think from an innovation standpoint, the U.S. is still ahead of China in this area.
Okay.
Well, so wait a minute. So, because I think we think about like the automation part that China has done really, really well. But you're saying with humanoids, you think the U.S. is ahead?
I think we are still ahead. We have not seen, first of all, safety incorporated in their humanoids. You must have safe humanoids. You cannot let them out of the work cell where the big markets are without that. You need an e-stop, for instance, an emergency stop on the back. You need to hit that if something goes wrong. It's just like an electronic vehicle.
Can I get one for this?
They do have that in The Wild Robot, the best-selling children's book.
Well,
they do.
Okay, see, they're ahead.
They are ahead.
So I am curious about oversight, though. What is the capacity for someone to go in and affect a program? Like, how does it work? Once a humanoid is out there, are they completely independent? Or is there some oversight? Like, how does this work?
So a couple things. We are actually working with the U.S. government on the standards for humanoids. None exist right now. They need to exist.
Who do you work with on that?
We work with a group called A3, and they then input the results of that into folks like OSHA.
Part of defense? Oh, no. Part of...
Would it go under David Sachs at all? In his AI czar role, in his crypto
It
role?
will probably cross paths with David at some point.
All right, so continue. So, all right, so what else are you working on these standards?
You need that, but we've taken safety seriously from day one. Because of the power in these machines, you have to take it seriously. If something should happen, you don't want an arm to fling around and knock you over and do perhaps more damage. So that and also the data on it has to stay very protected, just like anything in a corporate IT infrastructure. You've got to keep the data protected. So we think of all of those things in combination.
Are they using data from the cloud? Do they have their own on-site, on-premise?
Both.
We
have quite a bit of compute on the robot itself, and we're also connected to the cloud. We need to step into an enterprise environment. So we have to plug into their warehouse management systems. We have to talk to the other types of robots like autonomous mobile carts and conveyor belts. Those are all types of automation. And we have to talk to all of those in order to work safely in that environment. And by the way, to take over those tasks that they can't find humans for, we have to be able to plug in as if it was a human.
You're not the only one here in the U.S. who's working on this. I don't know if you saw Brett Adcock from Figure AI was here. They're also working on humanoids. How does your robot differ from Brett's?
Well, we're here today with our robot who will walk autonomously onto the stage today and upon my input will execute on my commands. So that's one big difference.
And it sounds like the Figure AI robot does not do that at this point?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
It possibly
Has
might,
anyone
but I
seen
haven't
it?
seen it. I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't. You could ask Brett.
Well, we could do, Carol, do you remember that show many years ago? This is like when I was a kid, BattleBots?
Yeah.
Where they had like remote control cars, robots that would like violently attack each other. I could see like a little cage match between.
Actually, you've seen some video over in China of like different robots kind of doing that.
Digit and like a Figure AI robot.
Yeah, we actually have really taken a stand that we would never arm our general purpose robots.
Oh, that's good to know.
We need to have trust. We first and foremost have to have trust with the humans. So we won't
just
arm
the fact
them.
that the fact that she has to say that, I think, is a story.
No, it is a story. Like I'm thinking, we just talked about drones in terms of how that's impacting warfare, and I just think about all this stuff getting into the wrong hands. Like, how do we control that?
Well, we've already seen some of that out of China. You see armed humanoids in videos and things. I think the U.S. has to have a response to that, obviously, and that they should have that kind of tech.
Right.
My point is our current general purpose robots are not meant for that at all.
Okay.
And because we need to build trust in the environment.
Will you rule out ever using your robots for security
I
purposes?
mean, we'd never rule that out. I just want to make it very clear that what we have today is not meant for that. And you do see videos of that coming out of general purpose robots in China.
Yeah, I will say that.
And that is terrifying.
What we've read, startups are doing trials in China from sorting garbage, delivering medicines in nursing homes. They're thinking about using these for elder care, but also patrolling the streets alongside police officers. And on the other hand, guiding museum tours.
Yeah. Those are all great use cases.
Patrolling
I
is a
think.
great use case.
I think it is because you're putting a human in harm's way. Every time a policeman walks out onto the street, I think better to have a robot. I think
But it doesn't have to be armed.
It doesn't. Yeah. It better in a hazardous situation. There's been some sort of nuclear problem. Send a robot in. Don't send in humans.
I want to ask you. Citi recently projected that the market for the machines, humanoids, and related services will surge to about $7 trillion by 2050, and the world could be populated by 640 million human-like bots. What might that world look like? Take us there.
Well, I think that world doesn't happen first until there's safety. So we have to show that these robots can be side by side with humans in a very safe manner. But then you should think of it as a tool in the same way farmers used to plow fields with oxen and now they have machines that do it. This will be a tool that will give you choice. Some people might want to use a robot to cook. You might enjoy cooking. You say, no, just do the laundry. So that is, you should think of it as giving you choice to take manual.
So we could have every household has their own humanoid robot to do.
Kødder du? Musk er gæren! Se gulla!
I would say 2 hours a night.
Right?
With like stuff that I do every day.
But I mean, you could see every household having one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Before we let you go, funding, how you're thinking about the business, the information reported is going to go to market. You're raising $400 million at a pre-investment valuation of $1.75 billion. Can you give us an update? Has that round closed?
That is ongoing, and we have
Nå driver alle og
what
kjøper
we
gull.
use to make our next generation robot, which is going to be awesome. It's going to have a 10-to-1 work-to-charge ratio on batteries, which means 100 minutes of work, 10 minutes of charge, it's back out there on the floor again. It can take full shifts. It's
How
going to
many
be
more
amazing.
rounds, just 10 seconds, how many more rounds of financing do you foresee?
I think this is it.
All right.
Cool stuff.
Did in less than 10 seconds.
I love it. I love it. Peggy, such cool stuff. So glad we could get some time with you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Peggy Johnson, CEO of Agility Robotics. Hey, when our coverage continues from the Bloomberg Tech Summit, we're going to talk about creating software as simple and accessible as writing a blog post. Yes, indeed.
Nasdaq burde vært ned 1000 poeng i dag. 200 poeng på Nasdaq er ingenting. 1000 poeng burde han falt i dag. Gjør det sikkert etterpå. Det er en time igjen. Da traff vi på shorte gull i dag, og så treffer vi på gå long gull i dag. Oh yes!
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. Tesla shares now down by 17.1%, certainly weighing on the market. Shares are plunging as President Trump and Elon Musk trade insults. Our Ed Ludlow will have a whole lot more coming up for you in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We've got the S&P now down 45, a decline of 0.7%, worst level of the day. The Dow down 202, down 0.5. Nasdaq down 222, a drop there of 1.1%. Right now, we have got the 10-year yielding 4.39%, the 2-year 3.92%, gold down $13 the ounce, down 0.4%, 33.58 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, 63.29 a barrel, and Bitcoin now with a $101,800 handle. Bitcoin is down 2.7%. As for what's driving markets, Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at JH Investments.
There's been this myopic focus on developments out of Washington, and it's really been a market, in our view, that's been driven by feelings and not facts. So it's been driven
Nå sier de at markedet ble drevet av følelser, ikke fakta, og det visste. Wake the fuck up.
And that is
Wake the fuck up, smell the coffee.
Investments. Among the names reporting after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Broadcom, also Lululemon Athletica. Recapping stocks lower, S&P right now down 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Our Bloomberg Tech Today conversation is brought to you by Cisco. AI moves fast, and the path forward isn't always clear. Cisco gives you the infrastructure, security, and observability to stay on course. Cisco, making AI work for you. Visit cisco.com/AI.
All right, folks, got to say that one of the things we are talking about a lot today is kind of the back and forth that's going on between President Trump and Elon Musk. It's a battle on social media, and I will just say it's almost hard to keep up with the amount of tweets that are going back and forth. What we do know, and what we know the Bloomberg universe cares about, is that Tesla shares are now down about 16%. Now, one of the key things is the president has basically said one of the ways to save money is cut back on the contracts that are given to all of the entities that are within the Elon Musk universe. I will say here's one tweet. Elon Musk asking, is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents 80% of the middle? Yes or no? So he's putting out a poll. There's a lot of back and forth, and you can certainly find it on the Bloomberg. We wanted to get to our own Ed Ludlow to talk a little bit about kind of this back and forth of
Man
two
ser
that
nå,
seem
så
so
tok du gevinst i gull?
intertwined and so getting along, and then all of a sudden it feels very different.
So Ed Ludlow, I think for me there was this realization over the weekend that Jared Isaacman wasn't
No,
going to be
all
running
60s,
NASA.
right.
And to a lot of people, and you reported on this a lot over the last few months, to a lot of people in the industry, in Silicon Valley, but also who are in the space industry said, this is a really good nomination.
Yeah.
Regardless of what his history has been, he knows what to do when it comes to space. He's been to space. He has a relationship with Elon. He has a relationship with SpaceX. He knows this. He knows the industry.
Makes sense.
It was pull over the weekend.
Yeah.
Was that the beginning of the
I think we should go through all of Elon's public and private companies and explain why this is happening and why it's happening so quickly. But yes,
Jeg traff jo som faen her.
is that Sergio Gore, an official within the White House, waited until Musk's Doge tenure had ended. What has happened in the last few hours is the president has said that Musk left Doge because he was asked by the president to leave. I'm tallying all of this together in real time.
He had to leave at a certain point because of his designation as a special government employee,
which is capped at a certain number of days anyway. But we're just going off what is said publicly by the President of the United States. When Musk left Doge, Sergio Gore, this official, as our sources explained to us, and others within the White House
Robert, så tar gevinst, eller?
who are not fans of Elon Musk, saw Jared Isaacman as being closely associated with Elon Musk. We can get into that. And moved to the president to cancel that nomination. The White House is officially saying that and citing Jared Isaacman's historic affiliation with the Democratic Party as well as donations to him.
Right.
That's a SpaceX relationship we're talking about.
And we should note that there have been other people within the Trump administration, and indeed President Trump himself, who in the past has donated to Democrats as well.
Sure.
He talked about that when he ran for president in 2016.
Jared Isaacman went to space twice. He funded those activities himself, but through a financial transaction with SpaceX.
Yeah.
We should talk about Tesla, which is the public proxy for what's happening.
It's getting crushed right
what
now.
you need to know is that SpaceX, since the year 2000,
down about
has had
16%.
Tesla is down, and I think at one point in the session was down 18%, on track for its biggest drop intraday in 4 years. Like, this is serious stuff. SpaceX and Tesla over the last 25 years have had about $25 billion in government subsidies, grants, contracts, including in SpaceX's context with the defense apparatus of this country.
Right.
And what the president has said, I've got the quote if you'll allow me to pull it up,
Please.
is the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it.
Well, Ed, I'll pose the question to you. Maybe Biden didn't do it because SpaceX was the only game out there.
SpaceX is the only game out there commercially insofar as it dominates the vast majority of payload, human and non-human, from Earth into space. And I go back to the point that it is not just grants that NASA issues for development, but contracts with the defense apparatus of this country.
Could Peter Beck's Rocket Lab step in right now? Is it an opportunity for him?
Honestly, they are increasing the cadence.
Ja, kjøpte mer gull, Thomas. Tok gevinst, og så kjøpte jeg mer gull.
Contractor that serves the government. There are regulatory and contractual baselines, ITAR rules, all of these things that you have to satisfy. Elon, as you and I have talked about this over many years. He has security clearance as part of his role as the chief executive officer of SpaceX. This is so fast moving. All I'm doing is summarizing what the president has said today, which is the reason Tesla's down is A, the association. There is now a negative association of Elon Musk with the president. Previously, that relationship supported the stock.
Fornøyd med 2300 kroner på kildekoppet. Så bra, Nico. Dette er bare starten. Gi meg mer tid på gull, så skal vi ta... Så vi trade gull så det blir
it's just amazing kind of how the narrative of the relationship thinking that it would be good for EVs,
Chanel,
right, and it would be good potentially for everything that Elon touches, and we're seeing it's not necessarily playing out like that.
Jeg må bli kvitt gjelda med. Jeg har så
Some
mye
of his
gjelda.
staff have themselves been phoning lawmakers in this country to lobby on the passage of 2 pieces of legislation that are going through Congress on autonomous driving, to have language and content of those bills help Tesla with its longer-term ambition to have a future where they have a robotaxi service. This is also happening in the background.
Look, it's a little bit of a political question, Ed, but bear with me because there's a connection to Silicon Valley here. Elon Musk, in the months leading up to the election, was really able to gather support of a lot of folks who traditionally supported Democrats. Some folks such as...
Elon Musk previously supported Democrats.
Exactly. So,
Mark
Andreessen, for example, who's been pro-Trump lately. David Sachs, who serves as AI and crypto czar. There's a splintering happening right here, and I'm wondering if there are going to be repercussions that go beyond Elon Musk and start to affect a different contingency.
I believe that
Jeg tror man kan kjøpe Nasdaq nå, for det Tesla er 17%.
He was very helpful to the president in the campaign.
Oh yeah.
In getting that non-traditional Trump base to vote for the president. This is what Elon Musk said.
I'm just saying,
trying to condense his own
No, you're right. He absolutely said this in the last few hours. Trump wouldn't have won without me, he said. And he also said that Democrats would have controlled the Senate if he didn't get behind Republicans.
Yeah, and look, to Elon Musk's credit, he has been consistent in saying, I cannot influence the president on policy. So let's take, for example, tariffs. Elon Musk was pretty clear on the last earnings call. He does not believe in the level of tariffs that the Trump administration at that time were trying to put in place. Because, of course, if you're an automaker and you're moving products across borders and that's subject to tariffs, that's not good for your top nor bottom line. But he has said that I don't agree with the president on everything. What has changed? And if you are listening to this program and tuning in for the first time, there are posts on social media in both directions where the President of the United States, his relationship with Elon Musk has rapidly deteriorated in a matter of hours.
Stock now down just under 14%, just 20 seconds.
I'm going to get in trouble with TV.
Does this put more pressure on Elon?
Of course it puts more pressure on Elon because Elon is the CEO of a public company and several private companies that lead fields in America and the world.
All right, run to TV.
Thank you.
He's in demand. He's in demand. Our Ed Ludlow, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Catch it on Bloomberg Television every day from 11 to 12 p.m. Wall Street time. Whoa.
Okay, so I have a lot to get to.
Where do you want to start?
I want to start with.
Well, let's just say Tesla's down 14%.
Okay.
It was down more, but it's still down a lot.
Let's not forget, First Buddy is what he referred to. He rented a cottage at Mar-a-Lago during the transition. To help with the transition, he put hundreds of millions of dollars behind President Trump. We thought this would be. Look, there were a lot of people who said there's going to be a falling out. I guarantee you there will be a falling out. I was starting to think there wouldn't be a falling out. Remember, Elon Musk has said things like, I love President Trump, I love the president. It's hard for me to love somebody as much as I love him.
Right.
And now, I mean, we're seeing this play out over a very short period of time, but these two, I mean, the fact that Elon said some stuff on Twitter that I'm not even going to repeat.
Well, I was just going to go there. There was a tweet that's out there that we're not touching because it's not something we've been able to really verify.
It's an allegation that
It's an allegation that Elon is making. But it just takes this back and forth into a kind of a nasty territory, a very personal territory. And you just do wonder kind of what other narratives and conversations, coverage later today, tomorrow, certainly from a political aspect. And does it weaken, possibly, the president in the White House? I don't know.
It's a good question.
It's a good question.
It's a good question. I would also make the point that last Friday, the New York Times published a deep investigation into Elon Musk's alleged drug use, specifically regarding ketamine and other pills that the New York Times reported he has been taking in the last few months. Elon Musk has denied those allegations in tweets and responded to, indeed, in the Oval Office last week when he was giving that press conference, but it also dug into his own alleged history when it comes to relationships, personal relationships that he's had with mothers of his children.
I just think what's kind of interesting is I remember when the president was coming into the White House, when we saw the role of Elon Musk, we saw about Doge, and how many conversations we had with various folks, including our Max Chafkin, who is one of the co-hosts of our Elon Inc. podcast. But one of the things is we've seen this with President Trump, Donald Trump, get into a relationship with someone, be very close, and then it kind of comes undone. And I think one of the questions we were saying was, how quickly does this relationship come undone? And here we are seeing it, how many days in, how many months in.
How many books were written after the 2020 election by former administration officials in the president's first term? And what the president learned from that, we've read in reporting, has been he wanted to surround himself with people who were loyal this time, because that didn't happen during the first term.
Right. And yeah, It's just kind of fascinating. I will just say our two most read stories on the Bloomberg, folks, and you'll understand why the market's back and forth. President Trump and President Xi, agree to more trade talks as their rare earths dispute cools. And then you have President Trump targeting Elon Musk's U.S. contracts and subsidies as feud grows. Shares of Tesla are plummeting as we speak. Do not go anywhere. Tim and I are staying here in San Francisco. More from Bloomberg Tech in just a moment.
Du la noen snakke med? Nå kan gå ut. Nasdaq så manipulert.
Skal vi spille et annet nå? Et annet?
Nei, den kan sikkert gå helt på close, den.
Når er den håndtet? Få den opp. Nei, jeg vil egentlig ikke at den skal opp. Jeg mener det.
Du har halv kontrakt opp, og så er det 7 short, liksom.
Nei, det på frontklokka. Det tredje på toppplattformen. Ikke sant?
Det gir null mening at Nasdaq i det hele tatt i 90 grader. Altså, Nasdaq bør være ned med 1000%. Ja, det går ikke. Trump bare manipulerer opp. Du må ikke spørre meg. Jeg har gitt opp noe. Altså, gull burde poppe opp mot 70.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Tesla shares, they are now lower by 13.4%. President Trump has proposed ending Elon Musk's government contracts and subsidies, escalating the war of words developing today between the world's richest man and the president he helped elect. Now, on his social media site, President Trump posted, quote, "The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts." The president went on to say, quote, "I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it." Again, Tesla shares, they're plunging now by 14.1%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest on this ongoing saga. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, very much in the red. However, we are off session lows on the S&P. Right now down 19, drop there of 0.3%. The S&P with 20 minutes to go ahead of the close, now at 59.51. The Dow down 43, drop there of 0.1%. We've got NASDAQ down 105, a drop there of 0.6%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.9%. Certainly Tesla weighing on that index. Tesla again bears repeating, down 14.3%. 10-year at 4.39%. The 2-year 3.93%. Gold down 0.5%. 33.56 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%. 63.38 a barrel on WTI. Coming up after the close of trading, among the names reporting, we will be hearing from Broadcom, up now by 0.2%, and Lululemon Athletica. Right now, that stock is trading lower by 0.8%. And back we go to the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Once again, your hosts, Tim Stenovic and Carol Masser.
Will this be
Hey, thanks so much, Charlie, for that update. There's this common refrain that if it's connected to the internet, Carol, it can be hacked.
It feels like a really smart thing to be like kind of keep in mind.
Like, okay, we know computers and like our email accounts can be hacked, but what about baby monitors, doorbell cameras, routers, and yes, even the humble washing machine?
Listen, if it ain't working, we're going to have some problems. This is where Window Snyder comes in. She's the CEO over at Thistle Technologies. They specialize in security infrastructure for devices. Now, Window has led teams building protections into phones, laptops, desktops, and web browsers. She's done this at companies. Yeah, you're going to know who they are. We're talking about Apple. We're talking about Intel. We're also talking about Microsoft and Mozilla.
She's featured in Business Week's One to Watch in Technology. It's a guide for the people you'll be hearing more about in the near future. She joined us here at the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Help me understand how this solution works, because you're selling your solution to the companies that then consumers buy from. So you're B2B, correct?
We are.
You're B2B. So what is the infrastructure that you create that protects my doorbell from being hacked?
Sure. So we build the capabilities that the device developers can incorporate into their products that allow them to reduce the attack surface of these devices, which means the number of entry points into the system, or the areas that are most vulnerable, like the device is most vulnerable during update. And update is one of those things that's really hard to get right and really easy to get wrong.
Yeah.
So because it gets implemented differently in every different environment, that's one of the areas that we target as an area to provide a lot of security resilience. Additionally, validating the update is coming from where you expect it to, by evaluating a cryptographic signature on it. That could be validated by a key that's stored in hardware.
Wait a minute, I don't even think about that being like a cyber attack, but I guess that would be a great place for people to do it. How often does that happen?
Well, the FBI recently released a report that showed that organized crime was using vulnerable routers, home routers, right, to string together bot networks that were basically, these devices never get updated. So they're going to persist for indefinitely.
When I talk to people like you, I selfishly always ask about your own security hygiene and like what products that you actually personally incorporate into your life and what you avoid.
So for the home user, it's incredibly difficult because a lot of these devices, you're just it's a black box. You just get what you get, and there's not much you can do to mitigate risk from those devices. at the enterprise, you've got a little bit more of an opportunity. But as a former CISO myself, they're difficult to manage. They're uninspectable. If there's an update available, it's very often very difficult to get it deployed. It's actually a struggle.
What would you say to somebody, a consumer who says, okay, well, Ring Doorbell, it's owned by Amazon. They're a legit company. Eero is, I think, owned by Amazon also. It's legit. Amazon will take the necessary precautions to protect me. What would you say to that?
Amazon has a very large, very good security team. That's fantastic. But there's so many devices out there. I mean, I'm wearing like 2 just from like here down. I've got 2 devices over here.
So you got an Oura Ring for our listeners and an Apple Watch as well.
Exactly. But in your home, you might have a smart TV. You might have a baby monitor. You might have even smart ovens. There's so many different kinds of devices. Your printer, they might not all get the same level of security rigor that your Ring Doorbell might. That's a device that's been
I would welcome a hacker to make my printer work better. That's what I would welcome.
So you're talking about hacks, right? Like, why do I care about my printer? Like, you're just saying.
Yeah, like, what's somebody going to do with your printer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, mess up my colors or something. Like, no, like, what is it?
Yeah,
is
they're
it
already messed up on my printer, truly.
But is it a case that it doesn't work? Or are you saying that there's a security thing we need to be concerned about?
Well, the printer in the enterprise or at home is the place where we take all of our most sensitive documents and store them on paper, right? So if you're an attacker and you're sitting on that printer, you have access to that information. But even that is not necessarily what they're doing on your printer. If you compromise the printer, you're using it to launch an attack against a more sensitive system. And now, since you're on the network, you've got a more privileged position.
So it's the weakest link, essentially.
Exactly.
So I take back what I said about a hacker going into my printer. I do not welcome that.
All right, so help me out here, because I have a husband who loves technology. And so our lights, our, I don't know, heating system, like music, everything is controlled by something. And it kind of drives me crazy. But I mean, does that make a home more vulnerable? Or like, how do you, I don't know, like what things shouldn't we automate or use technology? Like I would love to go back to a light switch where I just flip it on. I don't have that anymore. But I'm just trying to understand like, what we should do, what we shouldn't. And it reminds me of, you know, go back how many years you do a panel with tech folks and they're like, yeah, my kids, they're never on a laptop or they're never watching TV or like, you know what I mean? So what should we do? What shouldn't we do?
Most of the advice we give to consumers is not very helpful, right? So I can tell you to go set up a device network and keep it separated from the network that your laptops use. But that's not really practical advice because most consumers can't set that up. The real emphasis should be on the folks that build those. So for example, in Europe, the Cyber Resiliency Act is forcing these device makers to make sure that they're doing security updates, make sure that they are building security resilience in from the start.
Should we have that here in the U.S.?
We definitely need to make sure that device makers are doing the work.
Do you feel like this is a tech-forward administration? They have representation of Silicon Valley and David Sachs, who's the crypto and AI czar. Are you on his radar for the vulnerabilities that this creates?
I don't know.
Do you have
that sounds like a no.
Am I on his radar?
Yeah. Are you talking? I mean, a lot of folks we talk to speak to him. So are you? You haven't spoken.
I haven't spoken to him.
Have you spoken? Do you have people who are trying to reach the White House right now to make them aware of this? I mean, this sounds like this is you believe this is a very big issue for consumers.
I've had this conversation with CISA previously.
Yep.
I was recently, actually I'm on the National Academy of Sciences Committee for Cyber Hard Problems.
Okay.
We just released a document that describes what are the biggest problems in cybersecurity, and the cyber physical, what we're talking about today, is one of those hard problems.
So you're voicing it, but are they listening?
You know, it takes a long time to make change, and it's really hard to do, which is one of the reasons that at Thistle Technologies, we're trying to make it easy for them to incorporate these capabilities without having to build everything from scratch.
Last question, how fast is your business growing?
You know what? It's, there are a lot of factors making this a really critical capability for a lot of companies right now, so it's been amazing.
Okay, all right, good stuff. A little context there. Windo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Windo Snyder, CEO at Thistle Technologies, and now everybody knows how to like kind of get into my home.
I take everything
Lights,
back.
music, you name it.
I'm going to forget all about it. Hey, let's not forget about Charlie Pellet. He's standing by at Bloomberg headquarters in New York with an update because we are just a few minutes from the close.
Indeed, we got 10 minutes to go, and let us not forget about that once great bromance. It is falling apart right in front of our very eyes this afternoon. Tesla shares tumbling now as much as 18%. Right now, latest quote on Tesla does indicate that the stock is down 14.4%. This after Elon Musk and President Trump engaged in a public feud on social media, with the president criticizing Musk's comments on his tax policy bill and Musk firing back. Now, this feud marks a breakup of a once extremely tight political alliance. Musk, of course, having spent over $250 million to help Trump's re-election, and Trump having deputized Musk to lead DOGE, the government effort to slash government spending. So again, right now we have got shares of Tesla. They are plunging by 14.9%. Member of the Bloomberg Mag 7 index. That index now tumbling by 2%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red. Just about 9 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Right to the numbers here, with the S&P 500 index down 22 at 59.47. For the S&P, a decline right now of 0.4%. The Dow down 75, dropped there of 0.2%. NASDAQ down 135, a decline of 0.7%. 10-year 4.39%. The 2-year 3.92%. Keeping an eye again on Tesla, and right now the stock down by 14.7%. Back we go to San Francisco as the Bloomberg Tech Summit continues. Once again, your hosts Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Yes, indeed. We're here at San Francisco and the Bloomberg Tech Summit. We're going to continue with some of the folks that are here. I want to just kind of set this up because Bloomberg News recently reporting artificial intelligence coding startup Replit is in talks, or was in talks, maybe still in talks, we'll find out, with investors for a new funding round that would almost triple its valuation to about $3 billion. That was according to people familiar with the matter. And so that was really underscoring Silicon Valley investors' appetite for companies using AI for software development. I do feel like, Tim, that's the phase we've moved into.
Oh, let's ask him. We've got Amjad Masad here, the founder and CEO of Replit. He joins us here at the Bloomberg Technology Summit 2025 in San Francisco. Comment on the fundraising and where you are in that. Can you confirm the report?
You know, we're always in talks with investors. We've grown a lot. We've grown just this year over 10x.
Top line? You're talking about top line growth. Wow.
So you're always in talks until you're not, and you go public as a company. So
Yes.
You're always in talks until you're not.
Yeah.
Are you currently raising this round?
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Interview's over. I'm just kidding.
I'll just say things are moving really fast.
Okay.
Well,
so even when you're in talks and then you grow that much, you know, it's like, yeah.
Amjad, talk to us about that growth. Like, who is it that's tapping into what you guys are doing specifically?
Right. Yeah. So, you know, it's all sorts of people. So, Replit, as opposed to say Cursor, Windsurf, or Claude Code, or other things, we're trying to make it so that anyone is a programmer. So you know, I could encourage anyone in the audience to go to the App Store on their phone and start making software. So the kind of users that we have at companies tend to not be the software engineer. We do have engineers. But for example, product managers, for the first time, can go from an idea to a product without even talking to an engineer.
How does that happen?
So we created a software development agent. It was the first software development agent on the market. Now we got a lot of copycats, but basically it takes the user command, breaks down the problem into different tasks, starts coding the different files, runs the program, tests the program, takes a screenshot, looks at it, and then talks to the user, hey, did I build what you told me to build? And then there's a conversation with the user.
I just did a big piece on Duolingo, and so this is fresh on my mind.
They're a customer.
They are a customer. So that's interesting because what I read was they're known for languages, but they had chess. What is a new area where they're branching out into, and you can learn how to do chess on the platform. Apparently, it was created by a designer and a product manager. They used a program called Cursor. Would that be a competitor to you? Would it work in tandem?
They work in tandem. We compete on the margins, but they work in tandem. A lot of time, people start with Replit, create a prototype, take it to Cursor, they iterate on it. And
So if product managers and designers are doing this, where does that leave software engineers?
Yeah, I think software engineers are going to be like a layer deeper. So you always need the infrastructure engineer, you always need the platform engineer, the AI engineer. And so the specialized low-level engineer's job is safe. But the people creating products, anyone can make.
Their jobs, these specialized folks might be safe, but maybe you don't need as many of them as you do now?
That's safe to assume. But net, there's going to be a lot more developers. They might not have gone to computer science school, but day to day, they're making software.
Wow.
But that's a big shift. Because I just feel like the story that we have said for many years now is software engineers, coders, you guys are safe, right? Because every company is a technology company, and every company needs coders and figuring out how to do systems. You're saying no, that's not the case anymore.
Well, let me put it
Because everybody can be a coder.
Let me put it this way. Every company in the world, even today, is limited by how many software engineering resources they have. That is one of the limiting factors to growth in our economy in general.
Right.
And so we're basically removing that limiting factor. And I think that's going to create a lot better products and services. Companies like Duolingo can go from language to chess, and a lot of new startups are going to be created. I see startups on our platform every day. And so the economy is just going to be a lot more dynamic.
Are you doing the inference on your platform? Are you doing inference on your platform? Or do you have to contract that out to a third party?
So so meaning what kind of models do we use? So we use a collection of models. Some of them we trained and hosted, but we rely a lot of it on Anthropic. We rely on some Google models like Gemini, Flash, and Claude Code. These are what's happening in the LLM space is that there's so many tools out there, open source, closed source, whatever. As an application layer company, our job is to create the best product possible. Whether we pick model off the shelf or we train our model, it's engineering. It's not AI research. It's engineering.
Amjad, what I am hearing is that what your tool would be really incredible for is for smaller sized companies who maybe can't afford to hire software engineers. I have an idea. Tell me, where is your business, the growth the most? Is it small size, mid size, large size companies? Give us an idea. I just got about 45 seconds.
So you're right. Small size is where we're seeing the most growth. But in terms of contract value, it tends to be mid-market and enterprise. We have Fortune 500 companies, and the way they use it is to unblock. Everyone in the enterprise has ideas to improve the business, but there's limited number of engineers. And so these people are seeking the tools, and they're starting to be productive with them. And Replit is one of the big tools in that.
Pretty cool stuff.
Really
you too
cool.
could be a software engineer.
Hey.
You too could be coding.
I would love for you to try it.
I would love
Seriously.
to try it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, my pleasure.
To join us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Founder and CEO of Replit, Amjad Masad. Founder and CEO of Replit is the cloud-based coding platform to help with software creation.
Cobalt, I tried it. I tried learning it in college.
You don't need it anymore.
I dropped it. See, I would now be good at it. We're coming back. Bloomberg Technology here in San Francisco.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:58 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. What a day on Wall Street. Earlier gains fizzled with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ heading toward the closing bell, all very much in the red. Right to the numbers now, with the S&P down 59.34 where we stand on the S&P. That is a drop today of 0.6%. Dow Industrials down 140, a decline of 0.3%. NASDAQ lower by 173, a drop today of just about 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index down 2.2%. Tesla shares certainly weighing on that index. Tesla plunging 14%. 10-year 4.39%. The 2-year 3.92%. Spot gold down $13 the ounce. 33.58, drop there of 0.4%, and West Texas Intermediate crude up by about 0.8%, 63.33 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin today down 2.6%, 101,910 on a Bitcoin. Stocks fell alongside treasuries as online squabbling between President Trump and Elon Musk knocked down Tesla, dragging other mega-cap tech shares with it. The Nasdaq 100 dropped as much as 1.2% before pairing losses. Tesla was down 14% as President Trump proposed ending Musk's government contracts and subsidies. So heading into the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange, we've got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all very much in the red. And there you have it, the sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Folks from Circle Internet Group ringing that closing bell on a day when that stock, first day of trading, surged 168%. Again, Tesla shares plunged today by 14.3%, all because of the feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, marking the breakup of a once extremely tight political alliance. Again, bears repeating, Circle, first day of trading up 168, Tesla at the bell plunging by 14.3%. Coming up, we are awaiting the latest numbers out of Broadcom, Lululemon Athletica, and also Samsara. I'll keep you covered as we get those numbers. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back we go to San Francisco, where the Bloomberg Tech Summit is underway. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody. Yes, indeed, we are back on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live in gorgeous San Francisco, and at an event where there's just so much enthusiasm, optimism, it feels like, about the outlook, and just talking about technology, where we're going, a lot of AI, and we've got a great hour coming your way.
Yeah, we do, and we've had a great couple of hours, so do not miss that. Check out our podcast feed for everything there, but let's look forward to the next hour, because we've got the CEO and co-founder of Fireworks AI. It's also featured in Business Week's One to Watch in Technology. She's with us on the new battleground when it comes to AI infrastructure.
And do you love office meetings?
Do I love meetings?
That would be a no.
Does anyone love meetings?
No.
All right.
Sam Liang, CEO of Otter AI, he's really working to change the culture and dynamics of meetings. It sounds like it could.
He's got a Sambot. He's got a Sambot.
He does have
I need a Timbot.
We're also going to talk about, we just talked about coding,
Yeah.
right? And applications that are helping everybody essentially become a coder. So I'm curious about what the CEO of Code with Klossy has to say about that. They have all been in, kind of leading in big time for STEM, for women, for all populations, but I'm curious about what they see about the coding environment.
Also, we've got a Nobel laureate joining us. She's Nobel laureate in 2020. She shared that award for her pioneering work in the technology, gene editing technology known as CRISPR. Jennifer Doudna is going to be joining us in just a little bit of time.
All right, let's get to our first guest, because when it comes to AI, we talk a lot about the difference between training and inference, training exactly what it sounds like. We're talking about teaching a model how to essentially AI. And inference takes it a step further. It's the work that the model goes to and does to give you actually an answer, Tim.
That's exactly where Fireworks.ai comes in. It's an AI inference platform. It's backed by Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA, AMD, and more. The tool aims to make it easier for companies to adopt Gen AI, allowing them to access more than a variety of models using its platform. We're talking about companies such as AnySphere, Uber, DoorDash, and Verizon, among the startup's customers.
Lynn Chao is the CEO and co-founder of Fireworks AI. She's featured in Business Week's One to Watch in Technology. It's a guide to the people you're going to be hearing about a lot more in the near future. She's the former senior director of engineering at Meta. She's super smart, that's all I'm going to say, having watched a bunch of videos. She joins us here at the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Great to have you here with us. Thank you for finding time. I feel like by now many of our viewers and listeners are using tools such as ChatGPT. Tim and I all of a sudden in the last few months I feel like have amped up big time. ChatGPT, Claude, and a lot more. What does Fireworks AI offer companies?
So Fireworks is a SaaS platform for application developers to build on top of GenAI technology. So the interesting thing to differentiate us from Frontier Lab is we are basically teaching the model to speak in the language of application instead of having application built on model as a utility. So there's actually a huge difference, the approach we're taking together.
What is that difference? Explain that.
Yeah, the difference is the model that is built by another research lab, they may not understand how it's going to be used in reality. And for example, a model can be used to transcribe our live conversation into a news outlet publication, which is very specific to what you are doing. And the model may not be trained or learned to do that at all. So we firmly believe there's a huge space to adapt the model towards the best quality, best speed, and best user accuracy for specific application that we're building the platform for. So that's why we're not just an inference provider. We are also a training plus inference co-optimization provider to make the model tuned specific towards your application. And we believe in one size fits one, not one size fits all.
So if you think about this from your customer's perspective, I always try to talk to people like you about where the general consumer may have interacted with the technology. Let's take Verizon or Uber, for example. What exactly have you done with those companies that our audience would have experienced?
Yeah, so first of all, we build on top of open models. We firmly believe
build on top of
in
open
open
models.
source as
Of
our
course,
journey.
we are on top of open models.
Which is a massive open source project. So we
Massive.
enter our vision there. And all our customers actually build on top of those open models, and they
Build
will
on top of
tune
the
those
models.
again towards the application. What we let them do is to do their product and model co-design. Model is a critical, integral part of their product. And the co-design is going through data flywheel. And all the user behavior information that collected for our application can feed into the model and make the model better tuned towards the application, make the product better, and these keeps going on.
I'm like kind of blown. I hope there's no test on this afterwards. I mean, like it's just kind of, I feel like we're just, in terms of what we're doing with AI, like things are ramping up so rapidly. So tell me, like your perspective on what we've seen in the last couple of years and the development of work that's being done and kind of where it's all going and how it impacts our world.
Yeah, so if we think about how fast things are moving, it's unbelievable.
It really is, right?
So if you think about the slowest moving part, not slowest moving, but traditionally it's kind of slow, is the hardware development. And in the past, every 3 years, there's one new hardware SKU. And not every year, for NVIDIA alone, there are 3 new SKUs. And that's just one vendor, not counting other vendors. So hardware is evolving really fast, and the model is evolving very fast. Whoever is championing on the leaderboard, after a couple of weeks, there's somebody else getting better. So this is a fast-moving field, and our application developer, they are like frustrated, and it's like, when can we stop chasing new things? And that's where we come in and build this abstraction to help them adopt new models, new hardware without any other work.
Well, what do you see as the distraction, and what do you think are the things that folks in your world like really should be focusing on?
The distraction is the adaptation into using new model, new hardware, or even using even fine capacity of GPU, and all these threading things together is taking away their thinking process, and they should actually just focus on building a disruptive new user experience that never existed before on this new technology.
I'm curious on you, because you spend your world, this is your world. You spend your days enmeshed in this technology. How is the U.S. doing when it comes to this tech versus other countries?
When it comes to tech, I don't see tech has boundaries, especially when it comes to open source. Remember, we firmly believe in open source.
Yeah.
We believe in the technology shared by the whole, humanity. What I value is people contributing. It's not just taking from open source, but contributing heavily towards that, share their philosophy, methodology, what works, what doesn't work, contributing code, make things super easy, lower the entries of barriers of entry, all of that is great. And what I see is vibrant research that's happening across the globe, and people are sharing.
Well, this is where I want to go because you attended, forgive me if I mispronounced, Fudan University in Shanghai. Am I saying it correctly? Also UC Santa Barbara. Fireworks AI is based in Redwood City, California. I want to ask you why you wanted to study in the United States and some of the tensions that we've seen between the United States and China. It looks like things are easing based on some of the news earlier today between President Trump and President Xi. But, you know, why base your company here versus doing it in China? Help me understand, from an R&D perspective, maybe the relationship between U.S. and China.
Right.
And the importance of students being able to go back and forth.
Yeah, throughout my career, I've been working with so many brilliant engineers and researchers coming from all different kind of backgrounds. And a lot of them actually are immigrants from other countries, including myself. The reason we come here is because we feel like this is the high density of talents and where we can learn and we can contribute to it. And that's kind of the dream we have, and many people actually, we are in the process of fulfilling
mange prosenter er oppe I dag?
So I do feel like continue to foster that thinking and relationship is very important.
In your view, though, is that at risk if we no longer allow international students to come to U.S. colleges? We've seen what's happened at Harvard, for example.
Yeah, to me, it's very, I will be heartbroken like to see that becomes a reality because I myself was an international student coming to U.S. and we are contributing significantly to create a huge impact in this generational industrial shift. And I cannot imagine there.
And you stayed here.
We stay here. Many of us stay here, and actually I'm staying much longer in U.S. than compared with my home country.
Could you have built Fireworks AI in China?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it, but I think this is the place to build Fireworks AI.
Yeah.
That I'm very sure.
Last question. Not last question, but I'm just curious about like where do you see like what's the next focus for you guys with Fireworks AI? Like where do you want to take it? What's kind of the next strategy? Like so much is happening so quickly.
Right. So our dream is to build these Gen AI tools for all the app developers to create disruptive user experience. That's our dream. And we are on a really great path to get there because a lot of cutting-edge AI native startups like Cursor, Vercel, Merkle, they're all building on top of us, Notion, but also, interestingly, digital native enterprise, traditional enterprise, they're all working with us to embark this journey, and that's fascinating to me, and how much energy we're seeing across the whole entire industry.
Yeah, it seems like in terms of the capital spend or the tech spend, like every company seems to sound, it sounds like what you're saying is all kinds of companies, all kinds of industries, like understand that they need to be working with companies like you. Is that fair? Like, is there an example that you can give us in terms of a company that you've worked with, in terms of what you have done for them?
Right. So, for example, we work with Uber. That is one of the biggest mobility and delivery global company in the world. And they facilitate billions of rides and deliveries, right? And they're also early adopters of Gen AI technology, and they use us to solve use cases, for example, fast onboarding, and personalized customer support, or internal data analysts.
Jeg tror vi skal legge fra oss Nasdaq fremover, og så bare tredje gulv. Tror det hemmeligheten.
Test their product ideas without thinking about underlying how to thread the needles, as we talk about, but also quickly scale into production without worrying about scaling to bank. No, Uber is not going to bankrupt because of that, but scaling, many startups really worry about scaling to bankruptcy, which is weird phenomenon. While they have perfect product market fit, but they could run out of capital. Because this is very expensive.
Right. Really cool stuff.
Really cool. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
That's Lynn Zhao, CEO and co-founder of Fireworks AI. She's also featured in Business Week's One to Watch. Big technologies and guiding people. You'll be hearing more about it.
Han som en papegøye.
Former senior director of engineering at Meta Platforms. You see shares of Lululemon?
Yeah, I know. They are
getting crushed
taking
right
in
now.
the aftermarket. So let me
Yeah.
just pull it up on my Bloomberg because we're looking at the
Å,
stock
fy
right
faen,
now down
Lululemon
almost
kommer med dårlige tall.
13%
12%
here.
ned.
And this happens after the company, you want to go through some of the headlines in
Yeah,
terms of
the company
earnings?
forecasts net revenue for the second quarter. The guidance missed the average analyst estimate.
Faen, det er
They saw
dårlig, ass.
revenue
Det er på
of
Nasdaq.
2.54 billion to 2.56 billion. That's what the company sees in the current quarter. The estimate was 2.57 billion, so a slight miss
De
there.
gikk opp bananas i forrige uke.
Way below estimates. Sees earnings per share
Er det
between 285 to
yogaklærne?
290.
Nei, det er tech.
Was for $3.31.
Det er tech.
Shares down
Det er
by
noe som heter Lululemon.
Yeah, so bottom line forecasting sales that miss Wall Street
Klær og
expectations for the current quarter. It's really a sign.
Jeg skal fortelle greia her. Lululemon har gått veldig mye i det
and
siste.
that its growth is waning.
På
Part of it is those higher tariffs that are out there and
piss.
lower confidence.
Og nå kommer det med tall ned 13%. Så må du tenke deg, hvorfor i helvete har det gått som i forkant? Alt har gått på Trump. Kanskje Elon Musk får til å holde kjeft snart, da.
Specific news, but also some signs of a result of the political environment,
Å,
tariffs
fy
specifically,
faen, se
and
Nasdaq
also the
ramler.
economy.
Okay,
Where do we
I
want
think
to
people
go?
are more interested, no offense, Lululemon, in the latest between President Trump and Elon Musk. The president putting out a post on social media that says, this app just after 4 o'clock, I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, ... goes on. I didn't create this mess, I'm here to fix it. Make America great again. More
Hvis
interesting is
Broadcom
what
kommer
Elon
dårlige
Musk
tall,
said
så
2
det
minutes
kan
later,
være
I think,
kroken på
Carol.
døra for AI.
He says, in light of the president's statement about cancellation
Hva er det
of
da?
government contracts, remember, the president said the easiest way to deal with this is to cancel Musk's government
Da kommer
contracts.
sikkert
He
Trump til å
said,
si et eller annet.
SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. This is what the U.S. relies on to get astronauts to and
Exactly.
from the International Space Station.
I mean, this is going to
The
show
Crew Dragon.
how reliant, certainly the U.S. government, for different reasons, is reliant on various entities. Of
What does the
Elon
U.S. do?
Musk.
Go to Russia and get a Soyuz capsule?
Exactly, because we have, increasingly, kind of in terms of the space program, pushed it out into the private
I was
world.
just gonna. I'm so glad
And
you made that
I
point.
mean, I have, I grew up.
so
my
glad you made
dad,
this point.
did a lot of work for NASA,
Welcome,
and it was all
welcome.
about, sending men into space. He was an aeronautical engineer, and it was part of the government. It was such a big business, if you will, for the government, and they've basically been offloading it to the private
So
sector.
what are the risks when the United States or any country does not control this type of technology? Well, the risk is the guy who founds the company decides that at some point he's not going to use this technology. Look, is this going to actually happen? Is this a threat?
Yeah.
No idea. We're just reporting what Elon has said on Twitter, which is that in light of the president's statement about cancellation by government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately.
Yeah, we talked about Tesla getting a big hit, certainly here in the regular trade, and I just want to remind everybody, it was down as much as 18% or so in the regular market, down about 17.7%, closed down 14% in the regular trade. I just want to pull it up since these headlines and the back and forth between President Trump and Elon continue. We're seeing shares of Tesla down another 3% in the aftermarket.
Wow.
It continues. The president has also said, I asked Elon to go. Elon saying that's not true. Like, it's just the back and forth is pretty wild.
I will say the president is participating in a roundtable discussion with the Fraternal Order of Police. The pool reporters just got called in. We'll let you know if there are any questions or anything comes up about the latest between these two.
Could anything be asked about this?
If the press is allowed in, I would imagine they're going to be asking about it.
Yeah, President Trump saying, I asked
have questions about
Musk
space
to leave.
now.
Starlink, I don't know in terms of the military if they use Starlink. There's just so many different aspects of this. This story, it's a business story, it's a political story, it's a social story maybe? In terms of the back and forth between these two individuals. Do not go anywhere. Tim and I coming back from the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco.
Jeg tok ut den i stad, en sånn mini en, som jeg var feiltastet av meg. Men kommer ikke Broadcom? Er det ingen som har Broadcom? Det skal komme nå.
SpaceX valuation likely cutting half by Musk's behavior. Jeg syns han backer han, ja.
Nå tror jeg Trump får jævla mange haters. Er det noen som har peiling når Broadcom kommer? Det er det eneste jeg venter på. Ingen som vet.
Nobody knows. No. Klokken 11 skulle komme. I guess it's delayed.
11 men ting. Broadcom skal komme på 11. Ja. Joakim, jeg aner ikke.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Broadcom out with earnings. The stock now lower, down 3.7% after hours. Broadcom is a chip supplier to companies like Alphabet and Apple. It gave a lackluster revenue forecast for the current quarter, suggesting that the AI spending frenzy is not as strong as some investors anticipated. After hours, right now, we got Broadcom trading low. Also keeping an eye on shares of Lululemon Athletica. That stock now down by 16.4%. It forecasts sales that missed Wall Street's expectations for the current quarter, a sign that the upscale athletic wear company's growth is waning as higher tariffs and lower confidence erode consumer spending. Again, after hours, Lulu down 16.4%. Broadcom lower after hours by about 2.7%. A down day for the Dow, the S&P and NASDAQ today, with the S&P 500 index moving lower by just about 0.5%, down 31. The Dow lower by 108, drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ down 0.8%, down 162 points. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 2.2%. Tesla plunging 14.3%, with the feud between Elon Musk and President Trump. The 10-year 4.39%, the 2-year 3.92%. Gold down $18 the ounce, down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 63.35 for a barrel of WTI. First day of trading today for Circle Internet, and the stock soared 168% today on shares of Circle Internet. So bottom line here, stocks lower today as the Trump-Musk fight sank Tesla shares. The S&P 500 index ended the session down 0.5%. Back we go to the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Once again, your hosts, Tim Senovic and Carol Nassar.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Yes, indeed, Tim and I still here at Bloomberg Tech Summit 2025 in San Francisco. And I got to tell you, this is a lot more fun than spending time in a meeting.
Do you want to spend less time in meetings? Yeah, I agree. I think Sam Leong agrees. He's CEO of Otter AI. It's the company that's probably best known for transcription software, but it's trying to create something that's going to help you spend less time in meetings. They've spent a decade doing this. They've
Probably
created
having
this.
meetings to figure this out.
Well, what they've done is they've created this SamBot. And we'll let Sam explain exactly what it is, but it's essentially an AI version of Sam. And what they've done is they've trained it on thousands of meetings. Apparently, he even sound like Sam. Sam Leong is the CEO and founder of Otter AI. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
So, there's this common refrain, you can't be in two places at once. But with SamBot, can you actually be in two places at once?
Absolutely. You can be in 10 places at once, right? As you mentioned, we started in 2016 building the first AI meeting agent that joins your meeting, transcribe, take meeting notes, share meetings with your colleague. For our company, all our meetings in the last 8 years are in Otter. Actually, I can access everything instantly on my iPhone, even when I'm taking a Uber ride. So with that, actually hundreds of thousands of meetings in our company. We say, hey, we can use that to train avatars for myself first, but the goal is actually to train an avatar for everyone in the company.
All right, so how is this a good thing? Only
because
we like to do meetings just for meeting's sake. And I think, there's sometimes it's good to have to kind of whittle things down. So tell us why this is a good thing.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sure
lager så mye støy.
Zoom fatigue. When
Kom til
Zoom
meg med
is
den,
so easy to schedule
Du,
meetings,
det er et vesen. Du skal ikke skrike.
maybe 5 or 10 more people, so that they don't want to leave anyone
Slutt
out.
å skrike,
But
for faen!
The result is that everyone suffer from Zoom fatigue. For myself, I sometimes I have more than a dozen meetings in a day. At the end of the day, I cannot even talk. I don't have energy to
Du
talk
skal ikke
anymore.
skrike på
So I
Gustav.
figure that exactly,
Ja
what
vel,
if I can have my AI avatar join some of these meetings?
Thinking about this, I
klørne
remember
på
the Sam of
fast food.
2016 had a lot less experience than the Sam of 2025. So how do you make sure, I don't want to go back to 10 years in terms of my own experience. How do you make sure that the SamBot is not just trained on everything you've done up to now, but is over-indexing on the part of you that's learned from those experiences to make decisions that's gotten Otter AI to where it is today?
Absolutely, right? I'm sure you are more has more wisdom now than who you were in 2016. The same here, right? The meetings actually have timestamp. So when we train the model, it will over-index on the most recent meetings.
Jeg har lyst til å kjøpe mer gull, men jeg skal vente til Broadcom kommer.
Right? And also a lot of metrics change, right? The company grow. When we started, we have a $0 revenue. Now we have over $100 million revenue. Right? The model needs to learn what's the most up-to-date information.
So how, I think our Matt Boyle, who I think you've talked with, said that earlier this year that the SamBot had trouble kind of reading the room. How is that going?
It's a very challenging problem. We're still working on it. It's actually relatively easy to train the avatar to learn the facts, the technical details. It's still difficult to train the avatar to get emotional intelligence.
Right.
To listen
Se, Nasdaq
to
gikk opp med 50 poeng igjen. Det blir så dumt.
And also use visual cues to understand people's
Det vil
body
jo ikke ned
language.
den. Samme faen i makten
we
får
haven't
seg,
done
så
too
går
much
ikke
yet.
Nasdaq
We're
ned.
still focusing
Uansett.
more on the factual part.
Tesla var ned 17%, og Nasdaq er så ytterligere. Broadcom er ned 2,5% til
you can
er så
see
litt
there could be
rødt.
instances.
Microsoft har nedbemanning og går opp i pluss. Hva skjer?
It will still take some time. I cannot give a timeline yet.
Det her skal krasje,
But
liksom.
is it months? Is it years? Is it?
I think it will probably at least a year or two for it to be emotionally intelligent.
Yeah.
So, if you think about scaling this and offering this product, do you offer this product yet?
No, we haven't. We're only building. We have a SAM Avatar prototype, which we demonstrated in Matt's session earlier today. We do have a commercial product which we call the Otter Autonomous SDR Agent. It's live on our website. What it does is that we have millions of visitors who visit our website.
So I think one thing that I get about SamBot is when your direct reports come to you in a meeting, you know, SamBot can give them information, but you still, Sam the human being, are not necessarily getting the information that they're giving to SamBot. Right now, it's a one-way conversation.
Not really. Every meeting SamBot attends, the meeting will summary will be shared with me, so I know everything. Everybody said, and also what SamBot or Sam's avatar actually said. So if it says something wrong, I would correct it. You know, either in real time or post meeting.
Is he nice, SamBot?
What's that?
Is he nice? Is he a nice guy?
He is pretty nice, but sometimes maybe over polite.
Hva var ventet?
It's probably good in this environment. I'm just going to say.
Hva var
Sam, thank you
ventet,
so much.
liksom?
Good luck.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, team.
Sam Liang, he is, of course, as we just talked about, the CEO of Otter AI.
Nå går gull opp her. Hva faen var ventet?
Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pelley. Just keep an eye on everything happening after hours stuff. Got lots of earnings, Charlie.
Indeed. And specifically, I want to focus right now on technology. Broadcom, the big story after hours right now. Stock has been bouncing around AVGO on the ticker. Broadcom is, of course, a chip supplier to companies like Alphabet and Apple. It did deliver a lackluster revenue forecast for the current quarter, suggesting that the AI
Jeg må prate litt med fuglen, jeg. Så jeg går live med litt kråke. Jeg er long gull. Tesla. Jeg er long gull. Nasdaq bør egentlig komme revenue.
Which ends August 3rd, though analysts had estimated 15.7 billion on average. Some projections range as much as $1 billion higher, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. So again, after hours, Broadcom trading lower now by 1.1%. The other major earnings story after hours, Lululemon Athletica, that story plunging now by 20.2%.
Kom inn som forventet. Broadcom ikke noe sånn veldig bra. Jeg tror gull kommer til å pike på det.
Stock almost tripled in its first day of trading, surging 168% to close at 83.23 in New York trading. A down day, though, for the U.S. equity market, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declining today. Stocks fell alongside treasuries as online squabbling between President Trump and Elon Musk knocked down Tesla, dragging other mega caps with it. Today, Tesla was down 14.3%. Indeed, weighing on the Bloomberg Mag 7 index, that index down 2.2%. The S&P down 31, drop there of 0.5%. The Dow lower by 108, drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ down 162, a drop of 0.8%. 10-year 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.92%. Gold down 0.5, 33.55 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7, 63.28 a barrel. Right now, let's head back to the Bloomberg Tech Conference, the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Once again, your hosts, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. Of course, Charlie, they are back at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. We are here in San Francisco. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec at Bloomberg Tech 2025. We want to get right to our Tom Giles, who's been very busy, responsible for this event with the team, Senior Executive Editor of Global Technology, oversees all things global tech. That's a big universe.
It's a big story right now, and this is a great event. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here.
And a lot of great guests.
We're going to talk about some of those great guests in just a minute.
Yeah.
But a lot has happened today outside of this conference that actually has an effect on a lot of people here, and that's the breakup that's we're watching in real time happen between President Trump and Elon Musk. Among the latest, Elon Musk saying that SpaceX will decommission Dragon spacecraft immediately in light of the president's statement about cancellation of his government contracts. The Silicon Valley part of this story is big. Elon brought this contingent to Washington.
That's right.
It includes David Sachs, the crypto NAI czar. It included Jarek Isaacman, who was set to be the head of NASA, and that's part of this story too. I'm wondering how you're watching as somebody who's lived here and in an area that has traditionally thrown its weight behind Democrats, but over the last year really pushed hard for President Trump. And I think a big part of that had to do with Elon Musk's support of the president.
Elon Musk gave him a big stamp of approval. It was like the good housekeeping stamp of approval for this president. But mind you, remember that the tech industry needs Donald Trump far beyond whether Elon Musk is in place or not. There are still a lot of big decisions being made by the administration, both positive and negative. You've got tariffs. That has a big impact on the hardware makers. That wasn't necessarily an Elon thing. So they need to stay in the game concerning tariffs. They need to stay in the game concerning export controls. These efforts to put controls on what China can and can't sell into the U.S., whether you can invest in China, those are all still decisions being made by the president and by the people he has in place outside of Elon Musk. Sure, there were a lot of people who probably put their weight behind the president because of Elon, but they're going to have to continue to support the president or stay in his good graces, if you will, in order to further these larger agendas, again, that go way beyond Elon Musk.
So Tom, on a day where we kicked off and there was some optimism because President Xi and President Trump seemed to be talking, and so maybe there's some progress moving forward in a good way. Is that more important, do you think, to the global technology community than kind of what happens between Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
It's of massive importance. China's not going away. China is the world's largest market for many of these products. And you want, as if you're an investor, you want to know whether it's time to invest in China. We started to see that with Benchmark, this venture capital firm investing in Manus, right? Small investment, small company, but is this the beginning of a bigger wave of investment? And there's still a lot of tension between those in Silicon Valley who say, stay out of China, and those who would say, we're going to miss out if we do.
You know, on the Elon portion of this, it seems like there's a lot at risk to Elon's businesses. SpaceX and Tesla, we saw what Tesla did today, fell 14%. Carol shared moments ago that it's lower in the after hours as well. Rocket Lab, a competitor in some areas, is higher in the after hours. Elon Musk, I think it's fair to say, alienated a lot of people who traditionally would have been proponents of electric vehicles.
Right.
There have been a lot of articles about that, especially, like Marin County, for example, right? But now it seems like maybe he's alienating supporters of the president as well. Where does a spat like this leave him and his empire?
You have to ask the question, right? So there are some people who believe that Elon Musk and his properties benefited from his proximity to the president, right? On the other hand, his proximity to the president also damaged his brand.
Right.
And it weighed on Tesla shares. And it also diverted his attention away from SpaceX, Tesla, and the list goes on and on and on. So was his proximity, his presence in DC, a benefit to his companies or a boon, or a detrimental impact? And we saw a lot of detriment. You saw what happened to Tesla shares when he made it clear that he was going to disengage from the president.
Right.
So I'm not sure I totally buy into the idea that you went long Elon Musk because of his proximity to the president.
Okay. Tom, before we let you go, we're lucky to have you. You took a break from everything you were doing on stage at the Bloomberg Technology Conference. You spoke to Dara Khosrowshahi today. How would you characterize, we have about a minute left, how would you characterize the big theme at this year's event and the big takeaways?
Yeah, sure. I mean, a lot of it is U.S.-DC relations. A lot of it is U.S.-China. With Dara, we talked about kind of the climate, the economic climate right now, whether the consumer is coming back. He sounded a bullish tone on that one. He also talked about considering stablecoin as a mechanism for cross-border transactions. So we broke a little bit of news on that. Later on, we're going to talk to Anduril, Trey Stevens. We broke some news on that. Also, big valuation, big investment, big fundraise at a really high valuation. So we're going to talk to him about that a little bit later.
People more optimistic or concerned? Uncertainty we've used so much. What would you say? What was the final word?
I would say on balance, there is optimism, but the one big question that I meant to say is, will the AIs come and take all of our engineering jobs?
Yeah. We're going to be talking perfect segue to our next conversation.
Exactly.
I'm looking forward to it.
Tough
Thank you
job.
so much for having me. It was about time.
You were on stage. We were trying to get you, but you were on
You were
stage.
a little busy. Thank
Tom
you
Giles.
for having us.
Thank
See
you
you
so
later.
much.
All right,
Tom Giles is Senior Executive for Global Technology here at Bloomberg.
Yeah, great stuff as always. All right, folks, back to New York we go, and a quick check on the latest news, some news after the closing bell with Charlie Pellet. Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much indeed. Keeping an eye on shares of Broadcom after hours. Right now we have got the stock trading lower by 1.6%. Broadcom, a chip supplier to companies like Alphabet and Apple, giving a lackluster revenue forecast for the current quarter, suggesting that the AI spending frenzy is not as strong as some investors had anticipated. And Lululemon Athletica, the stock after hours right now down almost 21%. It is forecasting sales that missed Wall Street expectations for the current quarter, a sign that the upscale athletic wear company's growth is waning as higher tariffs and lower confidence erode consumer spending. So lots of earnings after the close of trading, but the big story today, the big market story, stocks fell alongside treasuries as online squabbling between President Trump and Elon Musk knocked down Tesla, dragging other mega cap tech shares with it. Today we did see shares of Tesla plunging by 14.3%. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declined, with the S&P 500 index down 31, dropped there of 0.5%, ending the Thursday session at 59.39. The Dow down 108, dropped there of 0.3. NASDAQ today down by 0.8%. Tesla bears repeating today, down by 14.3%. 10-year at 4.39%, the 2-year 3.91%. Spot gold down 0.5%, 33.54 on spot gold, while Bitcoin today was down 3.4%, 101,086 on Bitcoin. Back we go to the Tech Summit in San Francisco, and once again your hosts Tim Stenovec and Carol Massar.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Yes, indeed, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live here in San Francisco. Now, for years, we've been talking easily about learning to code being pretty much a guarantee to getting a good job. Keep in mind...
Just learn to code, Carol.
That's
what
what
they told
we
us.
said.
Learn to code.
You know, let your kids grow up to be coders.
Yeah.
Because basically every company is a technology company, and they need coders to kind of manage their businesses, grow their businesses. It's been all about that. So many stories about those who've gone to coding boot camps and then found very lucrative work at some of the biggest tech companies. But there is a question now, and you know it if you've been listening to us here from San Francisco, about AI and software applications that maybe can teach anybody, Tim and me, to be coders.
Yeah, so should we actually be teaching coding if that's the world we're entering? We're going to pose this question to Osi Amiokwaria, CEO of Code with Classy. It's a nonprofit that works, in its own words, to close the gender equity gap in tech. Osi joins us here on site at the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. It's great to see you. It's been more than a year.
Hi, friends.
Since we've spoken
Nice to
to you.
have you.
A lot has happened.
Yes.
I don't think we talked about AI at all.
No,
last
we
time.
didn't have time.
So that's the question that I have for you.
Yes.
Are we in an environment right now where we should actually be telling these young kids to learn how to code?
Yeah, I mean, that is the question of the hour, so thank you for posing it. I think when we think about the work that we do, we're actually thinking more broadly than actually time spent hands-on keyboard producing code. There is a lot that you can learn from a set of skills that are durable and transferable when you learn to code. You're learning computational thinking, you're learning a way of solving problems, decomposing them, You're learning to find patterns and create abstractions. You're learning to think algorithmically. These are all skills that we believe are transferable to problem solving in any domain.
What's it? It's called Code with Klossy now.
It's called Code with Klossy, yeah.
Should it be called Code with Klossy? Should it be called something else?
Well, maybe. I mean, we're not.
What's the term that you would use to
so
that
we think
encompasses
about
all of this?
technical literacy, technical fluency.
Doesn't have the same ring to
Doesn't
it.
have the same ring. You know, branding aside, we've always had that sort of ethos to the work that we do, that really we are as proud of the young people in our programs who go on to get CS degrees as we are of the ones who don't. So we have folks in our community, for instance, one young woman who became a lawyer, right, and took her fluency in technology to help create technical policy, right? And so the point that we're making is that technology is infused in all parts of our life. And if you want to have a fruitful career, you should know fundamental technology skills.
But what kind of technology skills? I've
Yes.
listened to you before
Yes.
describe that, you know, the advantages of people learning to recognize patterns and some different things. And it said to me, wow, God, that sounds like AI and that sounds like a large language model. So I'm just kind of trying to understand what the future generations or younger generations, what in technology do they really need to know? Because I feel like at this point, they really need to know how to converse with a chatbot or with AI to get smart answers. Like, so help me understand how you guys see this evolution of what they need to learn when it comes to technology.
Sure. So when you think about producing a product in the world, there's more than just developing the code, right? Part of it is understanding what is possible with technology. What's the problem I want to solve first and foremost with technology? How do I make trade-offs among all the different features that I might put in that product? So the actual process related to building technology and putting it into the world and finding value and product market fit, as they like to say, is a process that involves a fluency with the technology beyond just producing the code. Yes, it is helpful to have a software agent or AI-assisted software help you produce the lines of code that are necessary, but you need that background in technology to architect the system, to maintain the system, to figure out how to integrate it with other parts of the world and other partners, right? So the fluency and again, the confidence to understand how technology works is still going to be a baseline requirement. We may spend zero time spending, time coding because AI assistants or agents are doing that for us.
Right.
But we're using our fundamental understanding of the technology to advance the field. And then I would say there's still room in innovation on the frontier models, in chip design, right? These are all still places where we haven't reached the apex. We still want to make progress in these fundamental foundation technologies. And so we need people who are still getting the PhDs and studying this sort of basic fundamentals that are going to help advance the next inflection point in computing that we haven't yet discovered.
Right.
Before we let you go,
Sure.
we just spoke to Tom Giles, our senior executive editor for global technology here, and he said one of the big takeaways is the conversation and tech policy and what's going on in Washington. And I'm curious because you worked at tech companies, you worked in philanthropy, you worked in politics, you worked on Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. When it comes to tech policy right now, what is the White House doing right and wrong in your view when it comes to tech?
Well, look, I think the executive order sort of highlighting the importance of having AI education broadly accessible, I think that is a good statement to make in general as we're thinking about building a future workforce and thinking about American competitiveness globally. I think that is something that I can get behind. That's what I would say.
All right. Do you feel like the White House is listening? Just quickly. You're not sure. I know, it's a full
Let the
plate.
record
It's
show.
a full plate.
Look, there is a representative of Silicon Valley in Washington
Yeah,
right now.
absolutely.
With David Sachs. So
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Osi, thank you so much. She, of course, is the CEO of Code with Klossy, the nonprofit that works, in its own words, to close the gender equity gap when it comes to technology. So great to have her here at Bloomberg Tech.
All right, we're here in San Francisco. Charlie Pellet is holding down the fort for us in New York, giving us everything we need to know after hours. Hey, Charlie.
All right, what you need to know is what's happening with shares of Broadcom and also what's happening with shares of Lululemon after hours. They are both down right now. We begin with Broadcom. Looking at the stock after hours, trading lower now by 2.5%. Broadcom is a chip supplier to companies like Alphabet and Apple. It's out with a lackluster revenue forecast for the current quarter, suggesting that the AI spending frenzy is not as strong strong as some investors anticipated. Again, after hours, we got Broadcom ticker AVGO down now by 2.4%. The other big mover to the downside after hours, Lululemon Athletica. It is forecasting sales that missed Wall Street expectations for the current quarter, a sign that the upscale athletic wear company's growth is waning as higher tariffs and lower confidence erode consumer spending. Lululemon Athletica after hours down now by 19.91%. Cannot ignore Circle Internet Group's IPO today. The stock almost tripled in its first day out, surging 168% to close at $80.23 in New York trading. And by the way, co-founder Jeremy Allaire's fortune surged to more than $1.7 billion. Stocks lower today. Stocks fell alongside treasuries as that online squabbling between President Trump and Elon Musk knocked down Tesla, dragging other mega cap tech shares with it. Certainly a topic of conversation on tonight's Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons coming up. Tesla today down just about 14% as Trump proposed ending Musk's government contracts and subsidies. So here's where we ended the day with the S&P 500 index down 31, down 0.5, the Dow down 0.3, NASDAQ down 0.8, the 10-year 4.39%, with the 2-year 3.92%. Back we go to the Bloomberg Tech Summit in San Francisco. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
Charlie Pellet. Well, our next guest shared the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 for pioneering work in the development of gene editing, specifically CRISPR-Cas9. She's also the founder of the nonprofit Innovative Genomics Institute. There's a lot more stuff. I'm not going to read it all.
We just want to talk to her.
Because we want to talk to her.
We just want to talk to her.
We've got Jennifer Doudna with us. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week.
Great
How are you?
to be here. I'm great. Wonderful
Hey,
to be here.
perfect timing, because I want to get an update on where we are in your view with gene editing technology. I think everybody saw the story this week and a few weeks ago. The 10-month-old baby who received the world's first personalized gene editing treatment was released from the hospital this week. I mean, this is really exciting stuff. It looks like CRISPR gene editing tech saved his life.
Yeah.
When does this treatment not make headlines? When will more patients get it?
We have to scale the approach. I think what's very exciting about baby KJ, beyond the immediate impact on him and his family, is the opportunity to make this technology available to many more people. And that's exactly where our institute is focused.
Jennifer, is this the holy grail in terms of fixing all that ails us? Like, do you see it going to a point where we're born and we're scanned and we see, here's the problems, and we do the edit at an early basis? Like, is that where this goes?
Well, maybe in the future. I think at the moment, I think what we're looking at in the near term is an opportunity to fix rare disease mutations.
I mean this in a good way.
And
like,
that's great.
Right?
But in the future, what about for others, for kind of more broadly, what kind of impact is it going to have? I think in the future, we're looking at opportunities to prevent disease.
Yeah, exactly. How do we get there?
Yeah.
Like, what's needed? Is it 20? And also, how long?
Well, I think a couple things. One is I'd love to see us scale the N of 1, the rare disease approach, because I think that creates a pipeline for expanding the opportunities for more patients to participate. And then secondly, I think we have to continue to look for ways to ensure that editing is done safely and effectively. What are the right ways to regulate it? What are the right ways to test it? That's all key to expanding it into more patients.
I want to talk funding here for research, because in 2023, American universities received about $60 billion in funding. That went to every single state in the U.S., universities in every state. Much of it's gone to research. That's at risk right now. How has public funding fueled your pioneering work?
Well, we had a grant from the Department of Energy. It was our very first grant to work on CRISPR. And I met with the Secretary of Energy last week. I told him that if we hadn't had that grant, we couldn't have started the research. So it's really important that we have federal dollars to support curiosity-driven science that drive new innovation.
Is that at risk right now?
It's a risk. It is. And the other thing I think to point out is that the federal funding of science creates a huge, highly trained workforce here in the United States that create the people that are trained to go into pharmaceutical companies, to go into biotech. A lot of them become entrepreneurs here in the Bay Area and elsewhere. They drive the future with innovation.
What would you say, Jennifer, to people who are listening and say, well, I don't understand why an academic institution like a Harvard or that has a multi-billion-dollar endowment? Why do they need federal money, you know, to do R&D? So help us understand why that is so important for America and our academic universities and institutions to have that federally funded research. Why is that so important?
Well, it's very important because we need to fund the kind of out there, high risk, but potentially very high benefit research that drives the future. Companies aren't going to do that. Investors don't want to put money into things that are unproven.
And universities aren't going to do that on their own?
They can't. You know, they just don't have the resources to do it. Private universities that have, you know, resources that go beyond what we have at public schools like mine can do maybe more than the rest of us, but most universities simply do not have the funding to support science.
I want to push because you understand this world. So what if they say, well, wait a minute, so don't build another football stadium or don't, you know what I mean? Like, spend that money on doing R&D if it's so important.
Right, but I think, you know, the thing to understand is that the federal government has traditionally invested in science really since World War II ended in a way that has returned more than $2.50 for every dollar invested. And that comes from the companies founded, the intellectual property, the patents issued, all of the inventions that have been created, all of the cures that we're now seeing, CRISPR and other things. That is really a direct result of federal funding.
We're seeing a decline of interest, it seems like, from venture capitalists right now in funding these types of companies. Back in 2020, VC money raised for gene therapy companies peaked $3.3 billion. It's been moving lower since to just a few $100 million last year. That's according to Dealforma. What's going on here?
I think that, you know, I've been around a few years and I've seen some cycles, you know, and this is not unexpected in biotech. This has happened before. I think what happens is that, you know, sometimes there's, you know, we go through moments when there's a lot of excitement about a field or maybe even a whole sector like biotech, and that was true in the early 2020s. And then there was a kind of a check on that, people realizing that, gosh, it's hard to make drugs, you know, and it takes a bit of time. And so I think there's been a pullback. I think that the baby KJ story and some of the other things happening right now with gene editing in particular are just so inspiring that I'm hopeful that investors will re-engage and realize the opportunity ahead.
Speaking of engaging, and kind of back to the policy side of this, have you had a chance to speak with Vinay Prasad, the new head of the FDA's division that oversees gene editing?
I haven't, but my colleague Fyodor Urnov was with him this morning in Washington at the FDA.
So it seems like the FDA is receptive.
I think the FDA has played a central role in regulating new therapies like CRISPR. They are clearly excited about the opportunities that the story of baby KJ offer, and I think we have a great partnership with them.
You mentioned the other things that gene editing are doing, and maybe not everything gets into the headlines, but give us an idea of kind of the broad impact or the broader impact that it maybe has already had.
Right. Well, you know, a couple things immediately come to mind. One is programming immune cells to fight cancer. That's ongoing with CRISPR, and there are many companies and academic groups working on that. We have opportunities in other areas like cardiovascular disease, where there's back to our earlier discussion about future protection against disease. I think CRISPR offers that potential. And then, you know, thinking ahead, looking at ways that we might treat neurodegenerative disease, Alzheimer's, et cetera. I think that's also a very interesting opportunity with CRISPR.
Go ahead.
One thing I always wonder is that there is a massive business already established in treating cancer and Alzheimer's and so many different things. Does that ever slow the progress of something that has the potential to be so impactful, like gene editing? I'm always curious about that disconnect. It's a big business, right? Taking care of all of us and what ails us, especially as we get older.
It is, and you know, both cancer and heart disease are really multiple diseases, aren't they? I mean, there's a lot going on there. Same with neurodegenerative disease. So I think the answer is we just need everything we have to treat these disorders.
You're also known to speak out about the potential dangers of this technology. What keeps you up at night? What's the doomsday scenario here if this technology is not used properly?
Well, I guess I always want to make sure that it's being used safely and effectively. So we're big advocates of ensuring, and this is why we're working closely with FDA, for example, ensuring that there are appropriate ways of testing the safety and effectiveness. Beyond that, I think we have to really think about two applications of CRISPR that have risk, that are a bit outside the usual risk. And one is editing the human germline, making heritable changes in human beings.
Yeah.
And the other one is using it in the environment, where it could spread quickly through a population of insects, for example.
Wow. How do we prevent that from happening? People, scientists, R&D, people like to experiment. You know that. How do we... And we have to make sure it's controlled on a global scale.
We do. I mean, I think this is where the Innovative Genomics Institute has played a key role over the last few years in the global conversation around these types of applications. We're pleased that many international organizations have stepped up. The World Health Organization, for example, is involved in creating a registry for people that are using CRISPR. And I think we have to just continue that.
Just 20 seconds, the way to bring down the cost of gene editing?
Scaling it and ensuring the safety.
Do we do that quickly?
Yes.
Okay. How's quickly? 6 months?
Not 6 months, but I think in the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to see big changes.
Okay, that would be fun to see that in our lifetime, and certainly our kids' lifetime.
We've talked a lot about doomsday scenarios today, so it's nice to end on some positive news,
Yes.
isn't it?
Congratulations on all the work you've done. This
Thank
is like
you
one
so
of the
much.
big ones. It's one of the big ones.
And thank you for doing it.
Great to talk to you both.
Jennifer
Good to talk to
Doudna joining us, of course, here, as we said, Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and also, of course, the Innovative Genomics Institute. She's the founder of that. We're done. I don't want to leave. I want to continue. Balance of power.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, the growing rift between Elon Musk and the president bursts into a public war of words.
I was very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible.
The Trump-Musk alliance that kicked off the president's second term is apparently no more after a series of searing posts from Musk today and public comments from the president following Musk's opposition to the one big beautiful bill the president talks about. Trump now openly targeting Musk's U.S. contracts and government subsidies.
The impact of that rift now being felt across Washington and on Wall Street as Tesla stock takes a nosedive today, the biggest drop in 4 years.
And the questions being asked on Capitol Hill, with Musk loyal staffers at the Doge retaining their access to extensive government documents and sensitive personal data of millions.
Plus, what this all means for the tax bill when we speak with Senate Banking Committee Chairman Tim Scott and Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto up ahead.
That's where we begin tonight, with that growing rift between President Trump and Elon Musk still unfolding before our eyes, boiling over today before the cameras for the world to see. An incredible moment in the Oval Office today as the president responded in real time to direct criticism from his one-time confidant, Elon Musk, as he sat across from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz.
I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles. I know that disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, he recommended somebody from that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate.
The president followed up those comments with a handful of Truth Social posts saying Musk was, quote, wearing thin and that he asked him to leave the administration. Then posting this blockbuster of a threat, quote, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. Musk responding by saying, quote, in light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. We're covering every angle of this story at this hour with our Bloomberg reporters. Ted Mannis here with us in Washington, Max Shafkin and Romaine Bostick at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Ed Ludlow will join us from San Francisco as well. But we want to get things started with Ted and Max. Max, obviously you follow Elon Musk incredibly closely. How should we consider the speed with which this particular spat has escalated.
I mean, this has been an explosive day. Even if you're used to Elon Musk and his propensity for having these blow-ups, same thing with Donald Trump, the way that these guys went from being incredibly close allies, you know, as recently as a few weeks ago to this situation is staggering, and it's going to affect the Republican Party and Donald Trump, and of course it's going to affect some of the largest companies in the world, and you're seeing that in the Tesla stock price. I'm sure that at SpaceX there is also a lot of agita, even though it's not a publicly traded company. This is hugely destabilizing.
Yeah, Ted, this is wild. Elon Musk tweeting earlier that the president of the United States is in the Epstein files. This doom scroll is something that you've been looking at throughout the day. You specialize in covering wealth and power. How do either of these men slow down, considering the vast resources they have and the sensitive personalities that come with them?
I think the sensitive personalities is probably the more important point right now. Neither one of these guys is someone who likes to de-escalate or to walk away from a fight. And that's why, in some ways, we've been anticipating a moment like this almost since they first began this strange partnership last year.
Well, and we should keep in mind that it was only, July, in the aftermath of the assassination attempt that President Trump, that this whole thing started in the first place, and Musk started deploying his massive pile of capital in not just Trump's electoral effort, but for Republicans across the board. What happens if that money is not deployed in the same way for Republicans in 2026? How much do they need his funding?
I think it will matter a lot if this affects people, obviously up in the midterms, and also sort of depends on what sort of vengeance Musk might have in mind. Some of the comments last night seemed to suggest that he wanted to penalize those who had voted for the bill that he has turned against, which might be good news if you are a right-wing candidate in a Republican primary, and bad news if you're an incumbent who voted for it. But we don't quite know how seriously to take that threat or what it could ultimately mean.
Max, you're the closest thing to our Elon Musk whisperer. A lot has been said about his personal life recently. A lot has been written about his purported drug use, some of which he has addressed. I don't believe we've seen him today, have we? Do we know where he is and what he's going through?
I don't know where he is. I mean, there have been, even before these reports about drug use, real questions, some of which were, seeded by Elon Musk himself about his sort of mental health. He's talked about dealing with bouts of depression. You do sense an out-of-control moment here. And all along, I've been watching this thinking, okay, can they reconcile? Because it really seems like, especially in Elon Musk's interest, to find a way back. It's not clear, there is the possibility that he could fund right-wing challengers to Republicans who voted for this. There's even the possibility, he teased it, a third party or whatever. But it's hard to see where his home is if it isn't with Donald Trump, just because he's so effectively alienated everybody else. We've seen Democrats get so angry at Elon Musk. He's become basically a symbol for everything that they see as wrong with the Donald Trump administration. So yeah, it just seems tough. And then you're seeing one sort of tweet after another, pressing buttons that it almost feels like are going to be difficult to unpress.
Well, and when we consider everything Elon Musk is trying to do, Ted, do we have any sense as to whether or not where this effort all started, which is killing the reconciliation bill, if this actually has any influence on that whatsoever?
Well, I mean, it does seem that there were cracks in the facade going back a few weeks, even a few months. I mean, there have been moments where Musk was gently critical of tariffs, for instance. That's Trump's favorite tool of all. There have been other instances where he has signaled slight disagreement. There have been instances where Trump himself, for instance, told a cabinet meeting, don't worry, you're still in charge of your agencies, despite DOJ running rampant across everything. So there have been signs that it was not all completely hunky-dory. I do think the question now is why exactly in this moment they each chose to escalate it to this degree.
The question we're all asking this evening. Bloomberg's Ted Mann and Max Chafkin, thank you both so much for joining us. And joining us now for even more is the host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, who is out in San Francisco. Ed, earlier today we had a note out from J.P. Morgan talking about this bill that Elon Musk obviously wants to kill could have a hit to Tesla of $1.2 billion with the cutting out of EV subsidies for cars like Tesla. But Tesla had an even worse day today because of this feud between Musk and Trump. Is Musk just digging the hole deeper for his automaker?
Yeah, I heard what Max Chafkin said, pressing buttons that can't be unpressed, metaphorically, so to speak. I mean, the important bit to understand that with Tesla at one point in the session being down 18%, which is the biggest drop, or at one point putting it on track for the biggest drop in 4 years, is a part of what we were calling the Trump trade. In other words, prior to the election in November, Tesla would trade to the upside simply on the logic that Elon Musk's positive relationship with the President of the United States would work in the company's favor, because it would open doors to a legislative pathway that would be supportive of Tesla's future ambitions. Let me give you an example. On Friday, we broke the story, right, that Elon Musk and Tesla staffers were themselves proactively lobbying on the robotaxi or autonomous driving legislation that is currently working its way through Congress. As you guys know, there is a recess July 4th. My understanding from sources is there was huge energy and impetus to get some progress done in Tesla's favor in that bill prior to the recess. Clearly, the breakdown or deterioration in the relationship between the president and Musk puts that policy effort as one example into doubt.
Great reporting, Ed. Nobody covers Tesla like you do, or SpaceX for that matter, and I'm wondering what you're hearing from shareholders, what the thought is. There was some excitement a couple of weeks ago when Elon Musk said he was coming home. He was going to be sleeping on the floor at work, getting things back together. When you see a spiral like this, obviously the stock reaction is very real. What's the sentiment among shareholders who thought they were finally out of the woods?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to quite a few investors, both in public Tesla, but actually more so in private SpaceX. And it's very much like we are scrolling our phones just like everyone else and buckle up and buckle in, and this is going to be a ride. The important thing is to understand through Tesla as a publicly traded proxy for Elon Inc., but also SpaceX, that both of those companies have financial exposure to the United States government, more so SpaceX. And it's not just NASA funding or grants for longer-term projects. It is the relationship with the defense apparatus of this country, where billions of dollars go to SpaceX to put defense-related satellites into orbit for the DoD and the Pentagon and such like that. And, you know, all I'm doing is summarizing what the president said, canceling those government contracts, and what Elon Musk has now responded with, saying that he will decommission the Dragon program. For your audience, the Dragon is the capsule atop of the SpaceX rocket that takes humans and cargo to and from the International Space Station.
We're going to have more of a conversation about that later in the hour and exactly what this could mean for our space program. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much, the host of Bloomberg Technology, working overtime on this breaking news Thursday. And for a look now at the market impact, we want to focus more closely on the fallout on Wall Street. We turn to world headquarters in New York and Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick. It's hard to downplay the reaction here, Romaine.
We should point out, I mean, Tesla is the 10th highest weighted company in the S&P 500. So if it has a big drop like it did today, well, that's going to drag down the whole market. Remember, on an intraday basis, this was the worst day for Tesla going back to 2020. And I just want to point also the volume on this. The volume was astonishing. You had something about 280 million shares swap hands. The last time we saw that type of volume, you had to go all the way back to early 2023. That was, to be precise, January 30th, 2023. And that was when Ford announced it was cutting the price on its Mach-E, basically a price war with Tesla. So investors typically don't react that same way with this stock the way that we saw today. And that's going to be a big factor. A stock that closed below all of its key moving averages, the 100-day, the 200-day, the 50-day, you name it, it's under it. And it's raising a lot of questions about leadership. Joe, we had Ross Gerber, who's a big investor in Tesla, who's been whittling away his stake in that company for quite some time, largely because of his concern about management of this company and whether they need new leadership.
Men jeg tenker vi bare stenger
aside from the EV credit, what Elon Musk has been trying to argue over the last several days that has led to this massive explosion in his relationship with Trump. He's arguing that this is a deficit problem and that Congress is going to bankrupt the country, that there is fiscal concern here. Are we still seeing evidence of that concern across financial markets?
100%. You know, I mean, you know, Musk can be right and wrong at the same time, and he's certainly right on that point here. You have a bond market that has shown skittishness, a bond market that effectively has said, look, we're going to stay short duration. Just to put that into perspective, basically what they're saying is, look, we'll buy treasuries, but only for maybe 2, 3 to 5 years out. We don't trust buying 10, 20, 30 years out because we are concerned about what the debt servicing costs are going to be and what the impact will be on the economy. They're basically take a look at a 30-year yield at 4.9%, a 10-year yield at 4.4, Kaylee, and essentially what they're saying is, we'll buy this if you pay us more. Basically, we need additional yield. Citigroup strategists earlier this week put a price tag on that, and they said at least a 0.5 percentage point on the long end of the curve to entice people to continue buying this. You're not really seeing that. You have some big auctions next week. You have a big Fed meeting coming up in about a week and a half. It'll be interesting to see how they react to any changes there.
Indeed. All right, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick live for us at World Headquarters in New York. Thank you so much. And still ahead, we'll have more on this rapidly escalating feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, and Musk's threat to decommission SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft that ferries cargo and people to the International Space Station. We'll discuss with Keith Cowing, editor at NASA Watch, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
That was then candidate Donald Trump and Elon Musk on the campaign trail last fall. And now, amid the escalating days-long spat between Musk and Trump, Musk says he's going to decommission SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft that ferries cargo and people to the International Space Station and back. Joining us now for a closer look at the implications here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio is Keith Cowing, editor at NASA Watch. Keith, Musk says that's what he'll do in response to President Trump threatening to cancel government contracts related to Elon Musk, assumedly inclusive of his efforts with space in particular. But if they actually decommission the Dragon, how will those astronauts on the ISS currently ever get back?
Well, you know, you had three smart financial guys ahead of me, so I don't have to talk about that. I will give you the rocket scientists' response to what you just said. The Home Alone kid. I mean, really? I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's like America really does rely on this rocket to get its astronauts up and back, and all these other things, the commercial satellites, the DoD, and he's just going to start turning things off because of a food fight with the President of the United States. Okay, didn't expect that news today.
For our radio audience, I should note, Keith just made a very terrified
that was pretty
face
effective.
on our air. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Home Alone 4, I guess, is what we have here. I don't even know what to ask, to be really honest here, Keith. How about we just get to procedure? We're always interested in policy here on Bloomberg. Does he have the legal grounds to do this? Can he just pull the plug on this
In
spacecraft?
a normal universe where no, but in the one we're in now, where the president can seemingly exercise unusual abilities to turn universities off and to make agencies disappear, they may try to do this. This would be very injurious to America's commercial space sector, and more so eventually to the defense industry. So I don't know, perhaps somebody will talk him out of this. Maybe they'll go have lunch. I don't know. But I would be very surprised if what both men are saying will actually come to pass.
Okay, well, fair enough. If it does, though, is there any private or public entity that is able to fill the SpaceX void, Keith?
No. This is a one. There's no backup here. There's no other way to get people into space that's even going to be functional for many years from now. So this is a one-trick pony. You tell it to go away, and you're not going to get people going up to the space station. And once they come home, that's it. Unless we go with the Russians, and that's not exactly an option these days.
Oh, well. That would be an interesting part of this program. We know that Elon Musk has spent quite a bit of time talking to Vladimir Putin over the last year. With that said, though, does this help to preserve the Artemis program? Does Boeing have a new leg up in the space business?
Well, the Boeing spacecraft has so many problems. I really doubt that they would, if SpaceX suddenly said we're not flying Dragons, that they would just go to the Boeing spacecraft, because they already have issues with that. So that's a non-starter. Okay. Buying some seats in the Soyuz spacecraft, we have a couple of Americans going up. That's only a trickle to what we would have. Wow. But add in the fact that this administration is now dialing down the space station's utilization, and they want to cancel a bunch of other stuff. So this is a big hornet's nest. I mean, you've really poked at it from 10 different directions in this online food fight. I suspect that when it settles out, they will move on to bigger things that they can argue with each other about.
Well, when we consider bigger things, Keith, if this doesn't get sorted out quickly, how far does it set back efforts to get to Mars?
Well, apparently right now the thought is when you say go to Mars, and Elon Musk's name is in the same sentence, that we're talking about the Starship, the giant rocket that they're launching from Florida. Those launches are controlled to some extent by the FAA, and the guy at the FAA works for Mr. Trump, so he could just say, no more of that. And they're going to use one of these SpaceX Starships to land on the moon. He could say, well, we don't want to do that. I'm sure Elon would like to go to Mars on his own dime, but get government funding for the rest of it. Mr. Trump could say, no, we're not going to do that. Mr. Bezos, my new friend, I don't know. This is all, who knows?
Underscoring the need for answers. Keith Cowing, editor at NASA Watch. Keith, thank you for the insights here. I want to take a look at the potential national security implications of this fallout. And for help, we turn to Denver Riggleman, the former Republican congressman from Virginia, retired Air Force intelligence officer, now CEO at the company Rig. It's great to see you, Denver. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. I know you just returned from a trip to Ukraine, and we welcome you back safely to the USA. You have a broad view of this, knowing that Elon Musk is not only the richest man in the world, he's a very clever guy, and he's deeply resourced when it comes to sensitive information here in Washington, D.C. How bad could this get?
Very bad. I was worried about this a while ago, as you know, Joe, and you have somebody who had access, right, to secrets, to things in the United States government that a lot of people don't have access to, especially when it comes to the space program. But you're looking at all the things that he was briefed on, especially with Russia, with threat systems there. You wonder what he's going to do. He seems to be, fairly unstable or angry right now. So we have the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man, staging this bizarre rant, on social media, which is incredibly unserious. And when you look at Donald Trump and already his issues with national security and what's happened with him, you look at what's going on with Elon Musk, you're looking at what's going on around the world globally, you look at what's happening in Ukraine. What frightens me is that we are so incredibly unserious that secrets will get out, but also that really the very fabric of our foreign policy and how we deal with allies could be threatened based on what we're seeing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so who has the greatest reason for concern when we think about where Starlink is deployed around the world, what information has been shared with Elon Musk? As we know, he has been on calls with various world leaders over the time. President Trump has been either the president-elect or president a second time. Denver, where do you look and feel most worried?
I'm most worried about, our foreign policy. Kayleigh, your question was so prescient. That's where I was going with Ukraine with Starlink. You were on top of it. My biggest worry is what type of data transfers are looking at there, what he can do with Starlink. But it could go the other way too, right, Kayleigh? It could be that actually Starlink becomes more of a stable force in Ukraine based on what we're seeing right now, because Elon is obviously breaking from Trump at record speed. I wouldn't even be surprised if Elon removes President Trump from X right here shortly. I think that's another thing that we're going to see. So I think we have all that happening in real time. But what you're seeing overseas, what you're seeing with the communication lines, because it's not just, SpaceX, it is Starlink, but it's also Tesla. You also have all the other things that Elon is involved with, especially with AI. What contracts does he have in AI that's already being utilized for intelligence? You're looking at the connections with Palantir. You're looking at the connections with Anduril. You're looking at all these connections that are happening in real time with people that have been cleared just based on the fact of who they are and not going through proper vetting. So again, with somebody who's been in this space a long time and has seen about everything, I don't know if we can even predict the awful cascading effect. And I'm going to look right in the camera and say this. I think we're in deep trouble. I think we're in really deep trouble when you have somebody this rich and then somebody this powerful on both sides going at it like this in such an unserious and infantile manner. America looks like a global joke, and I think, our adversaries will take advantage of that.
Well, that's a lot, Denver. As we mentioned, you just got back from Ukraine, and we know that Elon Musk has been in touch with Vladimir Putin for the last 2 years. That was something that emerged toward the end of the presidential campaign, that they had repeated phone calls. If Elon Musk is on the outs with President Trump, do you worry about that relationship blossoming and what it would mean for Ukraine?
Of course, and that's what, man, questions are great, Joe. My worry there is, like I said, it might go the other way, but, obviously he does have the phone number for Vladimir Putin. I am worried about Ukraine just being over there, seeing drone warfare happening in real time. I was in Kherson, I was in Odessa, I was in Mykolaiv. I was with some of the most brave and incredible people you can imagine. And right now there's a stalemate on the lines. Russia is indiscriminately murdering and killing civilians with drone attacks. We're seeing advanced drone warfare between Ukraine and Russia. We have all this happening while we have this happening. And if Starlink or communications were to be turned off, I know Ukraine does have some redundant systems. I'm not going to say they'd be completely blind, but it would be very, very hurtful for the Ukrainians based on where they are right now and the upper hand that they have based on the attacks in Russia.
All right, Denver Riggleman, former Republican congressman from Virginia and CEO of RIG, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll have more straight ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio with Senators Catherine Cortez Masto and Tim Scott up next.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. Glad you joined us. If you are just joining us tonight, we've got extensive reporting for you on the feud that burst into public view today, causing billions of dollars in losses for Tesla on Wall Street after the president and Elon Musk shared a series of searing threats, a dramatic unraveling of a political relationship that had Musk come into Washington celebrated by the president, only for Musk to now suggest Trump should be impeached and replaced by Vice President J.D. Vance amid their feud. Now for a look at how Democratic lawmakers are responding to this feud between President Trump and Elon Musk, we turn to Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, who's live on Capitol Hill. Senator, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We had so many stories we planned to ask you about today, and the political world seems to have shifted under our feet. Noting